This shocks me. Do you want to play the fucking game? Say goodbye. If I could get down on my hands and knees and say thank you and still be on camera, I would do it. The Ziggy Piggy's back!
That was just genius level. What's in the box? What's in the box?
It's Tevin's fault. from PayPal.
What's up, everyone? We're gonna try out Mega Man 10.
$110.09 from Apple iTunes.
Tiger, tiger, row,
Hell's music.
row, tiger, row, row.
The baddest, the fittest, the bad, fucking Proto Man. Proto.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills. Oh my god, I can't stop joking. I seriously cannot stop joking today. Oh my god. What the fuck? Hold up. It's gonna clear up, I swear. Jesus Christ. Okay, it's actually starting to feel better now. kill, and that's it. Because you're just going to waste our time again.
Change a thing. The toughest choice behind you now. You can do anything. One voice, but you can sing. Don't change a thing. Embrace your fears and find their meaning. Time ends the suffering. A forgotten path, a newfound dream. Take comfort in the life you've made. These memories can't be erased. Grasp onto what you love, and you will find the strength to move on.
Do you want to play the fucking game?
To the pre-stream podcast for Saturday, May 14th, 2022. I'm Darkside Phil, and ladies and gentlemen, nice color change there. Today is a very special day because, ladies and gentlemen, today is my 1-year anniversary spectacular. The Ziggy Piggy is here. How you doing? Hopefully you're doing well and you're ready for some... Color changed again. Hopefully you're ready for some fun today and good variety on a marathon-style stream, right? But what is this the anniversary of? Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the anniversary of my return to YouTube as a full-time content creator and streamer. Allow me to explain and lay the groundwork for this. This is really starting to irk me. Hold on one second. I hate it when it does this. It just did it twice more. That's much better. I don't even care if I look pale like a zombie as long as I stop blinking like a freaking Christmas light. Okay. Allow me to explain. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2008, I very silly, in a very silly manner, pointed a digital camera at a television and started recording myself playing gameplay. At the time, I never imagined that 14 years later, this would be my job and the longest running job I've ever had in my life, and that I'd be known all over the internet for doing it. Pretty crazy to think about it, right? Over the years of me being a YouTuber, things have changed. I first started off as a full-time YouTuber only making on-demand videos for YouTube itself. Then later on, I adopted direct capture and live streaming, and I ended up becoming more of a hybrid, although my focus was mostly on on-demand videos. Well, all that changed in 2017, because in 2017, YouTube suffered what's called the adpocalypse. It lost most of its ad revenue overnight. And when that happened, I had to make a big life-changing decision. Am I going to try to do something else or completely change the format of the content that I put out? So I did the latter, and became a full-time streamer that was interactive. But I realized that to be a full-time interactive streamer, I was going to have to go to Twitch. I had streamed on Twitch previously. I didn't really like it because after a year and a half, I was being treated in a way that I felt was not fair, especially with the limitations that they had on streaming, etc. But it just made sense. If you needed to get noticed for being a full-time streamer, you had to be on Twitch. It was the place to be. So, for over 4 years, I built my channel and my business on Twitch. I had, at one point, over 1,000 subscribers. I had a tremendous millions upon millions of views over there, hundreds of thousands of followers over there. Yeah, it was good. It was good. And then it all came to a screeching halt about a year ago. I don't know what is up at Twitch. They have had a complete different mindset change when it comes to who they want on their site, when it comes to the way that they actually run their business. But in a nutshell, they're completely unprofessional. They don't even abide by their own rules. And at any moment, they can just say, hey, screw you, get off our site. Which is exactly what they did to me, with literally no warning, no escalation process, no 3-strike system like you're supposed to get. It was just, you're gone. When I asked for justification as to why, they claimed that I use hateful speech. No, I don't. Sorry, Twitch, I don't. You can try to justify it as much as you want. Maybe you can pull 3 examples of me doing it over a 4.5-year period. That is not enough to warrant me being removed from your partner program. It's just not. And the bottom line is that tons of other people over there do tons of risque things all the time and never get punished for it. Somehow I was targeted as someone who didn't belong in their partner program and was removed like this. Not even, like I said, not even like, oh, here's a warning, here's an escalation system. It's just, you're gone for literally no justifiable reason. When I asked for the justification, they ghosted me and never responded ever again. So, after about a month of me trying to make it over there without any kind of subscription revenue or cheering, I said, screw this. I've had enough. The straw that broke the camel's back for me was when I was streaming Returnal. And I basically was trying to say a word, but I started reading another message in the middle of me saying it. And it basically was a jumbled mess what I said. It was like, blah, 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 all together. Someone false reported me claiming I had said the N-word, which I didn't. If you watch back the clip, you can blatantly tell I never said it. It's a jumble of words. It's me basically tripping over my own, sentence. I never said that at all. They suspended my channel claiming that I had said the N-word, and then later that day removed the suspension, citing that they had made an error. That was the end of it for me. I said, I'm done with that business. I'm never going back. A place that they will punish you, but never show you the evidence of something you did wrong, not tell you you're doing anything wrong so that you can change the behavior they don't like, and then just on a whim, completely shut down your entire business because they're stupid and they don't know what the fuck they're doing. So Twitch, basically, within a span of a month, completely shut me down from ever wanting to work there ever again, and I'm not going back. I'm just not, okay? So that being said, I moved my entire business, upended it, moved it over to YouTube, and plopped it right down here on DSP Gaming, okay? And what I'd like to do on this pre-stream podcast, since this is a special celebration of me being here for a year, what I would like to do is outline what's happened in the last year, both the positives and the negatives, because I feel there's been a mix of both, okay? I also want to tell you a little bit about the future, what I have planned, for this channel, okay? And we can try to start talking about that. Now, also on this pre-stream podcast, we are going to order food for today's live edition of Feasting with the King. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a definitive winner. The winner of the food selection is... Thai cuisine. We had a triple tie overnight. Okay, a triple tie. Everyone was voting for either Thai cuisine, poke bowls, or Szechuan Chinese. All right, it was neck and neck, tied at 27%, 27%, 27%. However, I can see the actual numbers behind the scenes. Thai food was at 27.19%, while poke bowls was at 26.71%. And the Szechuan Chinese was 26.9%. So technically, by like 0.3%, Thai cuisine actually won the poll. Okay? So, we're going to order live. I actually have a restaurant lined up. We're going to look through the menu right here on the pre-stream podcast together. We're going to pick the food I'm going to be eating today on Feasting with the King. I'm obviously very excited for that. I love doing Feasting with the King. It's one of the favorite things that I do here on the channel. It's unique and different and fun. Okay? What does Thai food have? I'll tell you. Lots of different stuff. They have curries. They have noodle dishes. They have signature dishes that are Thai cuisine, like pad Thai. They do big salads and specialty things like that. Typically, Thai food is known to be spicy. What I'm thinking of doing, okay? By the way, thank you, Toa Idar, for re-upping your membership. I appreciate that. What I'm thinking of doing is ordering 2 meals, one at a low spice level and one at a higher spice level to really see what happens when you order spicier Thai food, okay? Might be pretty interesting, okay? Okay. So, this is going to be fun, but before we get there, I do want to go through the history of last year, the whole year that I spent here on YouTube as a full-time content creator. By the way, it is very possible that some people today, if they re-up their memberships, and they were some of the first people to get a membership here on DSP Gaming when it first became available, they may actually earn their new Chat Crown badges that look like a big regal crown. It's very different from the Chat Crown badges you guys are seeing in the chat right now. But I'm not exactly sure if you guys are going to earn it today or not. I don't know the exact date when I turned on the memberships here on DSP Gaming. I don't remember. I'd have to go back and look. I didn't go back and look, admittedly. Okay, but it should be pretty close. I don't have money to do it. 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 Before we get into my trip down memory lane, what are we going to be doing today? What are we doing tomorrow and Monday? So at least you guys know the schedule. Today, it's this marathon all day long. We're starting with this pre-stream podcast. When this ends, we're going to be doing DSP Reacts to Down the Rabbit Hole Dark Side Phil. They said, Phil, the Down the Rabbit Hole video made about me over 5 years ago, over 6 million views on YouTube. It's the way that most people were actually introduced to me and my content in the modern day. I agree with you. And this is going to be interesting because I'm going to give you guys context. All right? The truth of the matter is the video is mostly factual, but a lot of the facts lack context. In the 30 minutes that it is, you get a lot of impressions, but the impressions in a lot of cases are skewed because you don't actually know the full situation of what was going on. My attempt today will be to put some context on those situations, including giving you full backstories into things like my involvement with the Street Fighter community, which, by the way, is not positive. I'm being honest here. Like, there's a lot of negativity back then. You know, and the formative days of YouTube and all kinds of stuff that happened over the years that I've never really talked about. We're actually going to talk about that, all right? So this 30-minute video likely is going to turn into several hours. No exaggeration, because I have a lot to say about my history as a content creator on the internet, okay? So, it's going to be pretty fun. Now, I'm going to be dead honest with all of you. I do not feel at all that this is going to be something that's going to bring in tons of attention. I'm serious. I don't think so. I think that when I reacted to the Wings of Redemption stuff last month, that was what brought in attention because, number one, that's someone who I've always heard about on my streams through you guys, the viewers, but I never actually knew the truth of the matter. about what he was about, his history, or anything like that. And let's face it, he's kind of a big deal when it comes to drama on the internet. His video of Down the Rabbit Hole has millions of views more than mine. Okay? So I honestly feel like I don't think this is a big deal today, but apparently some people do. I think it's going to be different because unlike me watching a Down the Rabbit Hole about someone else that I don't know about and I'm learning, I know all about this. I know everything about myself, obviously. I lived it. The difference is that I'm going to be giving context to it so you kind of understand it more. So that being said, I got something in my eye. That being said, I think it'll be fun, but I just don't necessarily think it's going to be as popular as people seem it's going to be. Like some people are like, oh, you're going to have over 1,000 viewers today and everything. I don't think so. I really don't feel that. I'm serious. Like, I think the Wings one was the big one. And after that, everything else will still be entertaining maybe, but I don't think we're ever going to get the attention that we got for the Wings of Redemption one. I'm just being honest here. Okay? But I guess we'll see. Whatever. So anyway, we're going to do that. And then after doing that, we're going to do Feasting with the King. This is going to be where I eat the Thai food. And we're going to have a big meal together. I'll be testing multiple pieces of their cuisine and rating them for the first time. Again, I've only had Thai food like twice, ever. Once I had this crispy garlic chicken dish. And once I had like a whole fish that they prepared. And it was very flaky and soft. Outside of that, I've never had Thai food. So I don't actually know anything about their signature dishes or anything. So it'd be interesting to try it out today. Excuse me. Then, after Feasting with the King, I'm going to be doing a 30-man over-the-top rope fantasy battle royale in WWE 2K22. For those of you who've never seen one of my fantasy simulation matches before, you're in for a treat, even if you don't like pro wrestling. All right? I needed to preface this event by saying this. Even if you hate pro wrestling, I urge you to at least watch this match today or give it a shot. Because here's the thing. It's not real wrestling. It's not meant to be like a real wrestling match. I've picked 30 created characters that were uploaded to the community creations of WWE 2K22 that are all wild and wacky. I'll tell you right now, we got some superheroes and villains in there. We got some cartoon characters. We've got some real life people, celebrities, all kinds of stuff thrown in. And they're going to be coming out and fighting each other in a fantasy match that I'm going to commentate over. I'm not going to play it. I'm going to let the computer determine who wins, which is some of the zaniest things you can do because the computer goes crazy in these matches. Okay? So, I used to do these back in the day, back when WWE games actually were good. And we had all kinds of fantasy stuff I used to do. I would do the King of Christmas tournament, a series of matches where people like Ebenezer Scrooge would face Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, or Santa Claus would wrestle Satan himself. And at the end of this big tournament bracket, there would be a ladder match for the King of Christmas championship title. And that winner would be the King of Christmas for the year. It was very exciting to see hilarious stuff like that. Did you ever see Jesus do a flipping sunset flip off of a chair through a table? Well, I have. I've seen it because I did it in the games back then. So anyway, it's going to be entertaining. I urge you to stick around, especially this one. Let me hint. There may be some extra incentive for those of you who like silly stuff to stick around for this one. Hint. Perhaps I did something a little different
shut
for
up
this
this
one.
dude who's
Hint.
being a moron.
Okay. All right, now typically, these battle royales last a while. Want to know why? 30 competitors, but each one enters, I believe it's 1 to 2 minutes between each other. So usually when I do these,
Does that sound like
they take anywhere from 45 minutes to sometimes 90 minutes to do. Okay? So I actually, if you do the math here, usually this pre-stream podcast lasts for like maybe 12:30-ish, especially because I'm going to be going down memory lane today in regards to YouTube and how we did this year. And we're going to do some shout outs and Q&A at the end of it. Then we're going to do the Down the Rabbit Hole, and I guarantee you that's going to take at least 2 hours. Seriously, at least, if not longer. Then the food's going to arrive. We're going to do Feasting with the King. That's going to be at least an hour. Then I got to set up for the 30-man match. Then we're going to do the 30-man match. That's at least going to be an hour to an hour and a half. So we got to see how much time we have, at the end. Typically, my marathons end between 7 to 8 p.m. Being that in particular, this marathon today, I'm going to be talking constantly. There's no real gameplay. I'm not playing a game, right? because of that, I'm going to be talking constantly. So, we'll see how I feel by the end of this fantasy match and see if I'm up to talking even more. Maybe we'll do some open
wanna
Q&A.
play the
We
fucking
could just
game?
jump into a game, although I don't know what game you guys would want to see me do. We'll have to determine it by the end, okay? But it all depends on time permitting, because every time I do a marathon, all right, every single time, essentially what happens is I think we don't have enough, and then we have too much.
Thanks to
We go long.
Jubbity
Every
Bubbity
marathon
for
I've ever
joining
done,
the
we
hate
end up
army.
going long. So maybe today will be the exception, but let's see what happens, okay? All right. Now, that's today. That's all I'm doing today, and when I'm done, I'm going to upload all of these videos to DSP Gaming. So for those of you who cannot stick around for the entirety of today's stream, please, by all means, watch on demand after the fact. Now, one thing you'll notice, okay, my tips goal is not really going to change today. I'm essentially going to leave it as is. I'm going to leave it like a normal tips goal, okay? But please understand that I'm only streaming this one marathon stream today. Typically on a normal day, I have 2 streams, and I have goals for that day. That's usually, I'm trying to raise $150 per stream. So, for me to essentially
I need
hit
that
my
money. I
quotas
really
for
do. I
today,
need that money
I need to raise
for
around
my bills.
$300 in tips today. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen. I don't know if it will, but it should, considering the length I'm streaming today, it sure would be great if we could. But the rewards are going to stay the same. You still get gunner glasses at $50. You still get a hat at $100, and you still get a vest at $150. I'm not changing the goals or moving the goalpost. We're going to leave those rewards the same, but I'm hoping that I can still hit my goals as if this were 2 streams rather than just 1. Because I certainly, it will help a lot, okay? All right. Awesome. Tomorrow we're going to get back to regularly scheduled gameplay. It's going to be the continuation of WWE 2K22's My Rise mode, which is what they call the career mode this year. Last time around, we had tons of issues, whether it was technical difficulties. Then my stream got taken down for playing the stupid story mode. Oh my God, it was a mess. So now we are going to be continuing in that My Rise mode. I only played like 30 minutes of gameplay last time, seriously. So now we're going to have a full 3-hour session and see how far we can get. I'm excited for this, obviously. You guys wanted to see it, and I'm excited to do it. Then, tomorrow night, the continuation of my Halo Infinite multiplayer gameplay. I've enjoyed playing Halo Infinite the 2 sessions I've done so far, but I feel like there's a lot more to do, and I want to keep playing it and keep it in the rotation for now, so I hope to see it tomorrow night for multiplayer fun, okay? Then, on Monday, we continue with Skyrim Anniversary Edition on the first stream, and the late stream will be the continuation of Mirror's Edge. And that's my streaming week. I'm off on Tuesday. Obviously, we can talk about the rest of the week later. We don't have to talk about all that this morning. Okay? I love it. Now, one last thing before we get started with my little reminiscing trip down memory lane here. I want to draw everyone's attention to this number. This is a very important number. Here's the deal. Today, you're going to be watching me react to my own Down the Rabbit Hole video. Personally, again, I don't necessarily think this is going to be super interesting, but apparently many of you do think it will be. I guess we'll see. I would like to do another react event to 2 videos that I actually feel would be more interesting than this one. All right? The options are as follows. Either DSP reacts to the original This Is How You Don't Play video, okay? Or DSP reacts to the video that John Rambo and Howard made. I say video because it really isn't, though. It's more of a media recording. The original recording apparently has been lost, so there's no visuals to this thing. It's just like an hour-and-a-half audio recording. That's very confusing the way that it's on the internet. I still don't understand what happened. But anyway, those 2 are pretty, I feel, more interesting options. The first video where kind of the hate movement started against me for my gameplay and attitude, or the video where people who supposedly were my friends basically said, well, we don't like Phil, and here's all the things he messed up over the years. Great. So, I've never reacted to either thing. I really feel that either of those would be better, okay? And so, earlier this month, we were at 410 members, and I said, if we hit 450 members this month, I will do a react to one of those, and you guys will be able to vote on which one you want to see, and the winner is what we will do next. And then what happened was the members just plummeted. people didn't renew their memberships, okay? Now listen, I've said this time and time again. I wish I could offer you guys more. I really do. I wish that YouTube would offer the same features as Twitch when it comes to comparing memberships on YouTube to subscriptions on Twitch. They're not equivalent, and I know that. On Twitch, when you subscribe to someone, you can use their emotes on someone else's channel. As you are a longtime subscriber, you earn special emote spots and slots. I understand this. You don't get that on YouTube. You can't. They don't have the feature, okay? There's not much I can do about that. And sadly, I've tried my best to offer other features to members, and it just hasn't really been a way to that's worked. Even my memberships here on YouTube are cheaper than Twitch. It's $4. On Twitch, it's $5. Here, it's $4. So I've even tried making the price cheaper, and that doesn't help. So with all that in mind, there's really not much I can do to make anything sound more attractive here. All I can say is, listen, the channel grows with this kind of support. It does. This kind of consistent support is what I need to basically get back on my feet and get back to the levels that I was on Twitch, which is one of the things we're going to talk about today, is that I now haven't. In the last year, I've worked my ass off here on YouTube, but I can't seem to get this channel to grow at the rate that I was growing on Twitch because it doesn't have the features of Twitch, okay? But I feel that today, all right, doing my reaction video to my own Down the Rabbit Hole, perhaps some of you would be convinced that now is the time to become a member and we can make major headway towards hitting that goal for this month. I would like nothing more than to hit that within a day or two and be like, let's already get the poll going where you guys will vote on which one you want. We can schedule it out for, in 2 or 3 weeks. We have a big event again around that, much like we're doing around this. I'd be happy as hell to do that. All right. But we got to move forward, not back. What's hilarious, some people are like, oh, make it 400. We've already hit 400 on this channel. That's not growth then. That's been not even maintaining. We've been at 410. So we've got to do something that's realistic. All right. Please, if you're interested in seeing me do the next big one, let's see some movement on this today. All right. Fair enough? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go on a trip down memory lane. This year has been a crazy-ass year on YouTube, let me tell you. Uplifting my business from Twitch and literally saying, I'm not streaming there anymore, goodbye, coming over to YouTube was a bumpy start, to say the least, okay? Originally, I wanted to stay on Twitch, but man, relying just on tips, it just was not a good thing. It was nearly impossible. How am I going to maintain my entire business with just tips? That means no subscriptions, no cheering. These were all big ways that I had ongoing support on Twitch every month, and I literally was relying just on tips. And I really worked my butt off, and, it sucks that they did what they did with the false takedown of me saying the N-word that I never said. That was just ludicrously unprofessional and bad, and that was, again, the struggle.
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
So,
450 members
when I moved
DSP and
over
Derek
here,
react to scat
alright?
videos.
At first, a lot of people were resistant. Oh my God. People were like, I'm never coming to YouTube. I hate YouTube streaming. Everyone hates YouTube streaming. I would never use it. And it's funny because it's like pulling teeth with some people to let them understand that it's either this or nothing. Like there's no other option. There's nowhere else that's viable for me to go. I looked into these third-party streaming websites outside of YouTube or Twitch. There's a few that exist, but none of them are really viable. Most people who go over there can't make a living doing it. They just don't have the pull at all. Right now, can you name a notable streamer who's streaming on a site that's not YouTube or Twitch? Maybe you could think of one, right? But there are almost none, okay? So I needed to at least go to the other major platform. And immediately, the first problem, all right, the first problem that we had here was that moderation was atrociously bad. What you guys are using right now on stream for chat is not actually a chat room, okay? Over on Twitch, they utilize a chat room client called IRC, Internet Relay Chat. It's always been like that. By the way, shout out to Jared Jackson, who just became an ultra supporter of the channel. Thank you so much. That's the highest tier, and that helps a ton. So thank you so much, Jared. I really appreciate that. Okay, so moderating on YouTube is almost impossible, and here's why. This is not a chat room. On Twitch, it's a chat room client. There's common chat room commands you can use. There's all these tools in place. On Twitch, if someone is talking, you can click on their name, and immediately their whole chat history pops up because it's a history of that chat client. And you can see everything they've ever said. You can see if they've been an ongoing troll, if they've been banned before, how many times they've been banned, or if they've been timed out. You can see all of that, okay? That's incredibly useful data for a moderator, okay? Here, there's nothing. There's literally nothing on YouTube. Even to try to even moderate in general is a nightmare. If someone's name scrolls off the screen, you can't even find the comment anymore. You can't. Sometimes you want to, I want to kick this person because they said something nasty. Well, here's your drop-down menu. I'm not even kidding. I'm going to read this to you right now. You click the drop-down menu next to someone's name. Here's what it says. Go to their YouTube channel, pin their message, report them, remove the message, put the user in timeout, hide the user on the channel, and add as a moderator. Allow me to repeat myself. Hide the user from the channel, which means ban them, and add as a moderator are literally next to each other in a drop-down menu that moves with the chat. So you're trying to moderate someone, and then you click the wrong thing because it's moving. I'm not even kidding when I tell you I probably have accidentally modded over a dozen people this year because the fucking thing is a piece of shit. I can't believe how bad it is. It's like, what brainiac thought, let's put ban and make a moderator next to each other in a drop-down menu.
A moron.
I mean, yikes. So, that's just one of many, 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 many examples of how this chat room is ridiculous. This chat room is a running log of comments on a YouTube video. YouTube considers this stream right now a YouTube video. It doesn't even count it as a stream. It counts views like a YouTube video, ad revenue like a YouTube video, and runs comments like a YouTube video. There's no separation between, a stream and a video on YouTube. It's all the same product, according to them. And so it's really hard to moderate properly. And for that first month that I moved my business from Twitch to YouTube, oh my God, it was bad. We immediately started finding out some really terrible things about YouTube. For example, at one point, many years ago, when you created a YouTube channel, they would ask you, well, what do you want your channel name to be? Oh, I want it to be DSP Gaming. Okay. And YouTube would assign you the website, youtube.com/DSP Gaming. And then later on, they changed it, youtube.com/users/DSP Gaming. And then at some ambiguous point in there, they decided no one would actually own any page. Instead, they were going to change your channel to a random combination of characters, letters, and numbers that you don't even know about unless you go into a page within a page within a page in your settings on YouTube.
Please shut up this dude.
So even though DSP Gaming says DSP Gaming, that's actually not the address of it. It's really this really weird code thing, okay? But basically what happened is when they changed it from being, oh, you're actually DSP Gaming to you are a random combination of characters, numbers, and letters, essentially now anyone on YouTube can use any name, including ones that are already taken. Meaning, anyone can copy anyone and pretend that they are them. What were they fucking thinking? Oh my fucking God. Are you stupid as shit? Yes. If you thought that was a good idea, you're stupid as shit. That is the dumbest, most lame brain idea I've ever heard. So anyone can impersonate anyone at any moment.
It's rising to toxicity.
And so what ends up happening is people make clone accounts. People make dummy accounts. People come in and say that they're me. They say that they're another chatter. They say that they're a moderator. And you can't fucking tell what's what. Because you're staring at it like, is that real? Is that fake? Now, I'm a lucky one. And here's why. Okay? I got my YouTube channel verified many years ago. What that means is that I went through a process of proving my identity by sending them a bunch of documents, and it proved that I really am Phil Burnell, the owner of DSP Gaming, and I got the channel verified with a check mark. That means that I am the official DSP Gaming on YouTube, and no one else can officially claim that moniker. Yes, they can make a channel that says DSP Gaming, but it will never have the check mark. I'm the official one. So at least in my case, when I post up anywhere or I do something, if you don't see the check mark, you know it's a troll. But In the case of everybody else, very few people have that verification on YouTube. So right now, there could be people coming in impersonating people. I have no idea if it's the original person, the impersonator, or the impersonating impersonator. There's stream chatters that have this issue where people just constantly come in and impersonate them, and it's fucked up because you don't know who's who. It's really messed up. So, that's pretty dumb, huh? And I don't understand how YouTube thinks this is valid, and they still haven't fixed that in the year that I've been here, you know? That's just one example of some of the really big shortcomings of YouTube streaming as a business, that they don't have the basic functionalities like Twitch does, right? I was streaming for a whole month before YouTube rolled out subscriber-only mode in the chat. So allow me to explain what that means. Until we turned on subscriber-only mode, anyone could come to the chat and say whatever they wanted with any kind of an account with no actual restrictions whatsoever. Okay? This was chaotic. We had people coming in with a troll account, insulting me, insulting viewers, ban them. Come in 2 minutes later with a new troll account, ban them. A new troll account, ban them. A new troll account. And this would go on for the entirety of a stream. We'd go through 60 accounts, and they'd still come back. How is that valid streaming, and how is that anything
So if you're gonna be an
that
asshole,
anyone would want to deal with
like an
with a
asshole,
business?
you're gonna be shown the
right?
door.
The answer is, of course, it's not. It's terrible. It's completely unprofessional. It's like a joke, right? When they finally turned on sub-only mode, holla fucking Luya, now I have some control over the stream. I set it up so that basically people cannot talk in the chat unless they're previously subscribed to my channel for a set amount of time. Now, let me explain. Subscribing and memberships are different. Subscribing
It's
is literally,
Kevin's
I
fault.
want to follow Phil. I want notifications when he goes live and when he makes content. Subscribe. Memberships is the paid, ongoing, renewing service where you get all the features like the emotes and the chat crown badge and the highlighted name and ignoring slow mode, etc., etc.
There's a sick
Okay?
motherfucker
So,
on the internet called Super
Thank
Hound,
God they
whatever
gave
the
me
fuck
sub-only
this idiot's
mode.
name
I don't
is.
know what would have happened in the last year. If I didn't get sub-only mode, this literally could have been a nightmare. It could have been the end of my business. No exaggeration.
It's
Like,
Super
who
Hound's
wants to
fault.
come to a stream where it's constant fucking nonsense, right? It's constant trolling. It's constant idiots. And there's no way to actually do anything to make that better, right? No one wants to deal with that shit. It's terrible. So, that being said, thank goodness they turned it on. It literally overnight changed my business for the better. And I was like, oh, I can actually like control stream chat and have a controlled environment. So, here's what happened. Within 1 month of me leaving Twitch and coming over to YouTube, there was chaos. And then all of a sudden overnight, we had calm. And when the calm started, all of a sudden things changed. The vibe of my streams changed, okay? Instead of it being open season for trolling and stupid shit, it ended up being a smaller, yet more engaged, dedicated viewing audience that would show up to my streams every single day. I'm not saying that we would get big views for big new games. I'm saying that the chat was
What the hell are you
actually
talking
under
about?
control and would consisted of people who actually wanted to be here for productive and positive reasons. And that has made all the difference. I can tell you guys that in the last year, all right, some of the streams that we have had with meaningful conversation, the fun tied to a retro game or a cool experience that we're all having together has been exponentially better than any chaotic stream that I had over on Twitch that was uncontrollable with constant idiots coming in and being stupid as shit. To have control over your place of work is a humongous thing. Really. Imagine if you were running any brick and mortar business and constantly you had idiots coming in, screaming, shooting silly string and spray paint everywhere, just spinning and shitting all over the walls and just destroying the business, and you had no way to control that. That's essentially what streaming felt like for a long time. And then this year, I feel like I got control of my business again. Now we have a fun place where we can have meaningful conversation and have a good time together in a controlled environment. Now, of course, there's people who are going to, oh, Phil's streams are boring because they're locked down. Then leave. And I don't care. If people are coming here for a chaotic environment and coming for stupid shit like that, then they're in the wrong spot regardless. You know, I'm 40 years old now. I just became 40 a month ago. And I'm older, I'm wiser, and I'm realizing that it's more about catering to your core audience of viewers who are going to be with you for thick and thin and are going to support you no matter what. That's who I care about. I don't care about getting giant views on my streams. I don't care about getting ginormous views on my YouTube videos. What I care about is actually creating entertainment, that people feel is valuable enough to them personally that they want to keep supporting me and my business so that we can keep this going. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't matter if I have 10,000 viewers if 9,920 of them are assholes. It doesn't. I'd rather just have the 80 people who care. Really. That's all I care about. There's other content creators out there who feel like the only way they can make a living is by appeasing to that toxic audience on the internet, by catering to the trolls. Not me. I never want to be there, and I never want to go there. Now, in some cases, I am broadening my horizons. Literally today, I'm reacting to my own Down the Rabbit Hole video. That's a little different because I'm doing it on my own terms. I'm able to create meaningful content out of the negativity about me on the internet. And that's a lot different than letting those assholes run rampant all over myself and my business. Okay? So in a lot of ways, even though there's certainly been a lot of negatives about being on YouTube, which I'm going to outline shortly, okay? One of the major positives that I've had over the last year, I've almost had an eye-opening realization that this kind of content, this kind of streaming, is way more meaningful to me and my viewing audience who cares about me than I ever had over on Twitch. Yes, on Twitch I had a lot more visibility. People would be searching for a new game and they'd find Darkside Phil and check out his channel. That's absolutely true. But that never equated to people who were going to care about me long term. It was just short-term flash in the pan views and that was it. But here, I have an audience that cares. And that means something. It means a lot, okay? So, yeah, that's really what I've learned in the last year, okay? Now, obviously in the last year, I've made some really definitive changes to the style of content that I put out. I went from being someone who just did raw gameplay constantly, okay, to someone who now does a full-fledged daily morning podcast, right? We talk about all kinds of topics, whether it's me and my streams in general, whether it's gaming news, whether it's anything else, because sometimes I have open Q&A sessions, and this is fun, because this gives us opportunity to have interaction and have a social aspect to my streams before we get into the meat of whatever game it is that I'm going to play that day. And it allows me, when I pick up this controller and start playing, to focus on that game and not say, oh, well, we're just booting up for today, so now let's ask me 100 questions and I can't focus on the game because I got to answer your questions for the first hour, right? I really enjoy that. I enjoy getting that out of the way and having this fun podcast with all of you. And in fact, people have definitively told me that this podcast is more interesting to them than a lot of the gameplay I do, and I have an audience just for the podcast itself. Hundreds of people literally just tune in just for this and not for the gameplay. And I'm happy for that. Hey, if I can start to diversify the content that I put out there, so all my eggs aren't in one basket anymore, as I get older, right? I'm not going to be able to play games 24/7. I'm going to have to diversify. My hands are going to start to get probably carpal tunnel. I can already tell you, I'm starting to see signs of this. I'm starting to see tightness and pain and numbness sometimes. And I got to do exercises and stuff to make sure that it's not something that sticks around. Eventually, long term, I'm going to have to change the style of content that I do so that's not all gaming all the time. And by the way, don't be afraid. This doesn't mean I want to completely stop gaming. Ever. I'd like to be a gamer for life. But I know I'm not going to be able to do this full time forever. That would be a ridiculous, unrealistic expectation that I could do this till I'm like 80 years old, right? But what I could do, hold on. See, turning away from the mic when I belch, what an improvement. There you go. Excuse me. But what I can do is diversify myself and the content that I put out so that as I get older, you guys are used to other kinds of content. This podcast is a perfect example of that. The React content that I've now started to do is a good example of that. Trying to branch out and do different things. Feasting with the King, absolutely, is a good example of that. A show that I started exclusively since I started here on YouTube and have branched out and done it many times, and you guys seem to really enjoy that show, right? So I'm excited for the future because the future means improvements and diversification of content. But also, just on top of that, look at the difference in the visuals, right? We now have these nice overlays, cool looking borders, really cool stuff. Animation, my animations on the stream are dramatically improved from what they used to be, right? Everything has pretty much gotten a step up since I left Twitch and came over to YouTube. It's been a focus of mine to try to make the streams look better as much as I possibly can. All right? Excellent. So I think there's been a lot of positives moving over to YouTube, just being honest. I do. I really feel like the content is more meaningful. We have better conversations and more meaningful interactive streams. I have more control over my streams than I ever had before. And I also, I'll be honest with this one, I really like having all my content in one spot. Because back when I was on Twitch, it was like, well, the streams are here, but the on-demand videos are here. And essentially, if I had to focus on one. I couldn't focus on both because I really wanted everyone to go to one, and I felt that the streaming was the future. So I told everyone, focus on the Twitch channel, right? And the Twitch channel succeeded and grew. Wow, it got big in the 4 years I did it. It really grew big. But what happened over here on YouTube is that this channel, DSP Gaming, was in disrepair. I wasn't paying any attention to it. I literally told you guys, this is just a storage space for my archives from Twitch. So watch if you want, but I don't really care about it. And I just lost interest in it, and this channel went down. The viewership, everything went down because I basically ignored this channel. I turned off comments because the comments literally became all troll comments, and I didn't want to sit here moderating comments on my videos, so I turned them off. So, yeah, that's basically bad. And so, coming back here to YouTube in the last year, I now focused on rebuilding this channel from the ground up. And let me tell you, it hasn't been easy because YouTube, it's very, very hard to get exposure on YouTube. When there's years of slander and defamation and negative, toxic videos about you, 9 times out of 10, when someone searches for DSP Gaming or Darkside Phil, they get that before they get me.
What do
and
I
that
do?
sucks. I want people to find me in a positive light, and they usually can't. And there's nothing I can do about that without a lawyer to sue the shit out of everybody, and I'm not rich enough to do that. So I'm basically at the mercy of the algorithm of YouTube. But even then, this last year, there's been growth. I went from 180, I want to say I started around 185, 186,000 subscribers, and now I'm at 198. So in a year, I got over 10,000 new people to come engage with the content and subscribe to the channel. Now, what's funny about that is there's people who literally don't understand YouTube, who say really dumb things like, well, I don't understand because I look at your videos and your videos barely hit 1,000 views usually. So how could you have 11,000 engaged people? Because I'm a variety content creator. And when I put out videos, not everyone watches every video. It's not like I'm one of these vloggers or a drama content creator who puts out a video a day or a video every other day, and they expect every single subscriber of their channel to watch every piece of content. It's actually quite the opposite. I put out enough content, excuse me, in a variety of style that I expect that someone will watch what they want and skip what they don't have interest in, right? Today, we're doing a pre-stream podcast, which is a roll down or a trip down memory lane, a down the rabbit hole reaction video, a feasting with the king segment, and then I'm doing a sim match in WWE 2K22. All completely different kinds of content. Some people will watch one piece, some people will watch all the pieces, and some people will pick and choose the pieces that they want to watch out of that and maybe watch a couple. You see? That's still engagement. I have actually created tons of engagement on this channel in the last year, and that's thanks to you guys buying in, by liking the streams, liking the videos, starting to leave comments again, because let me tell you, that was a huge step for me. Turning the comments back on my videos, excuse me, I just hit my mic, was a huge thing. That was an opportunity for people to start interacting with my content on demand again in a way they hadn't in years. And even though, I'll be honest, it is tough, because every day I go through everyone's comments and I have to, look at all these shitty troll comments. They're like, wow, YouTube caught this one and this one. And then there's comments that I have to manually approve. All right. I really wish there were more. Back in the day, I used to get hundreds and hundreds of comments a day. Now I'll be lucky to get 24. No exaggeration. I'm lucky to get 24 comments on my videos a day. But you know what? 24 better than 0. and it's getting better, especially when I start a new hot playthrough or a new project or something interesting. People have a lot to say, and I appreciate that feedback, and I appreciate that interaction that they give me on the videos. And that's a huge thing for engagement that makes this channel basically, more popular. It'll show up in an algorithm again, things like that, okay? Now, my goal is to hit 200,000 subscribers, and I want to do like a big celebration when I hit that, but we're a far away from that, just to be completely transparent with all of you. My growth right now, my growth rate is about, on average, 400 to 600 subscribers a month, okay? I wish it was 1,000. That would be cool, but it's not. It's 400 to 600 a month. And with that, if you do the math, it basically means in about 3-4 months, we'll probably hit the 200,000 subscribers. And I'd like to do a big celebration for that. I don't know what it would be. We have to think about it. But definitely that would be a cool milestone, I feel, to celebrate on the channel. That we finally, after all these years of being stagnant and not really caring about the channel, I built the channel back up and hit a new milestone, right? That would be pretty cool. Now, I just talked about a lot of positive things, right, that we've done here on YouTube. I do want to talk about some of the negative things and the shortcomings of YouTube streaming, because let me tell you guys something. There's a lot of shortcomings when it comes to YouTube streaming, that things that could literally be improved overnight with a flip of a switch or a small piece of code that YouTube has just refused to implement for some godforsaken reason. I've said this before and I'll say it again. I don't understand why YouTube is paying to bring big-time content creators to the site to stream exclusively here when there's literally no incentive for a viewer to want to come here. Yes, I will outright 100% admit to you, my own viewing audience, that as a viewer, watching content on Twitch is better. There's more options, more features, and things over there that are lost here on YouTube that suck that you lose them, right? Just right off the bat. One of the things that I had over there, until I got kicked out of the partner program for no good reason, was the channel points system. Now, the way this points system worked is that the more that you watched a channel's content, you would accumulate channel points. And these points could then be used for silly things, like unlocking an emote temporarily or editing an emote to look a little different, right? Or one of the things that we were doing that we completely lost, that sucks because it was really popular at the time, were channel wagers. You guys remember that? So what would happen is people would watch my channel and accumulate a bunch of points, and then you'd be able to wager said points on a stream. So if I'm playing Call of Duty, we could do a special challenge. Will Phil get 30 kills in this round of Team Deathmatch, yes or no? And people would wager their points, and I'd play the match. It would be suspenseful. People would be going, yeah, I'm rooting for Phil, or rooting against me because they voted against me. And it would be a really exciting atmosphere of competition against each other. Who's going to have the most points? Who's going to have the least points? What's going to happen after this wager, after this wager? And the thing was, it was incredibly harmless. It was incredibly harmless because they had no value. It wasn't like you could redeem them for anything, so it wasn't like real gambling where there's anything attached to it of value. It was just innocent and safe and silly fun. And I absolutely loved doing that. We did it for months, and then it all just went away. YouTube has absolutely nothing like that, okay? That is a huge miss. Why? You can't tell how long someone's watched your channel? Of course they can. They have those metrics right now. They can look at your account and tell me how long your account has watched my channel. They have that data. They just don't care to do anything with it of any kind of fun use. There are alternatives to it, but they're all terrible. For example, you can get a bot that will come into the chat and actually artificially track how long a certain chatter has been in the chat, and then say, oh, you've been on the stream for this amount of time or whatever, you've accumulated this many points, yada, yada, yada. However, it doesn't work well for multiple reasons. First of all, if you haven't noticed, guys, YouTube chat is not as fast as Twitch chat. As I've explained, this is a running comment system. This is not a chat room. So what would end up happening on a lot of YouTube streams that tried to use those bots, a lot of users would want to say, well, how many points do I have? Or how would they use a command to wager? Literally, the whole chat would end up being, oh, this person has this many points. This person has this many points. You have wagered, this many points, this many points. The whole chat. So no one can actually talk. The whole chat just becomes about the wagering system, and it's a big mess. In addition, if you haven't noticed, the bot here lags a bit. When you type in commands, the bot doesn't always respond right away. Now imagine that times 20 as a bunch of people are all trying to use the bot at once to figure out channel point stuff, right? And then in addition to that, on top of all of that, okay, the way that YouTube does streams, and this is really weird, And it is a shortcoming of YouTube, I feel, that I want to call out here. YouTube should improve this. As I stated, YouTube does not treat streams any different from on-demand videos. It assumes your stream is an on-demand video.
It's Dark Days
and treats
fault.
it as such. So this stream right today for this marathon is a set video on YouTube with a URL you use to access it, and that's that. When this stream is done, it will become an archive of the stream and become an on-demand video that you can watch, okay?
Tiger,
let's say I'm going to stream tomorrow. Guess what I have to do? I have to make a whole new location to stream. You don't come back here to watch the stream tomorrow. You got to go to a whole new page to watch the new stream. This is a giant shortcoming of YouTube. It's insane amounts of extra work. It creates so much redundancy. On Twitch, it's not like that. On Twitch, okay, when you stream, there's one location, your channel page.
YouTube mode
That's where you're
on.
streaming. And that's always where you're streaming, and it never moves. It's always the same location. Everyone can bookmark it. Everyone can just go there every day, and it's always the exact same stream. It's super duper easy. Ease of use like out the wazoo. I don't understand how YouTube doesn't get that people want ease of use for streaming. The fact that you have to have a totally different URL, a totally different stream setup every time you want to stream is asinine. It literally doesn't make any logical sense except, oh, it's easier for them to code it like that. Great. You know what? There's a lot of things in life that would be easy if you do it the easy way, but they suck. We want something better. We want something nicer for our audience as content creators on YouTube. We want to have a one-stop place to look and find the streams. Right now, all I can tell you is go to the main channel page of DSP Gaming, and if a stream is live, you'll find it there. That's all I can tell you. There's not even a URL. There was a URL. It was youtube.com/DSP Gaming/live. Or was it live DSP Gaming? I don't even remember. But I was using that every day. Guess what? It stopped working. Just one day, it just stopped working. You try to use it, it shows you a stream from 2 days ago now. This is what happens on YouTube all the time.
Miserable.
They go,
Just miserable.
oh, we just improved something. Oops, on the back end, they disconnected 20 other things that worked and were very useful, but they didn't test it, so they didn't know that. This happens all the time on YouTube. So this is just a prime example.
It's
something
Tevin's
incredibly
fault.
useful, something everyone liked, having one URL for streams. Oh, doesn't work anymore. Oh, well. Oh, thanks. That's
You
one
wanna
prime
play
example
the
of something that
fucking
could
game?
dramatically be improved here on YouTube. Another is having the functionality of subscriptions on Twitch carry over to the memberships here on YouTube. As I told you guys, I absolutely would love if we could get people to become members because it helps the channel, but I've exhausted my options of what I could literally do here with a membership. I don't have the options to give you features like there was over on Twitch. In addition, there's just way less ways here to use memberships on YouTube. For example, on Twitch, there's something called Twitch Prime. For those who don't know, if you're a subscriber of Amazon Prime, which is a twofold service, it's a delivery service where when you subscribe, you get free 2-day shipping, anything you order off of Amazon.com that qualifies. It's a lot of items, by the way. And you get access to Amazon Video, a whole on-demand video service, including original programming, television shows, movies, all kinds of stuff. So tons of people worldwide are Amazon Prime subscribers because they like both of those services. If you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, you also get a free Twitch Prime sub, meaning once a month, you get a free subscription to any channel on Twitch. Okay? YouTube offers nothing like that. They could, because YouTube has a subscription service called YouTube Premium. I want to say it's around like $12 a month. I could be wrong. It's around there. Now, what is YouTube Premium? You get a few things. Number one, you don't have to watch ads ever on YouTube. Ads don't exist for you. But if you watch someone's content that has ads enabled, they get credit as if you had watched an ad. So you're supporting anyone you watch on YouTube if you're a YouTube Premium member. As long as you watch videos, people get paid for their work, which is really nice. In addition, you get options to do things such as download a video. Now, of course, there's tons of third-party programs that you can use to do that. But as a Twitch Premium member, just being able to download any video and watch it later at your own leisure, even if you don't have an internet connection, that's kind of cool. Imagine being on a plane and you know you're not going to have solid internet. You want to watch a movie, you could download the movie off YouTube and watch it on demand on the flight. It's just one of the many features of YouTube Premium. I'm not here to be an advertisement service. I'm just saying this is what it is, okay? Now, why can't YouTube, if they really are trying to bring people to the site to watch live streams, say, hey, because you're a YouTube Premium subscriber, you get a free membership to one channel a month, just like Twitch does. Why not?
Oh, that's cool.
It doesn't seem to make sense at all, right? I just don't understand that. You know, it blows my mind that they don't implement simple things like that that are equivalent to their competition. They don't feel that they need it. JadFX says it's fucked up because, hold on. It's fucked up because on mobile, you don't show up on my homepage, although you're usually the only person live. I need to check my tags for live or manually go to your page. That's the other thing, too. That's what we're going to get to next, okay? When it comes to visibility and discoverability, YouTube is fucking terrible, all right? And I know this for a fact from being a YouTuber for so many years. It's almost impossible to get noticed on YouTube at all unless you already have an audience. Going viral is increasingly rare these days, and getting any attention on anything you do on YouTube is almost impossible. You set up everything the way you're supposed to. Please subscribe to my channel. Please set the notifications on. Then you go live, no one gets a notification. Why not? Because it doesn't work. Because YouTube, again, the coders think they're smart, and I just improved the site. Oops, you disconnected 12 services. But no one knows because no one tested it, and everyone else has to find out on the back end that shit doesn't work. This is one of the things that happens all the time. In addition, on Twitch, there's a hub where you search for things. For example, let's say the hot new game this week is God of War Ragnarok, okay? You can search God of War Ragnarok, and everyone who's streaming it will come up. You can sort by viewership. You can sort by all kinds of criteria. Discoverability is really good for that over on Twitch. On YouTube, good fucking luck finding anyone streaming what you're looking for. They have a streaming page search engine that doesn't really work. Remember, they used to have their own YouTube gaming area? That flopped because it didn't ever work right. It's just a nightmare getting noticed over here. It's like, you need to know exactly the location of where the content is to find it. Or you have to have like the most ridiculous detailed search criteria, like typing in DSP Gaming God of War Ragnarok live stream. Now it'll come up. But if you just type in God of War Ragnarok DSP, you'll never get it. That's how YouTube is. It's just discoverability is absolutely terrible. Okay? It is a huge loss because years and years ago, this is something we're actually going to talk about in today's Down the Rabbit Hole video. I was known as one of the more prominent YouTubers for gaming. Whenever I put out videos, I would show up in the first few pages of search of YouTube because I was such a long-standing content creator. I had that prominence in search engine results. I was in the algorithm. And then overnight, I had to delete a bunch of videos to save my business. And when I did that, YouTube kicked me out of the algorithm. And since then, I can't get back in it. Very rarely do I show up above anything positive. It's always a bunch of negative shit about me because my channel was kicked out of search results. So it's really fucked up that because of the way the algorithm works, that I can't get my content noticed on YouTube. And it's the same thing with these streams. I could be playing the hottest new release and putting out a really good stream, and no one would know it on YouTube. Only people who know who I am and are looking for my content find it. I'm not getting any outsiders really coming in. Now, what I will tell you is this. In the last few months, people have started liking the streams, liking the videos, leaving comments on the videos. That's called engagement. That's actually the criteria YouTube uses to determine if you show up in the search algorithm or suggested video results. And since I really started pushing this heavily in January and February of this year, and since people have now started doing it as a regular thing, like today, I really haven't really mentioned it that much. We already have over 100 likes on the stream. Thank you for that. That consistency has allowed my content to start to actually kind of move over into those results again. So people have actually said, hey, I don't even watch your content and you showed up in my results and I clicked and I'm actually having a good time. So I just wanted to tell you, I found you through, suggested videos or related videos or whatever. My friend Grog from back in the day, we used to be old school Super Turbo players, competitive Super Turbo players in Street Fighter community, had not talked to me or seen or heard of me in years. was searching in January randomly on YouTube and found me streaming Resident Evil 4 because people had liked the stream enough that I showed up in the algorithm. He shows up, watches the stream, and we end up doing a fun Super Turbo session together. You see? When the algorithm works, it's awesome. The problem is, it's so hard to get it to work with the amount of toxic shit on YouTube. It's so hard to punch through it. And I've been here for 14 years. And my channel can't get through some toxic asshole who just sits there and craps on people constantly. Like, what is this, fucking stupid? Yes, the way YouTube is run is incredibly stupid. The people in charge don't actually even understand what's going on in their business. Because if they did, if they had a big picture view and they looked and they saw the toxicity, you really think they would like that? Do they think that's advertiser friendly? But they don't. They're so up their own ass with things like, oh, we want to be like TikTok. Let's do YouTube shorts and shit. They don't see the big picture of what's wrong with their site. And I know that now, being here a full year, trying to make this business prominent again, trying to build this business, I now understand that it's going to be very hard to ever get viewership outside of my core audience. I know that. Now, the good news is my core audience is incredibly supportive. So as long as I'm making content that I feel appeals to them, and maybe every once in a while, I venture outside of my comfort zone, doing something like down the rabbit hole react videos and things like that, now I'm appealing to the core audience, but also I'm pulling in a few newcomers here or there. It's going to be slow growth, but I feel like I've got enough foothold here on YouTube to have growth. We've seen it. We have absolutely seen it. Engagement is up. Overall viewership on particular streams is up. It depends on the stream. Some games, no. Other streams, yes. Like if I'm playing a big AAA release, the viewership's actually been dramatically increased. But then, of course, there's the core audience games like old school throwback stuff, right? And of course, subs. Like I told you guys, we have seen distinct, direct, constant sub growth. It's not fast, but it's still growth. And any growth is better than no growth, stagnation, or shrinkage. No one likes shrinkage of any type. Okay, the last thing that I want to talk about, all right, because this will summarize the whole thing, and then we'll end this segment, we'll get the shout-outs. The one thing that I absolutely love about being here on YouTube full-time, all right, unlike when I was on Twitch for over 4 years, I can be myself, and I don't have to feel like I'm constantly walking on eggshells, watching what I say or how I say it, or God forbid, I accidentally say a naughty word. I'm not going to be just banned from the fucking site with no recourse or defense or way to fix my business. That's literally the situation you are in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on Twitch. At any moment, you rub someone the wrong way, whether it's a moderator or someone running the partner program, legal team. Yeah, legal team my ass. You're so fucking legal. You're a bunch of fucking idiots. Anyway, anyone over there can just at a moment's notice say, we violate our own terms. You're gone. Why am I toxic? Here on YouTube, they don't do that shit. If you actually do violate a rule, they'll warn you. They'll say, listen, you violated the rule. Maybe you get a temporary suspension or you get a warning, right? You don't immediately get kicked out of the whole fucking site. That's ridiculous. This is supposed to be my business. And you're going to treat me like a 5-year-old, right? No. This is my livelihood. This is my business. This is what pays my bills, how I support my fucking family. And you think you just kick me off on a whim because you're having a bad day or because you have a new initiative behind the scenes that you want to kick people off your site who have a troll following? Fuck you. Really. Twitch, fuck you. That's why I'm never going back to you, because you're completely unprofessional and it's been a year. A fucking year. And they still ghosted me and didn't respond to my request to prove that I did something wrong. They refused to do it because they don't have anything. Anyway. Here on YouTube, I can be myself. I can say what I want to say. I can do what I want to do within means. Obviously, if I come on a racist tirade here on YouTube, I'm going to get in trouble. If I'm insensitive to certain groups of people and being a complete dick, yeah, I'll get myself in trouble. But guess what? That's not me. That's not who I am. That's not the kind of content I put out or want to put out. That's not the way I think. I'm not wired as a human to be saying and doing harmful things like that. So I'm happy that here on YouTube, I can actually feel free to be myself and not have to constantly worry about bullshit. All right? The worst that can really happen is getting like a copyright issue, which has happened a few times. Like the other day when I was streaming WWE and they claimed that the video footage that was in the game, somehow I'm broadcasting copywritten content. And even then, all they did was shut the stream off and I was able to easily just come right back and continue on, not streaming that content anymore. They didn't punish me. It wasn't like, oh, you're completely shut down and your business is ruined and everything. It's like, no, they were just like, okay, we understand that was happening. We're telling you don't do it again. And it was fine. There's no bad standing against my channel or anything like that. Are there constant content ID issues on YouTube? Of course there are. Half the time when I'm playing something, the content ID rears its ugly head, claims my content, and now I can't make any money on it, right? But thank God that I have diversified income. It's not just about ad revenue anymore. We've got subscriptions. Oops. We've got memberships. We got super chats, super stickers, tips, Patreon, all these various ways that people support the business. So it doesn't matter if one little way gets shut off. There's a million other ways to make a living. I like that about YouTube. Okay. So, in a nutshell, moving from Twitch to YouTube has not been easy. It was not. It was rough. It was a rough transition. By the way, a lot of people didn't come with me. And I know that. I had consistent viewers, people who were longtime fans over on Twitch, and they just refused to watch YouTube streams. And there's nothing I could do about that. I never wanted to leave Twitch. Twitch fucked up and mistreated me. I'm not going to sit here and be a victim and be attacked and be treated like a little child when this is supposed to be my business. And I've been doing it for so goddamn long, and they're going to treat me with utter disrespect and unprofessionalism. I know when to leave. So
Stop this!
I'm not going back. Here we are in the year anniversary. Some people were like, oh, what's going to happen is when Phil hits that year anniversary, he's going to reapply for partnership over on Twitch. And his big announcement on his anniversary stream is going to be his return to Twitch.
Grow up.
Do you think I'm fucking stupid? And I hate to say this, anyone who goes back to Twitch after
Someone
being
please
mistreated
shut up
like
this
that,
dude
I'm
for
sorry,
being
you're
a
just
moron.
really stupid. They're just going to do it again. You are never going to be immune to it. It's not like it's a learning process. Oh, I just won't do those things again. They're going to get you anyway. They don't care.
wanna
They don't
play
care
the
about you or
fucking
your
game?
business. The fact you keep going back, what do you have, Stockholm Syndrome?
You're
You
repelled,
like being
and
abused?
that's it, because
I
we're just gonna
don't.
waste our time
I
on
want to
it.
be somewhere where my business can flourish and not have to worry about that shit constantly. And I don't have to do that on YouTube. I can grow my audience here and feel safe and feel like this is a place where we can all have a great time together on a daily basis and not have to worry about, uh-oh, can't turn on my stream today because some asshole flagged me for bullshit I didn't do. I mean, you got to be out of your mind if you went back there. Really, I mean it. You got to leave. Now is the time to get the fuck out of there. Really. When you see the holes in the sinking ship, you can either keep trying to plug them, or you can say, fuck this, I'm going to this other boat. Maybe it's a smaller boat. It ain't as shiny and appealing, but at least the boat floats. Right? That's my attitude. Okay. That's it. That's the segment. Thank you all for a great year. Really. Thank you. It's been a great year here on YouTube. It's
been
could have
pretty
been
slow,
absolutely,
not gonna lie.
positively horrible. It could have been a fucking nightmare. It could have gone absolutely terribly. But it went well because of you. Let's do some shout outs. Then we're going to order Thai food. And then we're going to get to the show. I know what you guys want to see. Oh, yeah. So first of all, let's do some shout outs before we do that. Here we go. So, shout out to Bam a Ham Yum. What a name.
I don't have money to do
Look
it.
at the
I
super
don't
chat
have
says,
money
will
to
you
do it.
become
I
a
don't
hot
have
tub
money to do it.
streamer?
I don't have money to
The
do it.
joke's
I don't
on
have money
you.
to do it. I don't have
I've
money
been
to
a
do
hot
it.
tub
I don't have
streamer.
money
I
to
am
do it.
sitting in a hot tub right now. I've done this every single day that I've streamed on YouTube. I've actually been sitting in a hot tub. Anyway, thank you to Toa Idar, who became a member and says, oh my God, JC Abam. I have no idea what that means. What an idiot. But thank you for the super chat regardless. Oh, by the way, it looks like, who was that? Oh, I can't read it. Hold on a second. It's the insanely tiny ant-sized text. Pocket Aces. Okay.
That's really small text.
Shout out to Pocket Aces, who became a
Shit.
channel member or re-upped their membership this morning before the stream had started. Also, thank you to Jared Jackson, who became an ultra supporter on today's stream. So here's what I'm going to do. If I start noticing that there are a lot of people becoming members today, I will periodically check the membership total and update it. I will do that before we start with the next segment of today's stream, because we obviously want to see growth today. I'm hoping we can get towards 450, okay? Tutti Frutti did a super chat saying, how do you manage to always stay positive overall? I mean, it's not easy, especially with a lot of negative stuff thrown my way. But overall, I would say my overall life experience is more positive than negative, you know? And, you know, maybe I'm lucky, because, again, you take a look at a situation like we just watched the Wings of Redemption down the rabbit hole a few weeks ago, and I hate to say it, but I really feel like his life had a lot of negativity and bad stuff behind the scenes. Mine is not like that. Mine has positivity and good stuff behind the scenes, and for the most part, my streams are great. I have great positive time here, so as much as the idiots, all right, are doing negative shit on a constant basis, I don't care. I pay no attention to their bullshit. I don't. You know? I don't care at all about that. You know? Right now, some idiot just did a super chat to try to give attention to the negative idiots out there, saying that there's a restreamer. Okay? All right. Hello, 1,200 idiots. Hello to all of you. I hope you enjoy the content that you're watching illegally. Really, I do. I don't care about you. You're nothing to me. You're like a fart in the fucking wind. You're one of these
Say goodbye.
pointless morons out there on the street that's a mouth-drooling fucking idiot that I don't care about. I'm appealing to my audience, not to you. So go watch someone else's illegal restream and circle jerk each other into oblivion. You're an insignificant person. It don't matter.
Fault.
I don't care. Shout out to Dine, who has just become a member for 2 months in a row. Thank you for the support, Dine. He says, by the way, stay out of the ladies' restroom. That's good advice. I guess I'm going to have to do that. Okay. On the tip side of stuff, let's do some shout-outs. We start off with Slayer, who did a $1.50 tip this morning. And Slayer says the following. Congrats on your 1-year anniversary returning to YouTube. Thank you. Thanks for reading my email and checking back on my suggestions. I did. I actually finally last night took some time to look at Slayer's suggestions for some future React content.
Rent-free in their head.
His question is, out of the video or the channels that I checked out, what would I think of them? So he suggested 2 different kinds of channels. This is interesting because, you know, as I said, in the future I'm going to look to diversify my content. And you guys really seem to like, so far, the 2 React projects that I've done. I guess you'll see if you like this one today, right? And Slayer wanted to suggest a variety of stuff to look at to see if I might want to react to that kind of stuff in the future. So the first channel that he suggested was a very factual channel. And what I mean by that is, even though the videos were quite short, maybe around 5-6 minutes in length, they covered a lot of data. And I feel like this is a fascinating channel for people who like science or like statistics. The video that I watched in particular was a video about realistically how deep could people drill on the Earth's surface? Could they get to the center of the Earth if they wanted to? And after watching the video, without spoilers, the answer is no, at least not now with modern technology. But it outlines all the attempts people have made to drill into the, you know, the surface of the Earth over the years. Okay? And it was very fascinating. But it wasn't anything I think I could really react to in any kind of an intelligent manner. I don't know anything about the subject. I don't really have anything to add. All I can really say is, oh, that's fascinating. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I didn't know that. It's Tevin's fault. That's the kind of React content I think is shit. Someone has nothing to add at all, I think that's crappy. Okay? Now, there's another channel, all right, that I watched. And that channel was kind of interesting. This particular person covered topics that were meant to be like, let me put it this way, like urban legends, but not really, because, again, I don't know, I didn't corroborate and I didn't research the channel, but supposedly the guy covers factual topics, things that really happened. Like, for example, there was a house. It's
Dark Dave's fault.
Where there was axe murders in the 1800s. So a group of supposed paranormal investigators went in 2014 to do an overnight investigation of the house, and one of them committed brutal suicide in the house. Although no one had any idea that the person was suicidal or ever had any tendencies of this, they killed themselves.
I don't care.
Interesting. And it's interesting not only to hear the story, but to comment on that, like say, wow, I wonder what happened there. And, you know, that could be kind of interesting, I feel, right? I feel like that could be something that maybe has potential for a React style video, okay? However, I don't know if anyone like that would ever allow me to react to their content. I like the suggestion. I would have to look into it. So I'd say thank you, Slayer. I would say one was a hit and one's kind of a miss. But the hit may work out if I do end up reaching out to that person in some way. We'll see. Okay? We'll see what happens. Chocoboko tipped $1.50 and says, I was hoping that Thai food would win, and now that it has, I'm going to order Thai soup for lunch. It's good to be cultured sometimes. Yeah, they have soups too. They have all kinds of stuff, like I said, and we're going to see because we're going to look at the menu in a moment. It looks like they have entrees that are like their own specialties. Then they have soup dishes, salads, noodle dishes, and curries. So a lot of variety of stuff there that I could try out. Let's see here. An anonymous tipper to $1.50 saying, this will be a great stream. Thanks for putting out a good show. All the different events going on makes it feel like a big event. Yeah, and I think it's a cool time to do a good variety of stuff and a bunch of firsts. Like, first time I'm reacting to anything about me, right? First time to do a WWE sim match. First time trying out Thai food with you guys. You know, like a lot of firsts. It makes it feel like an epic event. Haseo has tipped $5, and as of now, that's the top tip of the day. So I'm going to go ahead and add that to the leaderboard. I just want to remind everyone while I'm doing this, today I'm only doing the one marathon stream. Normally I would do 2 streams with a $150 tips goal on each. Today I'm just doing the one. So I'm aiming to try to raise the $300 that I would normally make between the 2 streams. All right? So thanks in advance to anyone who supports. It would be great if we could hit that. So it's as if I did my 2 normal streams. But the rewards are still the same, meaning 50, 100, 150 is still the one you're going to get.
I really do. I need that money
when we hit
to pay
those.
my bills.
Okay? Okay, it's been pretty slow. So Hiseo says the following. Remember, when we had to use a secret word in the tips so you knew if we were real or fake. I remember during your Crash Bandicoot stream, someone impersonated me, and I was both shocked and surprised by that. Yeah, we're definitely out of those times. That was the worst. That was the worst where we had someone actually committing mass credit card fraud. There was someone who was actually going to the dark web, buying stolen credit card numbers off of there and using those stolen credit cards to give me fake tips that then, of course, would be used to charge back. So you had people coming in, oh, I'm Haseo. I'm this person. I'm that person. And it's a tip, and I'm being supportive of Phil. Come to find out, it really wasn't that person. It was the asshole doing a whole illegal transaction, and then it would get charged back and screw me over on the back end. Pretty shitty, you know. But those days are gone, thank God. Thank you for the tip. PlayCool18 to the $1.50. He says, you just made 40 recently. Last 2 weeks, I just turned 30, but rather than feeling pressured or stressed out, I want to have a family or a job by now, still studying. I feel relief and pride for finally having a direction and a goal that I'm working for. Same for you. When you have a goal that you're working towards, it can really make you feel like a motivated individual, like you want to hit that goal. If you don't have any particular idea where you want to go in life or set goals, you can feel like you're kind of floundering around in a lake and not knowing what direction you're going. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're in a lake, like I want to go over there to that shore because it looks cool because there's a bunch of cabins. Over there, it looks like there may be a fairgrounds. Over there's some nice trees. Yeah, you have to head in a direction, not just sit in the middle of the lake, right? For me, my goals are I want to grow this channel. First thing, I want to hit 200,000 subs this year, and I know I'm going to do it within a few months. As long as I keep the pace I'm on. I want to continue to make improvements to my streams. I want to continue to branch out and do new projects and things that keep it fresh while still maintaining the quality of gameplay for my core audience. I want to improve this year with my setup. I really, by the end of this year, want a new PC and a new setup so that things look better and I can do better things and not have to worry about frame rate dips and choppiness and all kinds of issues. I'm hoping we can reach that this year. You know, that's kind of my short-term goals. My long-term goals, of course, are to get financially back on my feet to a point where I'm back kind of where I was when I was on Twitch, because that is one of the things I didn't mention on today's pre-stream, but I'll just briefly gloss over it. I'm nowhere near as much profitability here on YouTube as I was on Twitch. With the amount of subs and the cheers that I had coming in on Twitch, they were way more than what I make on YouTube. Okay? I'm just being honest. So because of that, I'm making less, and making less, it's harder. Things are tougher. That's why some months I'm telling you how I'm like paycheck to paycheck to pay shit. It's not good. It's not a good feeling. I feel like long term, if we can build this up right here and have more consistent super chats and things coming in, I can get back to the level where I was on Twitch, because the tips have remained great. Tips are still great, but it's everything else that's declined, and I haven't caught up. Even in the year I've been here, it's a slow build, you know? So I think eventually we'll get there, but yeah, at this point, it's about slow building the channel, making the improvements I can, and trying to get stability and trying to do some variety. While in the long term, absolutely, I want to get back to where I was on Twitch, and maybe then I can actually have some time to myself, have an extra day off with my wife, maybe go on an actual honeymoon.
Thanks
but
to Jubbity
that's so
Bubbity
far off
for
in the
joining the
distance, there's
hate
no point in
army.
thinking about it at this point. Alice Telebon to me $1.15 says, I really like your segment earlier this week on the Capcom guy who got fired for speaking on Fei Long. Awesome commentary and perspective from you. I'm still confused about the situation because I don't think there's been a definitive answer on really what happened there. But yeah, I really like doing this pre-stream podcast because we get to talk about stories like that, you know. I do believe we have another... Let's see here. I do believe that we have another... Yes, Babu Chan just became a channel member. 8 months in a row. Thank you for 8 months of support, Babu Chan. I appreciate that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're not done because now we are going to order Thai food. Are you guys ready for this? I hope you're ready because I'm ready. Okay. So, let me close and reopen my app here. Oh. I can't order from the restaurant I wanted to order from because I was going to order from this restaurant and it claims it's temporarily closed. What that means is they've shut off ordering from online services, which I don't understand. So I have to order from a different restaurant entirely now. Let's take a look here. Oh, I'm spelling it wrong. Hold on. Yeah, it really sucks. I was going to order from them, and they're claiming they're closed, and I can't order from them. That's bullshit. That sucks. Well, I got to find another one on the fly. Let me see, 'cause there's a bunch. There's a lot of Thai restaurants out here, like a ton. Let's see here. I'm trying to find one that's not too far away. Like, some of these are like an hour away. It's like, dude, do you really want the guy driving for a freaking hour? Like, that's not going to work. It's going to end up being cold, right? By the time it shows up. That's not good.
What do I do?
See, there's a few close by, but sadly they're not rated as well. Which means that they're probably not as good. Of course, this one has a discount, but they're not rated as good. Special discount. Oops, our ratings are low. Son of a bitch. That one's even way lower. Damn, I'm definitely not ordering from that one.
Copper, 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 copper. Fuck you, copper, copper.
Yeah, it's weird.
There,
A lot of
fuck you.
these shut off their delivery stuff for today for some odd reason. There's like 6 or 7 of them. The highest rated ones, too. You know what I think happens is on certain days, like weekends, certain locations will say we don't want to have the online ordering and delivery because we want to focus just on our cuisine because we know we're going to get a lot of clientele in person. So I think they shut off the online orders so that way they could just focus on that. The problem with that is then, what if I wanted to order from there? They have good food. Oh, can't get it. Son of a bitch. Okay, maybe we'll do this one. Look at this one. This one absolutely does delivery. Let's see what they've got. Actually, this looks incredibly similar to the other place that I was looking. I just want to see if they have similar stuff. They do have similar stuff. It's almost identical, actually. They have all the same soups. They have curries. Oh, wow. They have a lot of good stuff. Oh, my God. They have gluten-free noodles. Gluten-free. I guess you know what it is. I think all their noodles are gluten-free. They are. All their noodles are gluten-free. Oh. Okay, I think we're going to go with this place. This place looks like they got a good variety of stuff. Okay? All right, we're going to order. You guys ready? So I'm going to go through the menu today. Here's what it says are some of the popular Thai food items, okay? The classic pad Thai, of course. This is thin rice noodles
Hulk
with
Hogan's
egg,
dick.
bean sprouts, scallions, cabbage, ground peanuts, and your choice
Someone
of protein.
please shut up this dude.
And the
for
proteins are
being a
beef,
moron.
mixed veggie, chicken, pork, tofu, fried tofu, or prawns. Now, one of the signature things about Thai food is that they all have spice levels that you can select. So today, I want to get like 2 dishes to try with you guys. So I'm thinking, one, we should do a relatively low spice level, like maybe a 2 out of 5. And another one, maybe we'll go like 4 out of 5. I don't want to do 5 out of 5 and make it inedible. But I'm thinking maybe go like 4 out of 5 and really try to get a spice level going, you know? So, pad Thai, that's a typical thing. That's a typical Thai dish that everyone gets, right? Now, there's one that I've had at a different Thai restaurant. It's called crispy garlic chicken. Crispy fried chicken, sauteed in a rich garlic sauce and crispy basil. I'm going to be honest with you guys. The one time that I got it at a different restaurant, I didn't like it. It was really sweet. Like, this crispy chicken is basically has a glaze on it, and the glaze is like really sweet, sugary, or even like honey. And then it's just all you taste is garlic, basil, and sugar. You don't even really taste the chicken. So I don't think I want that, especially because I've already had it before. I don't think I want that one. Pad See-Ew. What is this? Thick rice noodles, eggs, broccoli, and a sweet soy sauce with your choice of meat. They actually are showing it with the shrimp, but you can get it with a lot of different stuff. That looks pretty good, actually. Pad See-Ew. Now they have all right, let's actually go into the individual sections, okay?
Miserable. Just miserable.
Salad. Do I really want to get a salad? When they have other stuff, do I really want to get a salad? I mean, here's what they have. Prawn papaya salad, cow crab guy, larb guy, yum now salad, and yum woo sen. I'll just read one randomly. Yum now salad, sliced beef, lettuce, cucumber, tomato, red onion, cilantro, and a lime vinegar dressing. It actually sounds good. But guess what? It has the spice level. They even spice their salads at this place. That's interesting. But anyway, I get the feeling you guys probably don't want to see me eat a salad, right? You want to see me try to eat something different. Right? All right, let's go. Here's some soups they have. Tom Yum soup. It's a hot and sour soup with lemongrass, lime juice, kaffir lime leaf, chili paste,
you're just gonna waste our time
onions,
again.
tomato, mushrooms, and cilantro with your choice of meat. That's interesting. Although, admittedly, I'm a little skeptical about ordering soup. Sometimes we order soup as a part of a meal and it leaks on the way here. This has happened a couple times. I'm a little worried, especially if it's a spicy soup, of having leaky spicy soup all over the place. Tom Kha soup. It's a hot and sour soup with, this one's coconut milk. So it's a white soup because they put a ton of coconut milk in it. Huh. Cow soy noodle soup. Thin egg noodles, bean sprouts, yellow curry. So it's in a yellow curry sauce. Crispy noodles, crispy shallots, lime and cilantro with your choice of meat. These all look good to me. They seriously look all good to me. Okay, here's some curries. Let's go through the different kinds of Thai curry because I know nothing about any of these. Maybe we should order one of these. I'm actually strongly considering one of these. Okay? So, Penang curry paste, coconut milk, kaffir lime leaves, bell peppers, and basil with your choice of meat. Right? That sounds pretty good. There's yellow curry, which is cashew nut, carrot, bell pepper, onion in a yellow curry sauce, as opposed to the one that has the coconut milk in it. Right? Penang is the best. Oh, yeah? Red curry, bell peppers, bamboo shoots, basil, red curry, and coconut milk. Green curry, which is zucchini and eggplant, bell pepper, basil, green curry paste, and coconut milk. These all sound good. I probably like any one of these. They all sound delicious. Masaman curry, potatoes and carrots with pineapple, onion, and massaman curry sauce. That's like an orange curry sauce. Or pineapple curry. Special curry blend with coconut milk, bell pepper, pineapple, and your choice of meat. They all look good. They're all good, man. Oh my God. All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to do a poll for a curry right now in the chat. I can only do 4 options. So which Thai curry will we order? Will it be Penang? Will it be yellow? Will it be red? Or will it be green? There's your options. Over 600 people watching right now, I know, watching me order from a menu. Please vote on the type of curry that I will order, because I'm going to get one of those. Okay? Now let's scroll down to the noodle dishes, because I definitely want to get a noodle dish of some sort. So we'll have a curry and a noodle dish. So you guys already know the pad thai. I'll read it again. Pad thai is thin rice noodles with egg, bean sprouts, scallions, cabbage, and ground peanuts with your choice of meat. Okay, that's the typical. All right. No, I didn't put massaman on the poll. It was further down. I went for the first 4 that were basically in the menu. So I couldn't fit 5. Okay. Wow, a lot of people are voting for the Penang. The Penang is in the lead right now.
Fucking game?
Yeah. Okay, so that pad thai, pretty typical Thai dish. Pad see is thicker rice noodles. So not the thin ones, but thick rice noodles with eggs, broccoli, and sweet soy sauce with your choice of meat. So totally different. One is thin noodles with a bunch of bean sprouts and peanuts. The other one is thick noodles with broccoli and a sweet soy sauce. That sounds pretty good. Pad kimao. This is thick rice noodles again with egg, bamboo shoots, tomato, onion, bell pepper, broccoli, basil, and a soy sauce. That sounds like it could be pretty. I like a variety of veggies. So this sounds good to me to have like a big variety of veggies, right? Pretty good. Then they have what's called golden noodles. Thick rice noodles with egg, yellow curry. So this one is a noodle with curry sauce.
You're going to be banned.
Broccoli, onion, bell pepper, green beans, carrots, and basil with your choice of meat. Okay. By the way, Penang is taking off. It looks like Penang is going to win.
Someone please shut
Currently,
up
we
this
have
dude
almost
who's being
200
a
votes in
moron.
climbing, but Penang is way in the lead, so we're probably going to end up getting the Penang curry today. Sounds good. Cashew noodles. Listen to this. Thick rice noodles with eggs, cashew nuts. I love cashew nuts. Bell peppers, onions, carrot, mushroom, and a chili sauce. So that's probably going to be a little bit more spicy because it has a chili sauce to it. Ramen noodles. Thick rice noodles with egg, bean sprout, spinach, and peanut sauce. Choice of meat. Wow, these are all cool. These are all good, man. All right. And then pad wu sen. Bean thread noodles. I have no idea what a bean thread noodle is, and it's not clear from the picture. Egg, cabbage, tomato, pineapple, scallion, bean sprout, and celery with your choice of meat. All right, here's what we're going to do. Penang has won. We're absolutely going to order the Penang curry. That's happening. Okay? I'm going to go ahead and let's see. I'm going to add, they say jasmine rice is only like $1 extra. I'll get some jasmine rice with it. Okay, what kind of protein do we want for our Penang curry? They're suggesting shrimp.
I need
But you
that
can do
money. I
beef.
really do. I need that money.
Chicken,
bills.
pork, fresh tofu, or fried tofu. And I'm okay with all of those. All right? Toa Idar, thank you for the super chat. I have no idea what your message means,
I don't have
though.
money to do it. I don't have money
None
to
at
do
all.
it. I don't have money to do
Let me
it.
get you
I
on the
don't have money
leaderboard
to
for
do
that
it. I
super
don't have
chat.
money to do it. I don't have money to do it.
Okay. Oops. I don't know what happened to the O. Let's see. A lot of people are saying chicken or shrimp. Clay JT says try fried tofu. I've never had fried tofu before. Shrimp? Chicken? Everyone's like chicken or shrimp. Chicken or shrimp. You know? They're showing it with shrimp, so I kind of leaning towards shrimp. Thank you, Guts. He says, happy 1 year anniversary.
Stop this!
By the way, Play Cool, I see you did tip me, and I will shut that out in a bit. You want me to read it, Toa Idar? It doesn't make any sense. He says, I do not make mistakes of that kind. I want orange. It gave me lemon lime. It's the maintenance man. He knows I like orange, and they do it on purpose. I have no idea what that means. It must be a quote from something. Okay. I have no idea.
What do I do?
All right. How about this? Let's do shrimp for the curry, but let's do a completely different protein for the noodle dish. Okay? Oh, wait, I gotta select my spice level.
Now he's talking about WWE champions.
Okay.
Piece of shit.
Do we want the noodles?
You piece of
or do we
donkey
want
shit.
the
How about
curry to be
this?
spicy? Because
How about
one of
this?
them I'm gonna do.
WWE
It's up to
champions.
5 stars of spice.
All right.
One of them I want to do
WWE
2.
champions lives rent
and one of them I wanna do
your
4.
motherfucking head.
Okay.
I don't
Should
think
the
about
curry be
WWE
spicy
champions.
or should the
You
noodles be
do.
spicy?
You probably know way more about the
Hot
fucking
curry
game
with
than
the
I
shrimp?
ever will.
Oh, man.
Because you're an idiot. You're an
I'm
obsessed
gonna burn my fucking
loser.
mouth out.
Okay, then.
Curry. Everyone's saying make the curry hot. All right. I'm not going 5 because I'm not crazy. I'm going to go level 4 spice level. Okay. All right. So we got the what's it called? The Penang spicy curry with prawns is the first one. Okay. All right. Now,
Those are
here's
so
what we're going to do. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't think I want to do pad thai. I've had pad thai before a long time ago,
Okay.
but still I've had it.
Fair
It's
enough.
good, but I kind of
All
want to
right.
do something completely different. All right. So what I think I'm going to do, I'm going to pick 4 noodle dishes, and you guys are going to vote on the 4 noodle dishes to determine what I'm going to do. So the first one I'm interested in is Pad CU. I'm going to start putting these up. All right. Here's what Pad CU is. It is thick rice noodles with egg, broccoli, and a sweet soy sauce. Okay. Then we've got
Blah 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 blah.
Pad Keemao. This is thick rice noodle that also has egg, bamboo shoot, tomato, onion, bell pepper, broccoli. Oh, you know what? That's actually better.
Stop
The
this!
Pad Keemao is better than the Pad CU. So I'll actually say, forget Pad CU. The first option will be Pad Keemao, and here's what it is. Thick rice noodles with egg, bamboo shoot, tomato, onion, bell pepper, broccoli, basil, and a soy sauce. Okay? That's option number 1. Option number 2 is golden noodles. Thick rice noodles with egg, yellow curry sauce, broccoli, onion, bell pepper, green bean, carrot, and basil. Okay? Option number 3 is this cashew noodles. Thick rice noodle with egg, cashew nuts, bell pepper, onion, carrot, mushroom in a chili sauce. So every sauce is different. First it was soy, then it was yellow curry, now it's chili. Okay? And then the last option is called ramen noodles. This one is thick rice noodles, egg, bean sprout, spinach, and a peanut sauce. So every one of them is different. Let's put these up in a poll, and I'll re-explain to you guys what they are. This is cool. So the first one is called Pad Keemao. Oops. The next one is called Golden Noodles. Dead air. And that one has, let's see here. Curry sauce. The next one is cashew noodles.
It's been pretty slow.
And that one has a chili sauce. These all sound good. Damn, I'm getting a little hungry
play the
now.
fucking game?
And the last one is ramen noodle.
Stop this!
And that one is peanut sauce. Okay, the poll is going live right now. Please vote. I'm going to go through these again, okay? So option number 1 is called Pad Keemao. I'm going to read it again. This one is thick rice noodle with egg, bamboo shoot, tomato, onion, bell pepper, broccoli, basil, and a soy sauce. Okay, that's pad ki mao. Second option is golden noodles. This one is thick rice noodles, egg, yellow curry, broccoli, onion, bell pepper, green beans, carrots, and basil. Okay, so that's a kind of curry noodle dish. Our third option is cashew noodle. This one has thick rice noodles, egg, cashew nut, bell pepper, onions, carrots, mushrooms, and chili sauce. That sounds pretty good. And then last but not least, ramen noodle, which is thick rice noodles with egg, bean sprout, spinach, and a peanut sauce. Pretty interesting, huh? All right, the vote is going, and it's close right now. Wow, it's close. An early lead is cashew noodle, but right behind it is ramen noodle. So that's chili sauce with cashews versus a peanut sauce. Oh, it sounds good. It sounds good. Oh, that sounds delicious. I may also get an appetizer. One of the classic appetizers of Thai food is something I've never tried before. It's actually called, where is it? Now, where is it? Chicken satay, which is chicken skewered, curried with a yellow curry, also cooked in coconut milk, and you get pickled cucumbers and a peanut sauce with it. It's like these chicken skewers you dip and eat. They look completely unique. I've never had anything like that. So I might try that. All right, currently cashew noodles in the lead. Please keep voting. We still have around 600 people, and we've got about almost 200 votes now. Let's keep it going. Haseos are making him hungry. I'm not surprised. In the meantime, shout out to PlayCool18, who took $1.50. He says, it's funny, despite being 10 years older, late in living life, it feels much better now than at 20. I feel the same that is for you, comparing to where you were at 30 versus 40. It took us long to get here, but what we have now is way better than 10 years ago, and it feels nice. So what Play Cool is alluding to or referencing is I've said recently, I feel now at 40, my life is way better than when I was 30. Seriously. Like, my life right now is a much nicer life. Less, actually, in my opinion, less stressful, less drama. I have a nice family life. I'm happily married. You know, I have a nice house. I have a job that I love. I mean, the financial side of things could be better, but outside of that, everything's pretty good. And I like myself and my life now way more than who I was and what my life was 10 years ago. And I completely agree with PlayCool in that regard. Absolutely. Thank you for the tip, man. Okay. All right. With 200 votes in, Cashew Noodle is in the lead. This is the one with cashews and chili sauce by about 5%. I think we're going to say, let's end it at that, and we're going to get Cashew Noodle. That sounds absolutely delicious. I hope it is. We won't know till we try, right? But let's go ahead and add that. And I'm going to go talk to my wife and see what she wants. Get her a nice, delicious dinner here. Where the hell is it now? Now I lost it. Oh, I skipped it. I was in the fried rice. Here we go. Cashew noodle. Oh, wait. We have to determine the meat. So for the cashew noodle dish,
It's none of anyone's business.
we already got shrimp for the curry. Should I get beef, chicken, pork, fresh tofu, or fried tofu? Which one should I get there? You know what? I think I'm going to eliminate pork. I don't think I want pork. I'm not in the mood. I had pork chops for dinner last night, so I don't want pork today. You know what? Let's do a poll. This will be the last poll, and then I'll order. So here we go. Which protein for the cashew noodles? Will it be chicken, beef, fresh tofu, or fried tofu? All right, vote. Here we go. The final poll. I love being able to do these polls. Awesome. All right, guys. Poll is up. Thank you, Cheerio Eaters. Congrats on 1 year on YouTube. Thank you. Let's vote on the protein, my friends. Proteins. I've never... Now, for the record, obviously I've had chicken. Obviously I've had beef. I've had tofu, but not in big amounts. I've had tofu before when I was in high school.
I was
There was
completely
some
worthless.
vegetarian food left over from an ex-girlfriend of my friend's dad. Yeah, my friend's father had a vegetarian girlfriend who then he broke up with but he still had food of hers in the house, and we tried some of it. It was like
They said, Phil, you know, we
Vegetarian,
contribute to you, but it always seems like it's a
like
black
tofu,
hole because it
we
always seems
tried
like
them
no
and
matter
thought
how
they
much
were
we
absolutely
contribute,
disgusting.
always
We were like,
still have
oh,
problems. You're always
can't
still
eat
in
this
debt
shit.
and
Who would
nothing's
eat
getting
this?
better.
It was absolutely
I
hilarious.
agree with
when we
you.
tried it. But then years later, I've had tofu and things like, you ever had miso soup? It's a classic soup that has
I don't
a
care.
broth with scallion, but pieces of little cubes of tofu at the bottom.
What the hell are you
And I've had it
talking
in there,
about?
and I think it's good. So I've never really had tofu as like the
I
main
was very
protein of a
confused.
dish. It's made by, for those who don't know, tofu is soybeans that are processed and formed into a different form. So it would either be just the tofu
I
itself
hate my
or a
job.
fried version of it. People are voting right now. Let's see
You
here.
mashed a button and got a random throw.
Right now, it's between beef and fresh tofu. Fresh tofu is at 31%, while beef is at 28%. Fried tofu is 22%, and then chicken is 19%. Interesting. I guess you guys are looking out for my health. You're like, we don't want any fried for Phil. Give him the fresh.
If I could get down on my hands and knees and
That's
say
good.
thank
You know,
and
I am
still be
getting
on
older.
camera, I would do it.
No, Kat probably will not get the same as me. I'm sure she'll get something different. Likely. Haseo says, I think tofu will be good. It can be good in the way that it's
Go,
prepared and how it's
Fatty
handled.
fat fuck.
Thank you, Jade. This is happy 1 year anniversary. Thank you, Jade. Good to see you. Lots of people here. Like I said, here's what we're going to do. Once we determine this final thing, I'm going to go on a break. I'm going to go order with my wife, come back in just a couple minutes, and we're going to do DSP Reacts to Down the Rabbit Hole Dark Side Phil. That's what's next on the agenda right here on the stream. So get your butts ready. And by the way, I will tweet and post when it's starting, so people who maybe weren't here for the pre-stream and want to watch will be here. It'll be cool. No, I do not miss Twitch, although there are a few things that obviously are big shortcomings here. We already outlined them on the pre-stream today. I very much like being here on YouTube. I would never go back to Twitch. Thank you, Yoshino Lover. He says, happy 1 year anniversary. Wow, the poll has flipped. It's now beef at 32% and fresh tofu at 29%. So you guys only have a little bit more to vote if you haven't. I mean, there's hundreds of people who haven't voted yet. If you want to see something other than beef, now would be the time. But hey, I'm not going to complain about beef. Today's basically my cheat day of eating things that I shouldn't be eating. And then after this, I'm back to no red meat, no shellfish. I'm trying to think what meals we have left. Turkey burgers one day. And what's our other meal we're doing this week? Oh, we're having salmon this week. Yeah. I'm actually having salmon for dinner one day this week, which I never eat. So it'll be good. I like salmon. Oh, the beef is still in the lead by 2%. Fresh tofu is behind it by 2%. It's beef 33%, fresh tofu 31%. Almost 300 votes. Still climbing. Tofu or no food, says Will. Ew. Fartnark says vote tofu. No. Any food not on the toes, please. That's disgusting.
Special delivery.
Thank you guys very much. For over 100 likes. We're 166 and climbing already, and we haven't even really started yet, so thank you guys. Chris B says, I'm so excited for this. Congrats. Thank you, Chris B. Hope it turns out well. I hope you guys like it. We'll see.
Alive and well in Israel.
Salmon is delicious. I agree.
It's
When
been
salmon is
pretty
prepared
slow.
well,
Not gonna
has good things
lie.
with it, it's delicious. I don't know if I would just eat the plain salmon, but when it has a glaze or it has a rub or it has other things you eat with it that make it, complement the flavor, I think it's really good. Guys, I think we're gonna stick a fork in it. Beef is still winning by 2%, and even with more people voting, it's not really moving. So it looks like we're going with beef. All right, so it's gonna be beef in our cashew noodles, and I'm going to do the 2-star spice level. Remember, we're doing 4-star for the curry, the Penang curry. So we're going to go 2-star for the noodle dish. All right. All right, guys. Thank you all for a great pre-stream podcast. Now, here's the deal. I'm going to go on break for a few minutes. It's not going to be long, maybe 5-10 minutes. Because I'm going to order with my wife. I'm going to use the restroom. When we come back, it will be DSP Reacts to Down the Rabbit Hole Dark Side Phil. And I'm going to tweet out and post up when we start. So those who aren't here will
money
join.
reduces your
And
salt
it's
level.
coming. I know this is what you guys are waiting for. All right?
What the fuck?
All right. So I will see you guys in a few minutes. Thanks for a great pre-stream podcast. And I'll be back in just a little
I
bit.
need that money. I really do. I need that money
Okay.
to pay my bills.
In fact, what I'm going to do, guys, before I leave, let's get this all set up. So let's get rid of this. Let's make my webcam full screen now. Whoop. Let's add this Hold on. It faded out. There it is. Okay. So this part's ready to go. Let's see if the other part's ready to go, actually. Leaderboard will need to be moved. We're good to go. Look. Here we are, the new setup. What do you think? You like this setup? I got the border and everything going. Pretty cool, huh? I really like being able to make it look better for you guys. We've only done this twice. This is the third time I'm doing a react, and already, look, we got cool borders and everything.
YouTube mode on.
All right, let's go on a brief break for me to order. I'll be right back, guys. Thank you, and I'll see you in a little bit.
I don't care.
Thugs on the floor, we got thugs on the floor. Shoot 'em in the face, cause it's thugs on the floor. Thugs on the floor, we got thugs on the floor. Shoot 'em in the face, cause it's thugs on the floor. Thugs on the floor, we got thugs on the floor. Shoot 'em in the face, cause it's thugs on the floor. Thugs on the floor, we got thugs on the floor. Shoot 'em in the face, cause it's thugs on the floor. Shoot 'em in the face, cause it's thugs on the floor. Shoot 'em in the face, cause it's thugs on the floor. Thugs on the floor. Bugs in the air, we got bugs in the air. Flying everywhere, fucking bugs in the air. Bugs in the air, we got bugs in the air. Flying everywhere, fucking bugs in the air. Bugs in the air, we got bugs in the air. Flying everywhere, fucking bugs in the air. Bugs in the air, we got bugs in the air. Flying everywhere, fucking bugs in the air. Flying everywhere, fucking bugs in the air. Flying everywhere, fucking bugs in the air. Bugs in the air. Shepherd on the floor, it was Shepherd on the floor. Shoot him in the face, cause he's on the fucking floor. Shepherd on the floor, it was Shepherd on the floor. Shoot him in the face, cause he's on the fucking floor. Shepherd on the floor, it was Shepherd on the floor. Shoot him in the face, cause he's on the fucking floor. Shepherd on the floor, it was Shepherd on the floor. Shoot him in the face, cause he's on the fucking floor. Shoot him in the face, cause he's on the fucking floor. Shoot him in the face, cause he's on the fucking floor. He's on the fucking floor.
Someone please shut up this dude who's being a moron.
That's how we fucking do, son.
Tiger, tiger, row, tiger, row.
Copper, 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 copper. Fuck you, copper, copper. There, fuck you. Oh no, someone's illegally restreaming you. Oh no. Yes, I do touch my face a lot when I stream, but I'm at home. There's no virus here. There's no way a virus can get into my house. It's isolated. I can touch my face as much as I damn want when I'm at home. When I'm out, then I should not be touching my face until I have a chance to wash my hands. You know, then it's okay again. But you're right. I do touch my face a lot. I agree with you.
is over. My life is over. 'Cause I start thinking again about our time together. When the night is over, my life is over. 'Cause I start thinking again about our time together. When the night is over, my life is over. 'Cause I start thinking again about our time together. When the night is over, my life is over. 'Cause I start thinking again about our time together.
Do you want to play the fucking game? The Ziggy Piggy's
My
back.
reaction to it. Then we're gonna be doing the oh my god, why am I having a brain fart? Feasting with the King when the food shows up in a few hours. All right. Then we're gonna be doing the WWE 2K22 30-man fantasy battle royal sim match. Like, that's what's on the agenda for today. And if there's extra time, then obviously I will do more after that. We'll see how time permits. Okay. However, this is the only stream I'm doing today. So it sure would be great if you guys could support it as if it were 2 streams in one. Usually on each stream, I try to raise $150 in tips. It would be great if we could hit the 2 streams, 300 today on the stream. This stream will be running a long time. I surmise this is going to take at least 2 hours or more. Feasting with the King usually takes an hour. That WWE match will definitely take an hour. So we got a lot of stuff coming up. All right. Thank you in advance to anyone who supports in any way. I really appreciate it. Right now, the top tipper is Hiseo with a $5 tip. We got $11 in tips, so slow start. What can I say?
I don't have money to do
all
it.
right.
I don't have money to do it. I don't have
Let me
money
go
to
ahead
do
and
it.
tweet
I
so
don't have
everyone
money
knows
to
that
do
we're
it.
about
I
to
don't have
start.
money to do it. I don't
Okay?
have money to do it. I don't have money to do it.
It's been pretty slow. Okay. So, over here. By the way, I ordered the food. It's going to come roughly around 4 p.m., just so you guys know when it's arriving for Feasting with the King.
What
So
do I
about,
do?
2 hours, 45 minutes from now, which gives us ample time to do this react video. At the same time, it was quite expensive because I ordered 2 entrees. My wife got an entree, and we even got an appetizer. I'll be trying 2. So,
What do
yeah,
I
it would be
do?
helpful if I could, defray that cost with some support today. Okay. It is
so
time.
hard, man.
Right now, it's DSP Reacts. Down the rabbit hole.
Hint,
Dark
hint,
Side
hint.
Phil. It's what you've all been waiting for, so come join us live. There we go.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my
Like
bills.
I said, guys, I seriously doubt that we are going to get
$16.51
anywhere
from
near the numbers
PayPal.
that I had for the Wings of Redemption video, which was over 1,000 people, if you can believe it. I don't think we're even going to get close to that. I don't think honestly, I don't think me reacting to my own stuff is that big of a deal, but some people seem to really want it, so.
Wow, what a moron.
Okay.
Maybe you shouldn't have just stood still. Paid attention, dumbass.
Good. The restaurant just confirmed my food order, so everything is good to go with that. By the way, quickly, let's see if the members have changed at all. As I told you guys I would. I want to track the members over the course of today. We are at 386. We went up by 1, I believe, right? Okay. Jasper the Cat, give me $1.50, says it's Jasper, not even a rapper. Only this best beat to make my racks grow faster. I got a TV show, so I guess I'm an actor. What the fuck? Anyway, thank you for the tip. Weird stuff.
Are you a functional retard? I have to ask.
Okay.
Listen, man, you suck
What's
ass.
going on?
We were winning, and now we're losing because you are a
So,
failure.
as you can see, we're going to be able to alternate between like this and like this. What is this? Hold on. Wrong thing's clicked. There we go. And like this. We can go back and forth between on the fly, which is cool. I'll do a little intro here. And then we'll get started. All right? Yes, this is live, Derek. Of course it is. Don't be stupid. Okay. Here we go. All right, ladies and gents. Darkside Phil here, and welcome to a very anticipated event. Today, per years of requests,
Why am I toxic?
I am going to react to my very own Down the Rabbit Hole video. A video that was put out in June 2017, and over the course of
You
almost
wanna play the
5
fucking
years have
game?
garnered over 6 million views on YouTube. This video is how a lot, if not most people on the internet know me. They haven't watched my content. They don't know who I am, but they saw the Down the Rabbit Hole video. So it makes sense for me to watch and react to it because it's what most people have heard. Now, this is going to be a little different. I've only done 2 react events before this. One was for Rings of Redemption and one was for a random thing called the Final Fantasy House. Unlike those, okay, in this case, this is something that I have obvious insider knowledge on because it's about me. Obviously, I've already watched the video. I know all about it. I know what it covers. It's only 30 minutes long, so it really tends to gloss over a lot of topics that basically could really benefit either from elaboration, context, or both. And that is really why I feel doing this reaction to it is going to be very meaningful. At the same time, please understand that I know everything in this video because I lived it, all right? So it doesn't make sense to expect that I'm going to be shocked or surprised by anything in this. I will not be. However, I will be able to give you my honest feelings about what I was living through those times, the background to a lot of it, and I feel like this is going to be very interesting to those who like. If you liked this video, hopefully this React project will be very interesting to you, okay? Now, a couple quick things. I've now done this a couple of times, and I know some stuff that's going to happen. First of all, so you guys can see, I have 2 setups that I can alternate between. So we'll be watching it like this, but every once in a while, if I want to pause to elaborate, then I'm going to switch over to this setup, okay? But also, I am wearing neck phones. This is what I use to listen to audio on my content, and you're going to hear an echo. It's not going to be a horrible echo, but you are going to hear somewhat of an echo. It's unavoidable. When I'm playing gameplay, you don't usually hear it. When it's only spoken word like this kind of stuff, you do. There's really no way around it. I can't wear headphones because I get ear infections, so it is what it is, okay? In addition, there are going to be people who are going to be contributing during the course of this event, and I will be stopping to shout them out and add them to the
I
leaderboard.
don't care.
So understand there will be some interruptions during it once I start. Please bear with that, all right? All this will be available on demand on DSP Gaming, my YouTube channel, after the fact. So if you can't watch the whole thing live, check it out. Or if you're already watching it on demand live, thanks. Some great ways to support this kind of content if you enjoy it. You can become a channel member. You can like the stream. You can like the video itself. You can leave a video comment to let me know your thoughts on this type of content.
that
And
money.
if you
I
like
really
it, and
do.
if you
I need
like
that
this
money
particular
to pay my
one,
bills.
how it's very different from the others that I've done because it's about me, right?
Don't shut the
You
fuck
can do a
up.
super chat or a super sticker if
Shut
you're here
up.
live on stream, or you can leave a
Jesus
tip.
fuck.
Something new,
Seriously, won't
super
shut their mouths.
thanks. If you're watching this on demand on YouTube after the fact, you can leave a super thanks on the video to get a highlighted comment, and it also helps support the channel. All that stuff is greatly appreciated. Thank you in advance to anyone who contributes in any way during the course of this event. So, a couple quick shout outs to do. Shout out to I Am Kazam, who just became a channel member. Thank you for that. And shout out to Cracker Jacks, who did a $30 tip. Obviously, the biggest tip of the day so far. He says, congratulations on the year. Definitely today, I am celebrating my 1-year anniversary of coming to YouTube and doing content full time on it. My Twitch TV and YouTube. For a year, I've been exclusively on YouTube, and this is a big, marathon celebratory event I'm doing today. So, if you're wondering why people are saying that, that's why. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's get started. All right? With Down the Rabbit Hole Dark Side Phil, prepare for many pauses, because I know I'm going to have a lot to say. Ready? Woo, hold on to your butts on this one. Here we go. I don't have money to do it. 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 Thank you to Shia, who just re-upped their
I
membership.
don't have money to do it. I
Congrats
don't have
on
money to
one.
do it.
Thank you, Shia. Oh! Now, hold on. I might have to go back because this guy's face is so hideous. I want my audience to be able to see for the rest of their lives. We might have to actually block out the video.
Of the internet's content creators,
Special
there are
delivery.
few so controversial as Philip
Special
Burnell.
delivery.
Now, right off the bat, there are a few so controversial as Philip Burnell. Honestly, I don't see myself as controversial. I see myself as someone who has, they've observed a lot of stupid things I've done, a lot of misfortunes I've had, and they like to make fun of me. I mean, even calling me like a lol cow, like a lot of people do, I can kind of understand that categorization. I don't understand calling me controversial. Like, what exactly is it that I've done that's so controversial?
What do I do?
You know, I haven't been out there talking about
Someone please
crazy
shut up this dude
politics,
who's
leaning
being
left
a
or right.
moron.
That kind of gets me. But anyway, let's continue.
Better known online as Darkside Phil, styled with a Y. He sports a respectable number of subscribers, over 180,000, but the more notable figure
180,000. Now, this video was made in mid-2017. So interesting to note is that right now, in 2022, I only have 198,000 subscribers. Why such slow growth is because I abandoned the channel in 2017 to become a full-time Twitch streamer. And that's one of the reasons why it's been a hard time trying to build the channel back up. You know, I basically dropped it for 4 years and only came back to it a year ago, which caused a lot of stagnation.
is his number of uploads and their frequency.
What do I do?
Here we
Since
go.
2008, he has uploaded tens of thousands of videos, usually 10 to 20 minutes long, and he still uploads more than a dozen daily.
Now, this was 2017. As of today, I think someone did the math, and I think it said it's like, I'm not even kidding, like over 60,000. I could be wrong there, but I think that's what I'm about right now. And yes, admittedly, when I first started back in the day, keep in mind, I've been uploading on YouTube since 2008.
Why are you an idiot if you don't agree? if
They
you
would
don't
not
agree?
allow
Because
you
when
to
you
do
have
lengthy
factual evidence
videos.
of something,
You could only do
constantly
videos that
thrown
were
in your face and
around
you
10
ignore it
minutes
and
in
choose to
length.
believe
If you did
something else,
anything
you're an
longer
idiot.
than that, it would ban your video. But, oh, too long, rejected. So you had to make small snippets of content. It wasn't until, I'd say, probably 2012 when the site started allowing half an hour to an hour-long videos and eventually allowed unlimited. But when you look at this number, you're like, oh my God, how do you upload so many videos? Back in the day, I was uploading, 5, 6, 7 hours of content a day, 10-minute videos each. So I was uploading 60 videos in a day sometimes. That's how it got that high.
If I could get down on my
This is
hands
in
and knees and say
addition
thank
to
you and
another
still be on
channel
camera,
where he
I
uploads
would do
video
it.
logs or vlogs where he talks about himself and what he's doing, typically for over an hour at a time. On his
That channel, by the way, is retired. I retired it as of January of this year. Now all of my content is found right here on DSP Gaming exclusively. At a time, it made sense. It's to separate
Dark
the
Dave's
content.
fault.
When I was uploading 60 videos a day on DSP Gaming, I didn't want to have my vlogs be overtaken by that.
It's
but now
Super
I
Hound's
do
fault.
1+ hour video length, so only uploading like 5-6 videos a day. It makes sense
There's
to put
a
the
sick
vlogging on the same
motherfucker
channel. So
on the
this
internet
channel
called
is
Super
officially done.
Hound, whatever the
his
fuck this
Patreon
idiot's
page,
name is.
he makes over $1,000 every month from nearly
It's
200
Tevin's fault.
different patrons. Searching
That now is false. This is very outdated. This is from 2017. In 2017, my income was very diversified, but as of then, I became a full-time streamer, and when I became a full-time streamer, the focus was more support the streams. So a lot more people started doing things like subscribing to my Twitch channel, cheering, in particular tips. The tips got really good, and this went way down. As of today, this only is around, I would say, between $250 to $300 a month, if that. And that's okay, by the way. Don't get me
I
wrong.
need
I'm
tho-
not
that
mad
money,
about
I
that.
really do. I
'Cause
need
this-
that money
basically, what happened is
to
the
pay my
support
bills.
moved. The
Do you
support
wanna
moved from
play the fucking game?
Patreon over to my streams, and I still get a good amount of support. So even though this is different today, it's not a huge, oh my god, the sky is falling kind of a deal. It's perfectly fine. By the way, I just received a $100 tip from NDO103. He says the following. Happy YouTube anniversary. I've seen some other YouTubers starting to test YouTube gift subs.
Look how
Has
dumb
YouTube
they
reached
are.
out to you about it? I already applied for it. They did not reach out to me. I applied for it through the form that you were supposed to fill out and haven't heard anything since. I don't know what the process is or anything like that. But I already tossed my hat into the ring. Here's hoping that, yes, I will actually
Can someone please shut up this
get them,
dude
because
who's
obviously
being
I
a
would like
moron?
them. And it would help a lot. I had the gifted subs on Twitch. I don't have them here on YouTube. It's one of the big differences between YouTube and Twitch streaming. But I guess we'll see what happens. So because of that very generous tip, we already have earned 2 rewards. Number 1, Gunner glasses. I love it. And number 2, a hat. Now I'm going to do a poll for a hat that I'm going to run in the stream chat for a little bit while we get started here with the event. So let's do a poll here. Which hat is down the rabbit hole best? Let's do cowboy. Let's do Pikachu. Let's do a Viking hat. And let's do fake hair hat. There you go. All stupid hat. So very shortly, I'll be wearing a stupid hat as a reward for people contributing to my content. Thank you very much. Okay, let's continue.
And for him on YouTube, however, brings up far more than just his own videos. There are
Right.
numerous clips and compilations of his gameplay constructed to mock and tease him, while others offer commentary
6
on what
hot
has gone wrong with
loads.
his channel, implying that he once had a loyal and
Like this, he's just scrolling right through the search results for YouTube. It's like, okay, here's a video that got like tons of views. It's about
I don't want
Phil's
any drama
biggest
in the stream
mistakes. Here's a video with tons of views.
You're gonna
And
be
here's a
banned.
video, a challenge to Darkside Phil DSP from DRLP 2 days ago, 77 views. Accept the challenge. Do you really think I'm gonna fucking watch that video?
It's rising
Like,
toxicity.
you're basically talking to yourself. Do you think I've ever watched a single video like that? I mean, come on. Seriously. All right. Let's continue.
often is cited by other content creators as a negative example, though their reasons for doing so often remain vague.
It's like, that's the fucking dark side Phil style of doing things. Blame everybody that isn't you, and people watch to watch you rage. Like, do you want to be the fucking court jester? No, you don't.
$16.51
So that's Total
from
Biscuit.
PayPal.
Rest in peace, Total Biscuit. Passed away several years ago from, I believe, cancer. People do this all the time. People reference me in a really negative light out of nowhere. And I'm like, now, wait a minute. So let me get this straight. Okay, I don't know who you are, right? In a lot of cases, I just don't even know who these people are. Okay.
Miserable.
I've never
Just
referenced
miserable.
you in any of my content in a negative manner at all, right? I don't, you know,
from
Total
Apple
Biscuit couldn't have
iTunes.
been further away from the kind of content that I did, primarily PC gaming, did a lot of commentary, I remember he was famous for doing Reddit posts and things like that. British, like everything about him is like totally, completely different
Failure levels rising.
than anything that I do or whatever. And then I'd be just like minding my own
Dead
business,
air.
and someone would be like, "Oh, did you hear that someone name dropped you in a big negative way today, Phil?" And I'd be like, "No, I don't know. I don't care. I don't pay attention to it." But this kind of shit would happen all the time. And it's like, wow, like how did I become the whipping boy of the internet where everyone drops my name in a really negative way and I don't even know what's going on? Like, I don't know why he did that. At this point, I don't think I ever had a single interaction with Total Biscuit at all. I didn't even really know who he was or care. I've always been a guy who kind of stays in his lane and does his own thing and doesn't necessarily reach out and mention anyone else unless they mention me first. Or there's been some examples that'll actually be referenced here where I did actually do stupid shit, and I will absolutely admit to some of that stuff. But in general, I hear
Oh, here
someone
we
like
go.
Total
Now he's
Biscuit
talking about
referencing
WWE
me.
champion.
Oh yeah, he's
He's
the
a piece of
fucking
shit.
who wants to be the
You
court
piece
jester
of
of the internet.
donkey
Like,
shit.
what do you? Like,
How
why
about
would you even
this?
say that? I don't know who you are.
How about this?
I'm not even popular
WWE
enough
champions.
that reference even
All
made
right?
sense to most of his viewers. You know what I'm saying?
champions
So the
lives
fact that people would name
rent-free
drop me
in
like
your
that,
motherfucking
like this,
head.
another good reference
I
to
don't
this would
think
be
about WWE
all of a
champions.
sudden,
You do. You
out of
probably know
nowhere,
way more about the
Pro
fucking game
Jared
than I ever will.
dropped a really
'cause you're an
negative tweet
idiot.
about me.
You're
It
an
was like,
obsessed
oh, I was just
loser.
searching the internet and I really fell down that rabbit hole of negative stuff about Darkside Phil. Haha, whoops. It's like, what are you talking about? Bro, Jared, I've never referenced you. I don't know who you are. I don't know what you do. Why are you being a dick to me? It seems like people just have to become okay.
Are you
going
gonna
to
just
dick
complain
to
all
me.
night, just leave
But
then?
God forbid that I ever say anything negative about anyone else. It's like, how dare I? But everyone else can just shit on me constantly. And you know, at first it got to me, but after a while, it just got to the point where it was like I got used to it.
This is
I just
moronic.
got used to people being such negative assholes towards me, even though I didn't even know who they were. That I just kind of let it go after.
That's
a while.
stupid little kid
It was funny
shit.
because Total Biscuit and sometimes would say I name dropped him. It's like, dude, maybe once in a blue moon would I ever mention you ever. When someone asked me about you, I would answer a question, and then he's like going on Reddit posts saying, "Yeah, that Darkside Phil who name drops me all the time." Like, what are you talking about? I don't know. Let's continue.
So who is he, and how did he gain the ire of so many?
Good question. Who the hell is this asshole? I never heard of him. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hold on. You want to see my face, and I'm blocking it with my camera. I think he goes through a series of really old pictures of me. There we go. A series of really old pictures of me, and I want to give you frames of reference here. I can tell you, I know where this was taken. This photo was taken at 8 on the Break Arcade in Dunellen, New Jersey, in the early 2000s, mid 2000s. Okay, that is Flash G, also Flash Gordon on the left. He was part of Empire Arcadia, a fighting game and other game esports style group at the time, although they were a big scam. Don't tell anyone. Everyone knows. There's been documentaries about it. But anyway, he was one of the nicest dudes ever. And rest in peace, he actually recently passed away, which is incredibly sad because this is one of the nicest dudes in the fighting game community ever. He was friendly with everyone. He was a really good Super Turbo player. He was playing Super Turbo at the same time I was and learning the game at the same time I was. We were OGs. We were people who were learning kind of the new blood. I mean, look at how young we are in this picture, right? That's me in my early 20s right there. And while we were kind of like the opposition coming up and trying to learn the game and play against the OGs, the original gamers who had learned these games in the early 90s when they were new, we were kind of the new blood. There was a joke going around at arcades at the time. Oh, you got to be like 25 years old to play Super Turbo, so you guys are banned. You can't enter the tournament. Obviously, that wasn't true, but they always would make jokes and stuff about that back in the day. Okay? So, yeah, rest in peace to Flash. Behind Flash is Drew, or Andrew, someone who used to be an old school friend of mine. I knew him from arcades. He actually used to go to the arcade I used to go to. It was called What's Your Game in Bridgeport, Connecticut. And we used to play Street Fighter and King of Fighters together. He's the guy who I played all the King of Fighters games against back in the day. And we actually went to the same high school. I've referenced him many times over the years with fighting game stuff, and also that he was going to be an actor in Project 7, one of a series that I did over the years, but then he bowed out because he got so high that he wouldn't answer his door. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. That's a little bit of trivia. So yeah, this is very, very long ago at 8 on the Break Arcade in Dunellen, New Jersey. Probably at ECC, also known as the East Coast Championships, which was the biggest competitive Street Fighter tournament at the time on the East Coast of the U.S. Okay, so let's go back. I just didn't want to block my own face there. I wanted you guys to see how young I was in that picture. Okay.
Philip Burnell entered the gaming community in the early 2000s as a fighting game competitor. Though he
Oh, by the way, you guys voted for Cowboy Hat. Let me put the Cowboy Hat on. And then we'll continue. I don't want to have this poll going forever. Okay. Again, if you're wondering why I'm wearing the Cowboy Hat, it's because we hit a certain support goal on my stream today, and I always do silly stuff when we hit support goals. So,
He would commonly compete in local tournaments. He struggled to place
Oh, look
and
how
earned
handsome.
himself the title of the King of Hate. Philip himself claims that this nickname was earned due to the unpopular opinions he touts and because he uses the hatred against him as a motivator, but other tournament goers tell a different tale.
Okay. What we're about to talk about is the origin of the King of Hate moniker. Let's see what Frederick Knudsen says the origin is, and then I will actually explain the true story.
They claim that he received this nickname because of his bouts of rage, argumentative disposition, and poor conduct.
Wrong. Completely wrong. That's what people on the internet like to say because they want to slander me, but that's completely false. I can tell you the day. I remember the day that I made that moniker myself. I was actually sitting on SRK forums, and at that time, I was a very argumentative person, okay? Admittedly, I was an internet troll in the fighting game community. I was the guy who always talked shit. I was the guy who always was like, man, don't get in my face at a tournament. I will fuck you up. I will throw you in a trash can. I will, I used to do that. I openly admit it today. I was basically a bad influence on the fighting game community back in the day.
Like an asshole.
Because basically the fighting game community was my outlet. Like, in my real life, everything was boring. My real life was boring, man. I had a shitty retail jobs. I was going to college at the time, and really, I didn't feel like it was going anywhere. My college degree wasn't really going to get me anything. I was working my ass off to get to pass, and I didn't really have a future in anything I was doing in my life. But Street Fighter was my outlet to kind of like let loose and be a larger than life character. At the time, I was a very, very huge fan of pro wrestling. So I kind of drew a big parallel between Street Fighter and pro wrestling. Oh, if you're a big guy in Street Fighter, you could be like as popular as a pro wrestler. Completely stupid. Back then, Street Fighter was grassroots. There was no big sponsorships, no giant streamed tournaments. There was no opportunity to even make a living playing competitive Street Fighter. But that didn't stop me from being a fucking idiot and acting like a fool on the internet, okay? So, after being the guy who talked so much shit, exactly, people are saying you were like a heel.
I need that money.
Exactly.
I
I was like a heel in the fighting game community, right? So, knowing that I was a heel on Shoryuken.com, I remember the day that I had the Darkside Phil account and I made the tagline, The King of Hate. I made an actual avatar that was two red cartoonish looking eyes that had like a brow looking up like this. And the tagline was, so you thought that you could stop me? And the whole idea behind the King of Hate moniker was everyone hates me because I talk so much shit online, but no one could do anything about it because in person, I could hold up my end of the shit talking and win. Of course, that didn't really happen until the mid-2000s. I always fucked up and choked. I will admit this openly to you guys. I always choked whenever I had like a big opportunity to do something big. And I would go, oh my God, Phil made top 5 in a tournament, choke when you get into the semifinals. I would never really hang at a high competitive level until the mid-2000s, which is actually about to be discussed in just a minute here in the Down the Rabbit Hole video, okay? So, in a nutshell, the King of Hate moniker was made by me. It doesn't matter what anyone else says. I made it up. I'm the one who put it on Shoryuken.com. People then took it and said, oh, this happened to happen. Bullshit. The truth of the matter is I invented it. And yes, it was meant to be a motivator. You guys hate me. Fine. Well, I'm going to hate back on you, and I'm going to use that to motivate myself to do well in a competitive way. That's how I always did. Whenever in my life, whenever someone said to me, Phil, you're not good enough. You're a scrub. That was the term back then. You're a scrub, right? You say I'm a scrub, fuck you. Now I'm going to remotivate myself to get better at the game and come back and beat you guys because you said that I suck. That was how I operated back then. I thrived on the hate of others in order to motivate myself to keep going and prove them wrong. That's how the moniker came to be. It doesn't matter what other shit anyone else has made up over the years. That's how it existed, at least in the reference to the Street Fighter community, okay? These idiots always wanted to make jokes about, oh, everyone hates Phil, so he's the king of hate. No, that's not what it really was. It wasn't because I had bad conduct. In fact, completely unlike what Frederick Nugent just said, but that was common belief. In person, I was the nicest fucking guy you could meet. I was super respectful to everyone. Everyone knew that no matter what match it was that I was playing, even if it was a $500 money match, and I lost it horribly and I felt like it was not fair, I would still shake the hand of my opponent. I always put it out there that I absolutely had to be the honorable guy in person. I was absolutely, positively the biggest internet shit talker there was. But in person, I strove to be a nice guy. And it was funny because people who met me in person at tournaments were very friendly with me. People who thought I was a complete jackass met me and were like, holy shit, why are you such a dick online? And I was always like, because I'm just fucking around. I'm having fun, man. It's light. You can't be so serious. I didn't think that anything online was fucking serious. I always thought it was a fucking joke. While these people were so ultra serious about their online personas and all their shit, I was like, why are people being so fucking serious about this? Just joke around, right? I never understood that. So anyway, people who met me online in person never had the impression that I was a troublemaker, a shit stirrer, someone who was causing problems and was argumentative and was threatening people. This documentary makes it sound like I am, as you're about to see, because we're about to see something that's actually very out of reference. Anyway, Malcolm, thank you for 2 different tips here. The first one, he says, happy anniversary. I'm the Unbreakable. Then he says, vest time. And yes, with those tips, we had 150 bucks. Dude who's being you guys now get to vote on a style of vest for me to wear for the rest of today's stream. So let me put that poll up, and then we're going to go ahead and continue with the video. So which vest is down the rabbit hole best? We've got the original beige. We'll do red. We'll do denim. And we'll do a stupid gold vest today. There you go. All right. So get ready, because I believe we're about to do a very meme-worthy clip that a lot of people have referenced over the years as a direct reference of me being an asshole at Street Fighter tournaments. Let's watch.
DSP, stop recording. No one.
Hold on. You can't. My camera placement is bad. He put all the subtitles on the top. Hold on a second here. I want you guys to be able to read the subtitles. Let me put my camera down here. Hopefully this will fix this. There we go. Is that good? Okay. I want you to be able to read that. It's kind of important. All right? So I'm at a tournament, and I'm basically getting yelled at. Here we go.
Get the shit. Play. You can't hold up a tournament.
Oh no, someone's
Interestingly enough, he spelled my name wrong. My name is spelled P-H-I-L-I-P. Frederick spelled it P-H-I-L-L-I-P. I don't know why, because it's been spelled with one L forever. I don't know where he got his information from. Maybe it was just the common spelling, but he got my name wrong.
Where am I playing? You still haven't told me. Jesus Christ, man. Treat you like you're a rookie.
Treat you like you're a rookie. All right, so let me give you some perspective on what's going on in this video. This video is completely out of context. This isn't even from my competitive days of Street Fighter. This video is from much later. This is from my YouTube days. So he's talking about my history as a Street Fighter player, and this has nothing to do with that at all, okay? So, this video was taken during the era of Street Fighter 4, which didn't even come out till 2009. I retired from serious competitive play in 2007. Did I enter tournaments? Yes, I did, but it was more for getting footage for YouTube. At that time, I was already a YouTuber trying to get a variety of content for my YouTube channels. It wasn't about placing. It wasn't about trying to win tournaments. It never was. Go watch my old Street Fighter 4 coverage, and you'll see 9 times out of 10, I'm dicking around. I'm doing a Madness series with a low-tier character. It was never about me trying to be the best player. I wanted to do a variety of content. In fact, I even told my audience back in the day, as much as I would like to be a pro player, it's too time-consuming to do it. I would have to constantly travel, constantly play in tournaments all the time to get to a competitive level. I would love to do it, but I wanted to do a variety of content instead. I wanted to do other gameplay styles, not just focus on fighting games constantly, okay? So, this video, the infamous video,
Dark Dave's fault,
is taken from, it was either a tournament in 2009 or 2010, okay? I actually stopped traveling for tournaments around 2011. This tournament was one of the first tournaments ever held, if not the first tournament ever held, by this certain group of people. I don't even remember who they are at this point. I really don't. I don't remember. They were newcomers. They assured everyone coming to their tournament that they were going to be professional and everything was going to run smoothly. They claimed that they had people who had run tournaments before on their staff.
You're just going to waste our
They
time
basically
again.
promised the world to everyone. And by the way, they had really big prizes promised. Okay?
I am Cat. and
That's why
I'm
a lot of people went. It was
liking my
actually
balls.
one of the bigger tournaments
I said
for Street
that.
Fighter
I am
4
Cat,
ever
and
held
I'm
on the East
liking
Coast
my
at the
balls.
time of the United States, I should say. And I went, rather than going to really play competitively in the tournament, I went to cover
What the
it.
hell are you
I wanted to
talking
film.
about?
I wanted to document the start of the movement of Street Fighter 4 because Street Fighter 4 was a huge comeback for fighting games. Fighting games had been effectively kind of dead when it came to Street Fighter since like Capcom vs. SNK 2, which came out in 2001. So you're talking an 8 to 9 year gap when there was no real competitive Street Fighter at all that mattered. It was all grassroots stuff. All of a sudden, there was a resurgence in the community. There was money coming out, and people wanted to have these big scale tournaments. Okay, so people from
Fuck you,
all over
Treyarch,
the
dumb fucks.
country came to this tournament. All right. I wish I remembered all the details. I don't remember the name of it or who ran it. What I can tell you is that this was one of the worst run tournaments I've ever attended, if not the worst run tournament I've ever attended in my life. It was incredibly disorganized. You could tell from the moment they started, they had never done this before. They had lied to everyone. They had zero experience. They had people having to come over and try to tell them how to run their own brackets because they didn't even understand how tournament brackets were run. They were losing the
So
data.
if you're gonna be an
like
asshole,
they had all the
you're gonna be
data
treated like an asshole. You're going to be shown
of
the door.
who was supposed to go. They were mismanaging it. They were losing it and constantly. All right. It was basically a clusterfuck mess. It was a joke. Now keep in mind,
Have some salt.
you might say, "Oh, well, what's the big deal?" Right? What's the big deal? People came from all over the country. People paid, no exaggeration, thousands of dollars to travel to this event and participate in it. They were promised a well-run tournament with big prize pools and all of this. So if you're spending all this time and money to go to this event and you go and the event's a joke, compare this to Fire Fest. That's essentially what this tournament was. You showed up, you were promised one thing. Where the fuck is everything? There's not enough setup. Your stuff's not working. You don't know how to run your tournament. What is this, a fucking joke? This was the Fire Fest of Street Fighter tournaments at the time. Okay? Now, this clip, all right, is actually a clip that was taken late in the day of a major tournament day. I had been entered into the Street Fighter 4 tournament, okay? And people actually really wanted to see me play in this tournament because at the time I was known as a prominent YouTuber, all right? People were interested in seeing DSP play in the tournament and see how he was going to do. Even though I never professed that I was going to be competitively great and a top contender, people were curious to see how I would do. So, how does it work in a tournament? Well, what's supposed to happen is you're supposed to be able to see your bracket where you're going to play, so you know the group of players you're playing with. When they announce, oh, we're playing bracket 8, everyone, bracket 8, come over here and play. All the players from that bracket were supposed to come over and stand there, and they would call your names when it was time for your match. You would play your match, and then you'd be done, and you'd be told, okay, go take a break, come back in a little bit, you'll play your next match. So essentially, you would play all your matches back to back within maybe a 1 to 2 hour period till your bracket was done. Then when your bracket was done, you'd find out how far you got and if you were able to qualify for the finals bracket, which usually took place on a different day or a different time. Okay? Here's what happened at this tournament. All right? Hey, everyone, come over. It's time for your bracket. Okay. Only half the people walk over. Well, where's everyone else? I don't know. Okay. Well, we'll find them. 10 minutes pass. 20 minutes pass. 30 minutes pass. In some cases, an hour passes. I'm just fucking standing here. I have nothing. You won't let me leave to go play casual matches or take a piss because you're telling me I have to be here for my match, but there's no one else here. What is going on? Why aren't you disqualifying these people? What is happening? And every time you would ask, they would say, don't worry. We'll take care of it. We'll take care of it. In this case, I'm not kidding. My bracket was called. I was the first one fucking there. Okay? After waiting about 2 hours to play, I said, fuck this. These guys don't know what the fuck they're doing. And I walked away and I started actually recording other people's matches because I wanted something out of the tournament. I couldn't play because they didn't know what they were doing. So I was trying to record the actual matches that were going on. All of a sudden, the tournament organizers tried to make me a scapegoat for the fact that they didn't know how to run their tournament. They literally started singling me out and saying, why is DSP not ready? Where is DSP? I'm like, what are you talking about? I was standing there for 2 fucking hours and you never called me. I'm waiting. I keep asking, who's my opponent? Where am I playing? What's going on? They were basically so disorganized that it was a complete waste of everyone's time. All right? Now, admittedly, I was fucking furious at this. Okay? Now, at this time, this was from 2009, 2010. I had already run major multiple tournaments pretty much almost single-handedly. I had run all kinds of tournaments, including East Coast Championships. The biggest tournament on the East Coast I had run with the help of someone from New York City. And I want to give credit where credit is due. It wasn't all me. It was a co-run. But still, I had run major tournaments that were bigger than this event myself. Okay? I offered them to help them run it. I said, guys, you guys are really disorganized. Do you want me to help you make this run smooth? Everyone knew my tournaments ran smooth. Everyone loved attending the Dark Side Field tournament, because regardless of the fact if you liked me or not, you knew the tournament was very well run, and everyone got their matches in on time. No one was waiting around. It was a really oiled machine, as they say. They refused my help. They did not want me to help them. They were under the impression they could do it, okay? They couldn't. By the end of this tournament, there was about 24 people who demanded their money back, including me, and we got it. Because they ran their tournament so poorly, you're going to disqualify us? What are you talking about? You don't know what you're doing. We offered you help, you refused. Give us our fucking money back. And they did. So, this is completely out of context. Now, here's what I will admit. I shouldn't have been that angry. I shouldn't have been threatening to punch someone. Of course, in the heat of the moment, it's just like in the heat of the moment of my gameplay, everyone says stupid shit. No, I wasn't actually going to run and punch someone in the fucking face. But this video is a prime example of them actually trying to make me the scapegoat for their own ineptitude. They were calling me out. Where are you, Phil? You're holding up the tournament. I was standing there for 2 hours waiting to play, and you told me to wait. I finally walk away to do something because I felt like I wasted my money coming to this tournament. I want to film someone, and now you're going to yell at me like I was the one who wasn't there first, waiting for 2 hours? They were a bunch of fucking assholes. I'm sorry. I'm not going to say that I'm sorry for being angry. I will say I'm sorry for saying that I would have beaten them up because I wasn't going to do that. That's stupid. That's completely dumb. Never in any case should I ever threaten anyone. All right? And by the way, I didn't directly threaten them. I just said that to myself, and someone happened to catch it on camera there that was recording.
It's
rising
toxicity.
But absolutely, I shouldn't have made that threat. That was stupid. However, I had every right to say I could run their tournament for them because I absolutely could run that tournament way better than they ever did. Okay? Now, here's the thing. This was one complete exception to the rule. This was like a rarity that I would go to a tournament and be angry. In fact, it was usually the opposite. I would tournaments were my outlet to get some relaxation, to have some fun, to get out of the menial stuff of my normal life. When I went to a tournament, it was an opportunity for me to kind of relax. And like I said, when I went to tournaments, people knew me as the guy who was a nice guy. You know, they thought, oh, Dark Side Phil, he's really nice in person. It's weird that he's such a dick online, you know, but in person, he's the nicest guy. This was the one tournament like ever that pissed me off so bad that basically I got to the boiling point. And I demanded my money back because they didn't know what the fuck they were doing. But it's funny that this video clip has been used as somehow a widespread example of how Darkside Phil was this toxic, angry individual at tournaments, when in reality, it was very much the opposite, okay? Here's what I will say. There was always a running shtick with me in tournaments, and the running shtick was I would always blame the controls for my loss. But it was a running shtick. It's actually a shtick that went into my YouTube content years later. So if anyone ever came out and said, man, that Phil, he never took ownership of his losses. Instead, he always blamed something like the controls. I would say, yes, you're right. That was my running thing. I used to, in the arcades, I used to be like, man, it was a faulty computer error and my move didn't come out. That was the shtick back then. Okay? So, but that's not what they're saying. They're trying to portray me on the internet as like the most toxic possible guy at a tournament. I've had people tell me, Phil, you were banned from competitive Street Fighter because you brought a weapon to a tournament. What? I was never banned from anything ever in Street Fighter. I was known as the nicest guy, and I never brought a weapon to a tournament. What the fuck are you talking about? Of all the things in this documentary, the fighting game stuff is almost completely wrong. But I don't blame Frederick Knudsen because there's not a real lot of documented stuff from back in the day when I was in competitive Street Fighter. Camcorders at the tournament were a rarity, so nothing was really documented. All you get is hearsay and what people want you to think because they don't like a particular person. And like I said, a lot of people didn't like me because I was an online troll, and I get that. But for people to try to say I was like this really nasty person who always got into fights at tournaments and everyone didn't like me, it's actual bullshit. And that actually does piss me off that there's people out there who maybe have watched this documentary and think that, when it was completely the opposite. I never wanted to be the person who caused trouble in real life. I was the person who ran tournaments and made them nice for people. I had so many people who would compliment me in my tournament.
please
Thank
shut
you
up
for
this
giving me such a
dude
great
who's being
experience.
a
I've been
moron?
to other tournaments that were stressful and annoying, and yours was not. That was always the way that I wanted people to experience Street Fighter. Not go to a tournament, there's a bunch of bullies around you and fucking with you and shit. That's terrible. I would never want that on anyone else. And this video definitely portrays me in that manner, okay? Okay, so we got 2 more tips here. Joel tipped me $7.07. Did you know moving house is tiring? I am moving down the road. I don't know how you moved across the country. Moving is very, very tiring, especially if you're moving a bunch of shit. It's stressful. I hear you, Joel. Thank you for the tip. And your boy Bob did a $4.20
I need
tip.
that
Thank you,
money.
your
I
boy
really
Bob.
do. I need that
That's
money.
going to get us up to
Pay my bills.
161. And the vest poll is complete. Gold vest has won. So let me go ahead and get the gold vest. Okay. 1 sec. Actually, I just realized I don't have my headphones plugged in properly. Oops. I haven't plugged into the wrong thing. All right.
Are you a functional
the funny thing
retard?
about
I have
stuff
to
like this
ask.
is how the internet can spin anything to be evidence of anything. This is a video from either 2009 or 2010, long after my competitive days ended. This was a rarity that I would even attend a Street Fighter tournament. Yet this clip is being used as evidence that back in the day, when I was a competitive Street Fighter player, that I was some kind of an angry asshole that caused problems all the time. Like, it's not even the right time period, this video. It doesn't even make sense that it could be used as that frame of reference. Do I blame Frederick Knudsen? No, because people have done shit like this to me all the time over the years, always taking something out of context and using it as evidence that it's not. I'm used to it, but I'm glad that today I at least had opportunity to clarify this for you guys. All right, let's continue.
According to himself, he had poured all of his available time and funds during this period into practicing and competing in a game called Super Street Fighter II Turbo, traveling all across the East Coast to attend tournaments.
Not just the East Coast, the country, Texas, Chicago, the Deep South, like Georgia, California. I went all over the place, and I spent a ridiculous amount of time and money doing it. About a 3 to 4 year period, I got myself into a lot of debt because of it, and I regret it. Even though these were some really awesome times for me, because I met a lot of people from all over the country, from different walks of life, and I found a lot of different cultures around the country to be very hospitable and really nice. I really learned a lot about how people in America are by traveling this way.
Reduces your salt levels.
And I really did enjoy that time. I look back now and I'm like, dude, those were my formative years in my early 20s. I could have been doing productive things with my life, and I was blowing all my time and money playing competitive Street Fighter that went nowhere. And in addition, just listen to this, for those who don't know. I traveled to Las Vegas, not once, not twice, 3 times. Guess how many times that I was in Las Vegas that I actually went to the Strip in Vegas? 0. You want to know why? Because I'm a fucking moron. I wasted all my time playing Street Fighter, and I sat in a ballroom waiting to play my matches instead of doing tourism and travel and fun. I was a complete jackass. And I can admit that today because I look back and I'm like, man, I'm so stupid. How the hell did I miss those opportunities?
In 2005, Philip decided that he would take out thousands of dollars in credit card loans to attend the Evolution Championship Series, better known as EVO, an event where numerous tournaments for different fighting games would take place. By far, it is the largest of its kind. There, he would enter the tournament for Super Street Fighter II Turbo, where he would take 4th place underneath 3 Japanese players.
$16.
This is actual tournament footage, too. Pretty cool.
From PayPal.
Latching onto this accomplishment, he quickly proclaimed himself the best Super Street Fighter II Turbo player in America, since no other American players had placed above him.
Now, I like seeing this ranking for a couple different reasons. First of all, the names. My God, these guys were fucking giant. Giant, Nuki, Onuki, he was known as, and Tokido. You've heard me reference Tokido many times over the years as my rival. He's the guy I could never beat in competitive Street Fighter play. But I like the guys. This is cool. Bucktooth, Campbell Tran, super nice guy. One of the nicest dudes ever. He's from Texas. I love
Kevin's
going to
fault.
tournaments that he ran or was involved in, and he was a prodigy in Super Turbo. Like, he barely played it, but picked up so much in a short period of time. NKI. Basically, he was the technical guy. He was the guy who could break down games frame by frame and understand and explain frame data to you. Really smart guy. I mean, does anyone even not need to know about Jason Cole? Known as the dirty dog of the Street Fighter community. Basically one of the coolest dudes ever and one of the best Dalseems ever. Il Shill was a relative newcomer like me. He wasn't well known in this community, and he played E Honda and got really far in this tournament. And I don't know if he ever did well after this. I have no clue. But anyway, it's really cool to see this tournament ranking and see, there it is, ladies and gentlemen, in black and fucking white. As you can see, I actually did make top 5 at EVO one year. Okay? This is the Nationals, by the way. This isn't a qualifier tournament. This is the Nationals. I got the highest ranking of any American that year. Okay. Now, by the way, I will say this as well. You heard Mr. Knudsen just say that I would reference myself as the highest ranking American that year. It was a running joke, all right? I knew people didn't like me online. They were so up in arms against me. They hated my guts because I talked so much shit online. This year, I backed my shit up, and I actually made a high ranking at EVO, the highest ranked American. It was a joke. I wasn't serious. Of course, you know what? You want to know? I'm 4th place, so I'm the 4th biggest loser, right? Like, I didn't win. It's either you win or you lose. I lost. I was a loser like everyone else, and I knew that. I was very upset that Tokido outplayed me with Vega, because our Vega mirror match was actually a really good match. But it was meant to be a joke. Why? Here's why. I love to be an internet troll. I knew there were people on the West Coast of the United States who absolutely hated me. I goaded them into traps to get trolled so that they would look stupid. I've told you guys this before. There was a website that a bunch of top players from the West Coast of the U.S. made. It was called topplayers.com. I purposely made a parody website called tophaters.com to make fun of them. The whole site's purpose originally was to make fun of them and to troll them. And when people hated me, I said, haha, guess what? I actually had a good placing for once. So now I'm going to take this opportunity to troll further. I'm going to start saying I'm the top ranked player in the country. I know I'm not, but I'm going to say it anyway to piss them off because I got enjoyment out of pissing off people I didn't like. You know, like internet trolls do. I was definitely an internet troll back then. I wholeheartedly admit it. Today, I regret that. I think it was stupid. I should have been more of a nicer guy, and maybe people wouldn't have hated my guts as much. But today I look back and I'm like, well, it is what it is. I admit it. I was a complete fucking asshole back then. And I trolled the fuck out of people saying I was the top ranked player. I knew I wasn't the best player in the United States, but I said it, and every time I said it, you could see the OGs getting so angry and inflamed and fused and so pissed. Their forum posts, had to say something about it. It was like so funny. But anyway, that's the story of that.
But other players in the community were unimpressed. This
Here we go.
particular tournament used a special version of the game ported from the arcades onto the PlayStation game console, and this port was widely considered to be far less balanced and vastly inferior for numerous reasons, including unresponsive controls and extremely problematic bugs. As such, many top-level competitors boycotted the tournament. One other competitor, Alex Valle, had declared that he was going to enter the tournament not out of a competitive spirit, but to gatekeep other competitors whom he felt didn't deserve the prize money or prestige, but he was forced to cancel at the last minute due to work obligations.
Okay. I have a lot to say about that, okay? I have to give you guys a perspective and a frame of reference, okay? At the time, back in the day, we all played on arcade cabinets. We just did. There wasn't even console ports of many of these games in the 90s and early 2000s. It wasn't until the era of the Sega Dreamcast in the early 2000s that you could really get arcade-accurate ports of games. In the case of Super Street Fighter II Turbo, it didn't matter what version you played, whether it was on the Dreamcast, whether it was on PlayStation 1, There was a PC version. It didn't matter. No matter what, people would say it's inferior. Okay? Now, I was actually at the time one of the people who completely agreed with this mentality, and I never wanted Evo to go on console because I knew my most beloved game of Street Fighter was Super Turbo. I knew there was no good home version of Super Turbo. I campaigned against it. It was me and other OG players like the Alex Valles, the Mike Watsons, the John Choi's, who were up in arms against Shoryuken.com saying, hey guys, don't run Evo with consoles. We want the cabinets. That's the accurate way to do it. But the people who were the Cannon brothers who were in charge of Shoryuken.com and Evo said, no, it's too expensive. We can't keep doing cabinets every year. There's too many technical issues. The logistics are terrible. We have to start using console versions. Okay? So this was the year 2005. All right? Was the year when they decided to go full console for Super Turbo. They announced way ahead of time it would be on PlayStation 1. I didn't like that. I did not like that version. I've actually bought that version of the game just for this tournament. I played it against my friends trying to learn the game. I didn't like it. I felt like it was very inferior to what you would play in arcades. I practiced it a little bit at home, not much, only a little bit at home, and then I actually went to the tournament itself, okay? And at the tournament, I played the hell out of the game a day or two before the actual competition to try to learn the differences. I can outright tell you guys right now, yes, that version of Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo is different from the arcade version. Certain moves have completely different properties. They do different damage output. Some characters, I'm not even kidding you, are not the right size. They took the sprite from the arcade game, put it in there, and they made them either shorter or bigger, which means their hitboxes are wrong. Okay? So the whole game is flawed. I will 100% admit that. Okay? However, the tournament that year at EVO was not for arcade version of Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. The tournament was for PlayStation 1 version of Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. So these top players, these OGs, had every right to say, I abstain. If Alex Valle doesn't want to play in the tournament, he doesn't have to play in the tournament. And you can argue, oh, it doesn't mean anything. Well, it doesn't mean that it means anything in regards to arcade Super Turbo. But that's not what they're running. You got to play what they've decided to run. You got to play the game or don't play at all, right? I played the game. I practiced, and within 2 days of me hardcore practicing the game at EVO, I learned the differences. When I entered the tournament, I was beating top player after top player after top player. Bob Painter, Jason Wilson, Mike Watson, John Choi, the biggest names in Super Turbo. I beat them all back to back to back. And all they could do was complain about the version of the game. It's like, but you knew the version of the game ahead of time. You didn't show up at the tournament and they sprung it on you. Oh, surprise, it's an inferior version of the game. It's not like you were going to play the World Series of Baseball and they announced, oh, guess what? We're actually playing wiffle ball today. You knew what version was ahead of time. So that makes any actual complaint inferior and invalid. I'm sorry, it just does. It negates the complaints, right? The other thing that gets me about all these OGs that complained about EVO 2005, all right? Did you look at the results? I would rewind, but I'm actually afraid here that if I rewind a bit, it's going to screw up the visuals. Here we go.
No other American player.
Okay, here's your results, all right? Do you notice a little bit something interesting about these results? All right? Oh, now I'm dancing on my own face. Look at this. Thank you, Andrew, for the super chat. The top 3 players are Japanese. Okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to explain something to you. They played PlayStation 1 Super Turbo as well. They weren't playing some other version. They were playing the same version as everyone else at that tournament. Okay? The Japanese players, just like me, played that version of the game, adapted to it, and succeeded. All right? They didn't complain. They didn't whine and stamp their feet. They learned the game and won. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to tell you something else. Okay? If this were arcade Super Turbo, those Japanese players also would have taken the top 3 spots. It's well known that Japanese players at this time period in Street Fighter history were far superior to Americans. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it's the water over there. I don't know if they just play a hell of a lot more than us and they have more competition. But they always would kick our asses. Always. So if the Japanese came to America to play in this tournament, practiced it, beat and won, are you telling me that because this is PlayStation 1, this is negated for them too? Oh no, because they're Japanese players, they got a pass. They didn't get any disrespect for taking the top 3 spots. They're okay. But if Darkside Phil gets 4th place, completely negate any reason why he should have won. It's an inferior version. He got lucky. These people didn't enter. It was excuse after excuse after fucking excuse. All right? Now, what people like to gloss over and never seem to mention is that after this year, this was my first major success in competitive Street Fighter. Okay? After this year, I applied myself even harder. For 2006 and 2007, I started traveling the country, playing in all what was considered qualifying tournaments for EVO, which was the big national finale. Think like there's qualifying games in any sport, and then there's the big finals, right? So, as I started attending all these qualifier tournaments, I was winning them. There was a time when I actually had gotten so many qualifier spots in 2006 and 2007 that they said, wow, Phil is now seeded to be in the finals at EVO like 7 times. We need to actually take people who he beat and put them into the spots because we can't have a whole bracket that's just Phil playing. All right? You can find these results all over the internet that I won all these tournaments, but no one wants to admit it. Instead, all they do is point to this one result and say, Phil only won the one inferior tournament that, and he didn't even win it. He got 4th place, but he only did well in his inferior version. It's bullshit. Year after year after this, I was doing well competitively. But it's funny how we all want to forget that and act like it never happened to try to pass this fucking narrative that Phil sucks. Why did they want to pass that narrative? Because people online didn't like me because I was a shit talker, because I was an asshole. And God forbid I back my shit up. Now all of a sudden, you can't say that I'm the scrub anymore because I beat everyone. You see? So it was fun. It was almost like reality was completely fractured from what was going on online. People didn't want to admit. And every time I did, oh, that's bullshit. He got lucky and this and that. In reality, people in person who saw me play respected me a ton. That's how I became a well-respected tournament director as well as competitive player during this time on the East Coast, because people knew that I wasn't really an asshole in person and knew that I was actually really good at old school Street Fighter, despite what everyone was saying about me online. Okay? One other thing. This quote here about Alex Valle skipping the tournament because of work obligations was bullshit. He made that up. Basically what happened was everyone else was entering the tournament, including Choi, John Choi, Mike Watson, and all of that. And again, I can't 100% confirm this, but the rumor was that he was afraid. He was so over caring about his reputation, okay, that he was afraid that if he entered this version of Super Turbo, the inferior version, and he lost, that his reputation would be like, splattered negatively. Imagine if Valle played DSP and DSP beats him in tournament, he'll never live that down. So he actually refused to play in the tournament. But, get this, showed up after the tournament ended, work obligations, right? And then he basically demanded that everyone have a second tournament in a hotel room on a makeshift cabinet to determine who the real person was who was the best at Super Turbo that year. Even though the tournament was over, he shows up and starts throwing his weight around. Oh, I don't think that was real. I wasn't in it, and that was a bad version. So we gotta fucking, we gotta do this our way. We gotta play on a cabinet in a hotel room. So I'll be honest with you guys. I entered that tournament and I lost.
Someone please shut up
all
this
right?
dude.
I had been playing Super Turbo the entirety of the weekend. I was burnt out. I had just gotten 4th place, played the best matches of my life in competitive Street Fighter, right? I was used to the PlayStation 1 version of the game. That's what I had been playing for this tournament. And now all of a sudden they want to pull me into a hotel room to play a tournament behind the scenes, not recorded, right? Of the arcade edition on a cabinet after I'd been playing all week long. So I was tired, I was beat. I have absolutely no idea how I would have actually done if I was ready for that. But I failed miserably. I think I went out and I think I beat one person, and then I lost twice, and that was it. And I said, fuck this, and I left, and I went back to my hotel room and relaxed, because I didn't care what happened at the unofficial behind-the-doors tournament. But these guys then decided to start saying, oh, that was the real tournament. See, Phil didn't win in the real tournament. He lost the real tournament that happened in the hotel room. We all know that was the real tournament. It's like, can you be any more sour? You didn't want to play the version of EVO. You didn't practice the version of EVO. You either lost or you didn't even play at EVO. And then you had to have a fake tournament behind the scenes to pretend like that was the real one to try to, all that to discredit me. Think of the lengths people went to just discredit DSP because they hated me that much back then. All right? By the way, I think Alex Valle is a nice guy. I actually do. I've met him in person many times. And after the fact, after our competitive days, my days in competition are over, I actually think he's a really nice guy. He's done tons for the community. We don't have beef or anything. I'm just saying, matter-of-factly, this is what happened back then when the rivalries were so heated. Like, it was so fucking important, right? Look, I just talked for 25 minutes about Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Who the fuck cares about Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo in the mid-2000s? Nobody. Okay, then, let's continue. And by the way, we have to fast forward, I think, to... Yeah, here we go.
Spirit.
Oh, shit. Now I clicked on it.
And this port was widely considered to be far less spotted the tournament. One other competitor, Alex Valle, had declared that he was going to enter the tournament not out of a competitive spirit, but to gatekeep other competitors whom he felt didn't deserve the prize money or prestige, but he was forced to cancel at the last minute due to work obligations.
Okay, here we go.
Despite the criticism toward the game and the event itself, Philip's pride was inflated by taking 4th place, and he began touting his superiority online and in interviews after EVO.
So this is funny.
Disrespect the people that got...
Look at the shirt I'm wearing. That shirt, because so many people wanted to shit on me and say my placing wasn't legit. I made a t-shirt. Want to talk about a troll? It said, hate this with a big fucking middle finger in the middle of it. And I wore this all around the tournament. Just say, fuck you. Hate on me if you want. I'm going to beat your ass in the tournament regardless. And I did. I held my own, and I kicked ass for another 2 years. I was constantly doing really well in tournaments.
Top Beta Evolution to make excuses because it's on console, it's ridiculous. And it's unacceptable.
For 2 more years, he would compete in tournaments, but he never found success like he had at the 2005 EVO event. Most other...
That's funny. Someone just said, oh, the smug look on your face. Exactly. I used to do this all... It was like I was playing a character, and every fucking person played into my hands. Again, the people who knew me in real life knew I wasn't really that guy, but everyone online fell for it hook, line, and sinker. They fell for the heel persona like it was pro wrestling. Now... Here comes something else. This is a good part, too. Here we go.
High-level competitors saw his 4th place victory as a fluke due to the version of the game being played and the lack of other high-level competition, and his tournament results after EVO were seen to reflect his true level of skill.
You got some idiot named DSP who's a total piece of shit, by the way. I like to get that on YouTube, but this guy
West
thought
Coast
he was
tournament.
hot shit because he beat me and Choi in a game that was like, it's like fucking Neo Geo conversion of Street Fighter or some crap, dude. and he was so proud that he put under as a signature he's the #1 U.S. ranked Super Turbo player that year. But I mean, look at him now.
Okay. All right. Want to talk about something else that's completely out of context. All right. First of all, if you don't know who these gentlemen are, on the far left you got John Choi, in the middle you got Mike Watson, and on the right you got Alex Valle, the OGs of competitive Street Fighter from the West Coast. There's also people who are known from the East Coast who are original Game Boy players, but these were the guys who were the big guys at the time in the 90s and through the 2000s, okay? Now, you can see this is SoCal Regionals, Southern California. Everyone on the West Coast always kind of hated me, unless they met me in person. But, of course, they're basically playing to their hometown crowd, all right? Now, you might be saying, what on earth? It's 2010, right? My competitive days, as I told you guys, in Street Fighter were long over. I wasn't trying to be a tournament competitor or anything at this time frame. So why in the holy hell do we have 3 OGs on a panel slamming me at a tournament in 2010? Long after. I'm a YouTuber now for 2 years already. Well, here's your answer. Back then, I was becoming incredibly popular on YouTube. Okay? My videos were getting exponentially growing views. I was being known as a very popular guy, of all things, for fighting games, even though I wasn't trying to be popular for them. I wasn't. To me, fighting games were a piece of everything that I did. I wasn't trying to be a top-level pro player. I just wanted to put out entertaining content for my audience. So I would play online, I would rage, I would always have an excuse for why I lost. I would insult the player I was playing online. I would do all this toxic negative shit, but it would be funny. People would laugh at it. It would garner views on YouTube. Pro players hated this. They were so angry because at that time, they were trying to get prominent. These kind of players, and not just these guys, but newcomers who were trying to play Street Fighter 4, were trying to get noticed on the internet. But it was people like me, people like Free1Up, people like the King Kindred, were the people who were actually getting noticed on YouTube, despite the fact we were not known tournament level players at that time. So they got incredibly upset and jealous at our success. And so what would happen is people would actually go to tournaments, and here they are at a panel, right? And someone asked Mike Watson, what do you think about Darkside Phil? He's really popular on YouTube for Street Fighter right now. And this is how he would answer, okay? Now, I have history with Mike Watson, all right? I'm about to lay a story on you that you guys do not know. No one knows this story. I've never told it before. This is a first for DSP Reacts, all right? Along with me being an asshole online back in the day, I used to be an alcoholic, all right? I've admitted this before, that I used to drink way too much, okay? I've never really publicly talked about it in the context of Street Fighter, all right? I would drink way too much. I would get out of control, and I would do things and say things online that either I regretted or sometimes I didn't even remember happened, okay? There were people who I actually outright insulted, had a giant conversations with, and then after the fact, like a day later, they'd be so pissed at me, like, what are you so angry about? They'd be like, why the fuck did you do that last night? What are you talking about? And then they would send me the log. And I'd be like, oh, I'm really sorry. Holy fuck, I did that. There it is. Evidence, right? And this was a running thing with me back then. This is not like a one-time thing. I was pretty bad at one point in my life where I would drink and I would just do online shit that I didn't even remember and I didn't control myself, and it was very unfortunate that I did it. And now I can look back and say, wow, I'm a way more well-adjusted individual, right? But I'm really upset at how I used to be to certain people. There were certain people who I trolled for no good reason, who I really, really hammered in. Like, there was this guy called Shady K, who was a Marvel vs. Capcom 2 player, and for some reason, I can't even really remember the specific reason. It might have been, I mean, as serious as stupid as it sounds, it might have been over a girl or something. Who knows, right? But I hated on the guy so badly. I would constantly threaten him and do fucked up stuff, and I would make a joke out of it. I would drink and then do fucked up stuff, okay? Now, to bring this back full circle to this, at one point, all right, I don't even remember when this happened, but as I told you guys, I was an internet troll. I would troll the fuck out of these guys online. I'm the best player. I'm the best Super Turbo player. I played the best that year. Ha, 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 ha. So apparently one night, all right, I got so drunk that I actually just completely destroyed Mike Watson in an IRC chat. Okay, MIRC is an old chat client everyone used to use to talk about Street Fighter online. Like, I was on his case. I was like, oh, like, from what I'm to understand, I don't know the actual context. I haven't seen the logs. But apparently I was like, haha, you old man, I beat your ass, and you suck ass, and you think you're so good, but you're just an old crotchety dude, and you can't play anymore. I basically, like, really talked shit to the guy while I was drunk, all right? To the point where he got so upset that he actually private messaged me, and he's like, dude, I'm going to come beat your ass. Like, I'm so angry at you that I'm going to find you, and I'm going to fuck you up, all right? Now, at that point, I think I reacted. I was like, why don't you come find me? Here's my address. And I actually gave him my real life street address. Okay? That's how crazy stupid I was back in the day.
From PayPal.
So, apparently this continued to escalate. The thing was, I didn't really remember what I had said or done. But people were like, dude, just so you know, Phil, if you go to like a tournament Mike Watson's at this year, this was 2007, all right? Like, dude, if you go to a tournament that Mike Watson's at, he's telling everyone he's actually going to beat your ass. Like, he's so angry with you, with what you said. He's going to fuck you up. He's telling everyone behind the scenes, expect that Darkside Phil's going to come black bloody. Like, he's doing all this. And I was like, you know what? At that point in my life, I was kind of messed up in the head. Like I told you, I was an alcoholic. I didn't really care about anything. I had this happy-go-lucky attitude where it's kind of like, I don't care. Let him do what he wants to try. If we fight, we fight. I don't care. All right? So, I'm about to tell you a story I never told anybody. All right? I went to an EVO qualifier in 2007 that was on the West Coast. It was held in California. It was the same place where they were holding San Diego Comic-Con. And in fact, the finals were held at San Diego Comic-Con, all right? So I went to this tournament, and I was playing in it, and I was kicking ass. I was doing really well, all right? Well, one day, I think it was the second day of competition, I qualified to basically be like, now it wasn't the finals yet, but it was like the semifinals. So the next day I was going to play top players like Mike Watson and all of them, okay? So, basically, I played, I did really well, and I was framed, all right? Well, not framed, I was set up. That's what I actually want to say. I was set up. People were pretending to kind of be friendly with me and led me into a trap with Mike Watson and Jaha. Jaha, for those who don't know, infamous in the Street Fighter community for being a big, muscly Asian guy. I forget if he's Vietnamese or not, but he's a former Marine, I believe. And a lot of people know of him because he makes a lot of threats, and he's done a lot of unsavory things. In this day, I believe people don't like him anymore, and he's basically kind of been like blacklisted from the community for physical altercations at Street Fighter events, all right? But back in the day, he was known as kind of the tough guy of the Street Fighter community, all right? So, I was set up that I was walking into a parking lot, and all of a sudden, there's Jaha and Mike Watson in my face. And they're basically saying, ha, we finally got you. Who the fuck do you think you are, you piece of shit, to talk shit online? That's it. We're going to fuck you up, all right? And I'm going to tell you the entire truthful story because the story's been spun a lot of different ways, all right? At that point, I was staring right at Mike Watson, and I'm like, dude, I'm going to be honest with you. I actually have no idea what I said to you because I just have no recollection. And he's like, you're full of shit. He's like, I don't believe you. Okay. You're, you know, I'm going to beat your ass. And I was like, no. Right. I put my hands behind my back like this. I said, you got to do what you got to do. If you feel like you're going to make you feel better to hit me, then go ahead. I guess I deserve it. And he's like, well, I don't understand then. Why did you say those things? And I was like, dude, I'm an alcoholic. I admitted it to him right there. I was like, I'm an alcoholic. I drink too much all the time, and I just can't control myself when I do it. And at that point, I actually started crying because I felt so bad about everything that I had done and how stupid I was as a person that I thought that it was okay to just fuck with people online and be a really nasty person to people online in general. That I just kind of broke down right in front of him. And basically, he believed me. And he was like, all right, well, I'm just going to tell you right now, don't ever do this shit ever again. Because if you do, you're going to get your ass beat. All right? And that's kind of where we left it. And the next day, funny enough, guess who I had to play in tournament? Mike fucking Watson. I had to play him. Now, you can just imagine, all right? I had to play this guy in tournament the day after he was going to beat my ass, and I had to admit to him the reason that I was such an asshole is because I was an alcoholic, right? He was the only person I'd ever admitted this to in my life. My parents didn't even know, okay? So, I have to play him in the tournament. I'm like, oh boy, how's this going to go, right? Holy shit. So, I pick DJ. Now, most people know that DJ is actually one of my competitive characters who I use in Super Turbo, but he's known as a mid-tier character. That means he's not a high-level tournament character. My controller batteries, I'll have to fix that. Mike Watson picked his main character, Balrog, okay? I beat him. Convincingly. It wasn't close. I basically, beat him. And you could see how fucking upset he was when I beat him in the tournament. You could tell he really wanted to destroy me, but he obviously wasn't going to. I had apologized to him. I had admitted to him the reason why I was such an asshole online. And basically, at that point, I think it was kind of like, not that he certainly didn't like me, but I almost feel like it was respect because he knew that I was man enough to admit it and not to try to do something or fight him, but to admit that I was wrong and that I was fucked up and I had problems. And he basically, that was it. After that, after we had played, actually, we kind of respected each other. Not that we had big conversations or whatever, but I saw him at tournaments, and I saw him at EVO finals that year, and we actually had a little bit of conversation, camaraderie, and there was actually a big money bet that year, and it was Duck Doe against Sanford Kelly in Marvel vs. Capcom 2, and people actually wagered real money on the match. And I actually bet on Duck Doe. I betrayed my host and decided to bet on Duck Doe because I felt like he was the better player. And, you know, at one point, Mike would have been like, fuck you, you piece of shit. No, you're not allowed. You're not in this. Yeah, let's do it. Like, I felt like we basically squashed our beef because I was honest with him about what was going on. And by the way, I did learn my lesson. After that, I basically was like, I'm not going to be like that kind of person anymore. I'm not going to be a toxic asshole. I would rather be a positive influence on people in the community rather than a toxic jerk. And I did my best to change my online attitude and not be that kind of person anymore. I was running tournaments. I was trying to be a positive person in the community at that point in time. Okay? I've never told this story before. And that's the truth of the matter. Is I almost got my ass beat by 2 dudes at Evo because I was an asshole. Okay? Now hold on. Let me swap my battery because we're still not done with this story. Okay? Okay, so if this is the case, and if we squashed our beef in 2007, right, and that was the end of it, and I really, after 2007, I retired from competitive Street Fighter for 2 main reasons. Number one, I felt like I was so burnt out that I had spent 3 years of my life spending all my time and money and efforts in it. And after 2007, I felt like I was wasting my time. I was like, even if I win Evo, what's the big deal? I win a couple $1,000. Who cares? I'm spending way more than that. I could be doing better things with my life, okay? And incidentally, that's when I started dabbling in YouTube, okay? But the other thing that happened is that I got a really bad back injury. I actually herniated a disc in my lower back so badly that I could no longer drive on the highway for extended periods of time to travel for Street Fighter tournaments. And I was actually the guy who would drive and carpool. I would drive everyone to the tournaments all around. I was the dude, the guy who would drive everybody. And I basically couldn't do it anymore, and that was the end of it for me. So I basically retired from competitive Street Fighter. You know, I was out of the competitive Street Fighter community for the longest time. So why 3 years later does Mike Watson name drop me in a very negative video here? Well, I was just as curious as you guys, and I actually got my answer, all right? I got a private message back when private messages still existed on YouTube from Mike Watson. It was about a week after this had taken place, this video. Because when this took place, all of a sudden people started messaging me online. And they were like, Phil, did you hear what Mike Watson said about you? Why would he say that all these years later? Did you you guys still have beef? And I always responded, no, I don't have beef with Mike Watson anymore. Now, I didn't tell this full story at that time. But I basically said, no, to my knowledge, there's no beef. I don't know why he would be slamming me. And I kind of left it at that. I said, maybe there's still sour grapes because I beat him in tournaments back in the day. I don't know. And I always left it at that, all right? So Mike Watson private messages me on YouTube. And he says, I just want to contact you and let you know I apologize for what I said at that tournament. I got caught up in the whole YouTube thing. And, you know, basically, he wants me to know that there's no beef between. He literally said this in the end, like, there's no beef between us. You know, everything's fine. I just kind of got really caught up in the moment, and I wanted to get like a moment for YouTube, so I just said what I said. All right. I never responded, but I saved the direct message. All right, and I would have had it for you today, but guess what YouTube did over the years? They deleted all the direct messages. In fact, I remember the day I got it, John Rambo had come over. John Rambo was my former friend who I used to do co-op gameplay with once a week back in the day. He also was a competitive Street Fighter player like me at one point. He came over and he said, I showed it to him. And he said to me in his wisdom, you know, you should really save that. Either do a screen capture or do something. Save it because one day you might want to reference it again if anything ever happens between you and Mike Watson. And I was like, you know, I have absolutely no intention of being competitive in Street Fighter again. When am I ever going to need to bring this up again? Here we are in fucking 2022, and now I'm punching myself in the gut saying, why didn't I save it? Because who would have thought back then YouTube would actually remove the entire fucking direct message system from YouTube? I have tons of direct messages from back in the day, that are gone for good, and they were interesting interactions. I used to talk to people like SSOHPKC and people behind the scenes, great conversations. Gone completely for good because YouTube removed the whole system and never had even opportunity to archive it. So, it is what it is. That's the full story of my history in competitive Street Fighter. Literally, this whole segment of the video, sadly, is pretty incorrect. I don't blame Frederick Knudsen because there is no actual factual basis to corroborate what I'm saying. There's not. There's no evidence. There's no video of that time period. This was a very different time. Today, everything's documented, right? There's nothing from that time period to say. You can completely disbelieve me. I can't say otherwise. I mean, I can't prove the stuff I'm saying because there's nothing. No one documented anything back in the day. So you don't really know the truth. All I can tell you is what I can tell you. That is my perspective. That's what happened. If you think I would lie about admitting to being an alcoholic and a troll and an asshole back then, I mean, go right ahead. But that's the truth of the matter, at least as far as I can tell. All right? So let's end the Street Fighter segment because I believe he's about to move on and talk about the rest of the stuff.
I mean,
With his controversy fading, he too faded from the competitive scene.
That is true. And one final thing I actually want to say as we're moving on. Mike Watson says right there, oh, well, look at him now. Look at me now in 2010. In 2010, I was growing exponentially on YouTube. I was more well-known than any competitive Street Fighter player at the time online. Everyone knew Darkside Phil. So he's saying, look at him now. What does that even mean? Look at me now. I'm bigger than all of you. And I'm not mentioning you or name-dropping you either. You're name-dropping me to try to get some kind of drama or street cred when I'm so far removed from you. But look at me now, right? Whatever. All right. Is he moving? If he's moving past Street Fighter, I'll probably split the video here.
2000.
He is. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to split the video here. The stream will continue, but I'm going to split the video here. For those of you watching live, I'm just going to continue with the stream. But if you're watching on demand on YouTube, check out part 2. I hope you enjoyed part 1, which was basically my Street Fighter history. Thanks everyone who has supported in any way, whether it was liking the stream, liking the videos, leaving comments, membership, super chat, super sticker, super thanks, tips, everything so far. Great today, and I really appreciate that, all right? Awesome. Okay, we're splitting the parts, and then we're going to get into part 2 right now. I got to do a couple shout-outs here. So, Andrew Scott had done a super chat and said, happy anniversary. Thank you, Andrew. Tutti Frutti did a super chat, says, you're the most real and humble YouTuber I've watched. Well, thank you, Tutti Frutti. And Wonder McThunder did a super chat and says, I love hearing these stories from your old days of Street Fighter. Awesome. All right, thank you, guys. So let's get Wonder McThunder on the leaderboard. For the latest super chat. By the way, it's funny because some people are saying, this is going to take so long to get through. Is my food going to be delayed? No, we're going to eat it around 4 when it shows up. And then we're gonna resume this after. Because likely we're not going to finish this before the food. And I know that, and I'm okay with that. This is pretty much the meat of today, guys. Snow Carl tipped $1.50. Says, I know I wronged you, but I want to say it's inspiring to hear you tell stories, and very few people would man up and bravely tell those stories. No barrels hold? You mean no holds barred? Very brave. Loving the stream. All right, Snow Carl. Thank you. You're still banned, by the way. Okay.
A whale.
Okay, you ready to continue here? All right. So that was 1 hour and 20 minutes that I recorded for part 1. We are 5 minutes into the video. Don't worry, it's not all going to be like that. It's not. Okay, let's switch over here. A quick reminder, everyone. This is the only stream I'm doing today. I'm trying to basically make up for that fact by raising enough on this stream to make up for 2. So remember, even though we did hit all our goals for this stream, that's great. But basically, it's like a double stream. So if you like the content, please support it in any way that you can. And thank you. All right. By the way, no shock here. I have not nearly as many views as I did when I did the react to Wings. No shock. I knew I wasn't. Okay.
I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it. I don't
Ready
have
to
money
continue?
to do it. I
All
don't
right,
have
here we
money to
go.
do it. I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it. I don't have money
All right,
to do
everyone.
it.
So we're continuing on with DSP Reacts to Down the Rabbit Hole Darkside Phil. So far, part 1 was all about my history in Street Fighter. That's a separate video. You should go check that out. If you haven't yet, enjoy it. Thank you for watching. Now we're getting into the YouTube days. Let's continue.
2005 also had marked the year of YouTube's creation, and in 2007, just 2 years later, people began uploading videos of themselves playing video games, while often adding their own commentary
Super
over
Mario
their
RPG,
gameplay,
great
a practice
game.
borrowed from internet forums.
Stop
They
this!
also borrowed the name, Let's Plays. Discovering this medium, Philip began posting his own videos onto YouTube by pointing a video camera at his television screen, then uploading the files onto YouTube on a channel under his typical pseudonym, Darkside Phil, in all undercase.
True and false. Half true, half false. Yes, I started recording with the video camera. I pointed at the TV. It was I called it a very guerrilla style of content creation because I knew it didn't look good. As you can see, I didn't even have an HD camera. So I pointed it at an HD TV and angled it to fit it all in a 4:3 shot, even though my TV was 16:9 aspect ratio. Okay? Yes, I did upload it to Darkside Phil. That is correct. However, his entire premise is false. He says, oh, Let's Plays were actually becoming very popular on YouTube. Phil discovered this and decided to start doing his own. That's actually completely false. At the time when I started uploading to YouTube, 2008, regularly, there was nothing like this regular on YouTube that I could even find. When I was playing a certain game, I've mentioned this over the years. I was playing a game called Lost Odyssey. It was an RPG, JRPG, very challenging one. And I was looking for insight on how to beat a certain part. All I could find was walkthrough videos with no commentary on them whatsoever. I couldn't find anyone who was playing the game and commenting on how to win. There was a certain super boss fight I wanted to win, and I couldn't figure out how to do it. And the video was showing someone do it, and it took like 45 minutes, and it wasn't the party build that I had, so I was like, I can't do it this way. And they weren't commentating, so there was nothing to add to it to make you understand the fight. It was very confusing.
What do I do?
At the time, I wasn't watching YouTube content at all. So on a whim one day, after having injured my back, knowing that I was done in competitive Street Fighter, I was trying to get back in the years of 2000, late 2007, and then most of 2008, I was trying to get back into being a gamer again. Instead of being all about competitive Street Fighter, which now I consider to be my past, I was all about moving forward positively into the future and doing something different. So I tried to re-immerse myself in games like Grand Theft Auto 4, Mass Effect, and stuff like that. In the fall of 2008, on a whim, I was actually inspired by people like the Angry Video Game Nerd and later on the Nostalgia Critic. Guys who literally had no production budget whatsoever, but just through sheer talent and being funny guys, were able to produce content for the internet that was incredibly popular. And I say, I feel like I'm a funny guy. People tell me all the time I am. I bet I could do something similar to that. It won't be exactly that because I want to play games and do live commentary to them. I didn't even know Let's Plays existed. I'd never even seen one before. I just started doing my own videos. I called them playthroughs. That's what I called them. I started using the term playthrough in 2008. I'd never seen anyone use it before, but all of a sudden, years after I started using it, everyone else started saying that too. And I was like, but I was the first person to use it. I thought I had invented the term. Now, maybe I didn't, okay? I don't know. I'm just telling you from my perspective, this is what was happening. I didn't see someone else doing a Let's Play, and I decided to jump on that bandwagon. I was doing something, in my opinion, was completely original and new, and the rest is history. Here we go. All right. Obviously, he's a pretty bad driver, but apparently they're all drunk. Because no one's shooting at...
Side note, during this time, there were 2 acceptable practices for recording gameplay footage for a Let's Play.
I like how he pauses to say side note, because basically he's going to announce why my videos look like shit. Here we go.
First was to use what's called a capture card, a device that allows video and audio to be recorded directly onto a computer from a video game console. A similar process could be done with a camcorder. The second was to simply point a camera at the screen and use the built-in microphone to capture voice and gameplay. Of these options, the former was far preferable, but viewing choices at the time were limited, and so some Let's Players used the latter method and found some success.
The reason it wasn't widespread back then is because it was expensive to do to get a good capture card that would work with multiple consoles, and you needed a really good PC to handle the processing of doing it. It sounds stupid because you're like, I'm playing NES and I need a good PC. Yeah, back then you actually did. So it was easier to just play any game with point a camera and just fuck around. And I wasn't taking it seriously. For me, this was just a silly hobby to do. I'm enjoying games. I'll just film a few videos, toss them on the internet. I never intended that they would get popular. I didn't think anyone would watch them. But man, did it turn out different. That's for sure. Okay.
Philip originally began creating videos for
Spider-Man
fun,
Web of
but he
Shadows,
found
I think.
inordinate popularity. Though he was admittedly terrible at many of the games he played,
Yes.
he often would play this off in a way that his viewers enjoyed,
Right.
with off-color humor and a cocky personality. These viewers would often cite his authentic reactions as a reason for enjoying his content. Many others, however, considered his
wanna
laugh
play the
grating
fucking
and his
game?
humor obscene and dull, among other things.
So, let's hear the clip.
Oh, come on. You die so fucking quickly.
Despite
So, yeah, back in the day when I first started on YouTube, my shtick
laugh sounds like
was
ack,
play a
ack,
game
So when I laugh, I
and
go,
literally just kind of complain the whole time. Say the game sucks,
Does that
say
sound like
this part's
ack,
stupid,
ack, ack, ack,
rage
ack?
at the controls, the
No,
controls
sounds like
suck,
that
they're
at all.
bad. And then when I fail, never blame myself. It was always, it's the game, which is exactly what I was doing in the Street Fighter community. I told you guys already, it was always,
What do
I
I
failed,
do?
I lost in a match. Oh, faulty computer error. The controls don't work on this cabinet. It's not my fault. That was my shtick, and I carried it over from Street Fighter to these videos to try to be entertaining. That was supposed to be kind of my hook. I was kind of like a cocky guy. Yes, I was a common gamer. I wasn't good at these games, but I was cocky and always infallible, and it was funny to watch me fail and laugh at my reaction. That was what I was going for back then.
some of his videos would receive tens of thousands of views, a very high number especially during that time, and he would regularly appear on the front page of YouTube with footage of new games. On September 9th, 2009, he also created a blog channel, which he called The King of Hate HD in all capital letters. This channel also began collecting considerable views on a small number of his frequent videos. Philip's pattern for video production was mostly consistent. He would play games in blocks of several hours, recording his playing session by placing a camera on a coffee table near the screen. Once he was finished,
Or when I still lived with my parents, it was on a tripod in front of me, between me and the screen, blocking half the screen. So I'm trying to play a game and I can't even see because the camera's in the way. And it was a tiny, sweaty, closet-sized bedroom that would heat up and be so stuffy because I had all this electronic equipment in there. I'm so glad that I got out of there within about a year of making content. I moved out and got a condo that was much better.
playing, he would chop up the videos into approximately 10-minute segments and upload each of those segments onto his gaming channel individually. In April of 2000,
That's false. I didn't chop anything up. I actually recorded 10-minute segments. As I've already told you guys, at the time, YouTube would not accept videos over 10 minutes long. So I would have the camera like right here in front of me, record, play, 10 minutes. I'd actually was a timer on the camera to say how long you're going, and you would go stop, start, every 10 minutes. It was incredibly fucking tedious to do. But again, I wasn't editing videos. It was just based on recording in a camera. So I had to manually time the videos. And there were a few times when I would go too far. And then I did have to run the video through a video editor, and it was a huge hassle. Because I'm already uploading so many videos a day. Now I got to edit one too. It was a major pain in the ass. So I did not do giant chunks of footage and cut it up actively. I actually recorded the 10 minutes and uploaded each file individually. So each day I was getting like dozens of files, hundreds of files some days.
2010, Philip began to experience the first signs of trouble.
Okay.
Apparently, Ubisoft had seen some of Philip's gameplay footage of Splinter Cell Conviction and complained to the YouTube administrators, who promptly shut down his channel out of fear of litigation. YouTube then contacted Ubisoft to verify the concern, but Ubisoft stated that they had made no such claim. In fact, it had been an anonymous internet user who had created a false account in an attempt to shut down Philip's YouTube channel, at least for a time. Why they wanted this is uncertain, but the channel was reinstated shortly after.
So this is completely true. This is what was then to be known as the Steve Jones incident. It really was my first major run-in with copyright issues, although that's not entirely true. The year before, I tried to play Grand Theft Auto 4 The Lost and Damned DLC when it was first released, and apparently the videos got taken down by Rockstar. Now, I don't know if those were legit claims or not. I'll never know at this point. But it was the next year when this happened, and this actually got my original Dark Side Phil channel completely suspended because it hit multiple times. It wasn't like, oh, here's one strike. It was like, strike, done. I was like, wow, and it shut the whole channel down. And now the only reason that we found out that it was an impersonating troll was because I announced to the internet what was going on. I had that vlogging channel. I put a vlog up about it, and my fans started to investigate. The fans contacted Ubisoft's Twitter account. The Twitter account actually contacted people inside the company, and they looked into it and said, oh, yeah, we kind of this is not true at all. You know, we never did this. They contacted YouTube and said, why are you doing this on our behalf when it's not us? That's kind of messed up. And YouTube looked into it and said, oh, we didn't vet the claim. We just thought it was real. And then they changed it. Instead of saying your video was taken down by Ubisoft, it said your video was taken down by Steve Jones. I'll say it. I said it before and I'll say it again. Who the fuck is Steve Jones? And why was YouTube so stupid as to believe a blanket claim with zero corroboration? Back then, fake copyright claims were very common and rampant on YouTube. It was so easy to fake a copyright claim and get something taken down, but a lot of people didn't know that. So it wasn't a rampant problem at the time. I was one of the people who was first starting to see these issues, okay? So yeah, Darkside Phil got taken down because of this, and now he's going to talk about what happened as a result.
As time went on, Philip uploaded more and more videos until he was reliably uploading over a dozen videos a day. Near the end of that year, he was laid off from his job, and so he established a Google AdSense account.
He already, first of all, skipped a whole part. When that Steve Jones incident happened, I created DSP Gaming. That's the channel I'm on right now, and I've been since. So for 12 years, DSP Gaming has been the major source of my content on YouTube. I basically abandoned the Darkside Phil channel because I was afraid it was never going to come back. Luckily, it actually did come back, but I never really had use for it after that. Okay,
fuck you.
So he did kind of gloss over that. I don't know why. It's kind of important considering DSP Gaming is my channel now, not Darkside Phil, but okay. Anyway, he's about to say some stuff about AdSense that's also completely wrong. So let's go back and restart this.
More and more videos until he was reliably uploading over a dozen videos a day. Near the end of that year, he was laid off from his job, and so he established a Google AdSense account to start monetizing his videos. AdSense is the system that Google uses to distribute advertisements and pay content creators for their views and the number of times someone interacts with an ad or the video itself. Along with this, he started a new series on his blog channel in October of that year called DSP Tries It, where he would review food items and occasionally video game peripherals.
Okay. So, even though he's well-intentioned, once again, Mr. Knudsen is incorrect. I did not open an AdSense account in 2010 to start monetizing anything. My AdSense existed for years before that. I always had one. I had monetized the King of Hate HD, my vlogging channel, since the day I basically opened it, okay? I did basically just regular vlogs, like channel updates and me talking to the camera on that channel, and that was really it. I think there were some travel vlogs on that channel too that every once in a while I would make some money from, but nothing major. In fact, that channel existed for a year, monetized, and I think the most I ever made in a month was like a couple $100, if that. And what I told everyone was, hey, it's good if I make money on that channel, I'll use that to afford the games and things that I'm playing on my Darkside Phil channel. So it wasn't a big deal. It wasn't a job for me. It wasn't even really much of a hobby. I was doing a lot of videos and enjoying what I was doing. I liked the notoriety, but I was not making any money on AdSense at that time. But the AdSense was around for a long time. It had been over a year that the AdSense was on the King of Hate HD. Now you might say to yourself, wait a minute, why didn't you have AdSense on your Darkside Phil channel where you had all your gameplay? Wouldn't you have made a lot of money on that? Yeah, except back then, YouTube did not allow you to monetize gameplay. Back then, YouTube felt it was still a legal gray area.
Shit.
And rather than get sued, they wanted to err on the side of caution. And if you tried to monetize any gameplay videos, you would get rejected and say, no, it's gameplay rejection. It wasn't actually until 2010, 2011 that gameplay was able to be more commonly monetized. And that's actually one of the reasons why I ended up looking for a partner network, which we're going to get to very shortly in this video. But let's talk about this first. So, yes, on the King of Hate HD, I started doing a variety of vlogging. And then when I did lose my job in late 2010, my office job, which is what I was using to support myself, I started monetizing other kinds of videos on the King of Hate HD, including a new series called DSP Tries It right here. DA took me $1.50, and he's talking about a time machine being ready. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, but thanks for the tip. Okay. Let's continue.
These videos would also be monetized under his AdSense account.
Right. Riveting. Riveting content.
Hype train.
But But Philip would not have this revenue stream for long. Once his AdSense account was approved, he began requesting that his viewers interact with his videos more, strongly implying that viewers should click on ads in an effort to increase his revenue. What he wasn't aware of was that asking viewers to click on ads was disallowed in the contract for AdSense, and so his account was banned, meaning that he could no longer make money directly off of advertisements for any of his videos on any of his channels. Creating multiple AdSense accounts is disallowed by the service, meaning that Philip could not monetize his videos. Unemployed and without income from YouTube, Philip began uploading his videos to Blip.tv, a competing video hosting service, and
Okay. That is only half truth. Okay? So, here's what really happened. Okay? Let's go back a few frames here. Go to this. This is a good place to pause, I think. Okay? So, here's what really happened. The full story, in context. Okay? So, I already had an AdSense account that existed since 2009. All right? On that The King of Hate HD channel, every video had been monetized. In fact, I had made a video to reveal my face for the very first time in 2009. And in that video, I talked about a lot of different things. Now, this was before I was ever attempting to make a living on YouTube. I still had my office job. I had no intentions of ever making a living on YouTube. But I remember specifically in that video, I said something that I should not have said. I said, I'm paraphrasing here, hey, one way that you can really help me out, if you want to help me, you know, with the cost of the games that I'm buying to play on Darkside Phil, is you can click on the ads on my videos. I remember specifically I said it. It's black and white. It's, you know, I said it in 2009. Yes, I shouldn't have done that. Absolutely, positively, 100%. It's documented. It happened. The video, I think, is still live somewhere, right? I think you can still see it somewhere. All right? So, I'm not going to dispute that fact. All right? However, what Mr. Knudsen is saying is that in late 2010, my AdSense account was deactivated. Actually, he says it was completely removed or canceled, all right, as a result of me asking my viewers to click on the ads, okay? This is incorrect. I'm going to tell you exactly what happened, all right? I had ads on my videos all 2009 and 2010 on the King of Hate HD. I had said what I said at the beginning of 2009 in that video. YouTube didn't care. People mass reported the video. YouTube didn't care. Do you want to know why YouTube didn't care? Because it didn't result in any ridiculous over-the-top clicking of ads anywhere. It didn't. It just didn't equate to anything like that. Okay? So because of that, YouTube didn't give a shit. They're like, whatever. Yeah, technically it's a violation, and we could get them in trouble or we could take it away, but they didn't. They said, whatever, we're just going to let it ride. It's not a big deal. Now, when I lost my job in late 2010, I started a catchphrase that I said in all of my videos. Watch, rate, and participate. Back then, there has a rating system where it was stars. It wasn't thumbs up, thumbs down. Just so you guys know, that's what rate meant. It wasn't like it is today. So when I started saying this in all my videos, hey, thanks a lot, guys. If you want to support, please watch, rate, and participate. That's as far as it ever went. Never once did I say anything about ads at all. Okay? Of course, some people would say things, hey, does it hurt if I use ad blocker when I watch your videos? And I would outright say, yes, it does. Please don't. If you support me, please don't have an ad blocker on. Okay? But I never outright asked for that. After the initial time that I erroneously said it in 2009, it never happened again because people caught me out for it. And I was like, oh shit, I got to watch what I say. You know, I want to be able to make this supplemental income to afford games and things. I got to be careful. I don't want that taken away from me. All right? Well, here's what happened. I got laid off from my job in October. At that point, I was super popular on YouTube. People actually liked me. Figure that out, right? People actually liked me a decade ago. Now people hate my guts.
So bad there at the end.
So because they liked me, they saw me as an underdog. Well, this isn't fair. Why'd Phil lose his job? He didn't do anything wrong. We want to support him. We like the content he puts out on YouTube. Let's support him in droves and see what we can do to help. So when I said things like,
when you have factual evidence of something
participate,
constantly thrown in
people
front of your
took
face
it as,
and you ignore it,
oh,
and choose to believe something else,
go click the living shit out of Phil's videos. Click the ads. And that's what happened. In the months of November and December of 2010, my ad revenue went from like $200 a month to, you ready for this? that first month, I made $18,000. Just on vlogs. Yes.
I need those.
Holy
that money. I really do.
fucking
I need that money.
shit.
For my bills.
Yes, I know. That's jaw-dropping. I was like, this is insane. I showed it to my parents. I showed it to my friends. I was like, this can't possibly be sustainable. Like, there's no way that I could possibly keep making this much money doing YouTube. This is insane. And by the way, no, I didn't. It wasn't sustainable. But it was insane, the amount of money that I made. Okay? Then, the next month, by the way, I never got contacted by YouTube or anything saying, oh, something's wrong. Everything seemed fine. So December, I keep just putting out gameplay videos that are not monetized, but only doing vlogs on the King of Hate HD. They're all monetized. The King of Hate HD already is making, within not even half the month had passed yet in December, and I had made another $13,000. Okay? So within 2 months, over 30 grand. All right? This is insane. There's no way this is going to continue. I'll be rich. I'll be filthy rich for the rest of my life if this continues. Right? Mid-December, I get a message from YouTube. Dear Mr. Burnell, we have detected invalid clicking activity on your video. Therefore, as a result of said activity, we are suspending. We're not turning off. We're not completely removing. We are suspending your AdSense.
We were winning, and now we're losing.
However, it was an indefinite suspension. And what that means is I didn't know if or when they were ever going to turn my AdSense account back on. There was no chance anytime soon, obviously. There was no appeals process or anything like that. It was just, it's done. You're screwed. You can't make any more money on your videos on YouTube anymore. Okay? So, a lot of people at that time, of course, my trolls in particular, said things like, well, Phil, the reason that you lost ad revenue is because you idiotically asked people to click the ads of your video. False. That was something that happened in early 2009. I had already been making videos for over a year and a half and never had an issue with it. It wasn't until I lost my job, people felt bad for me and started going crazy trying to help me out way too much that YouTube said, this can't possibly be valid, and then they basically took it away from me. Okay? So, I will admit I made the mistake. I absolutely did. But the way that people like to phrase this, oh, it's because Phil did it directly. No, that's actually not what happened at all. It ended up happening because people were supporting me so much overly supporting, that I got basically kind of screwed out of the program. If people had done it much more reasonably, maybe it wouldn't have been a big deal. But people thought, let's just help them as much as possible, right? And it basically backfired, all right? By the way, shout out to the UPS guy who tipped me $5. I've been watching you for years. Unfortunately, it slowed down because of work, but I'll always be a fan. I appreciate the shit out of you. You're the man and a legend. The best. Love you. By the way, we all know you have great karate skills and you could actually win any fight. Even as much as I would like to think that maybe I could have won a one-on-one fight, I don't think I would have been able to defeat both Jaha and Mike Watson at the same time. I would have gotten stomped. I'm just saying. Just making that official. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, check out the video about Street Fighter. That was part 1 of this DSP Reacts. Okay? Okay. What a transition. All right, so mostly true, but a little untrue. And I just wanted to clarify that situation. And by the way, I will emphasize my AdSense was suspended. Okay? I'm going to emphasize that for good reason. All right, let's continue.
Make money directly off of advertisements for any of his videos on any of his channels. Creating multiple AdSense accounts is disallowed by the service, meaning that Philip could not monetize his videos. Unemployed and without income from YouTube, Philip began uploading his videos to Blip.tv, a competing video hosting service, and received a lucrative partnership offer.
And not lucrative. It was basically the same as anyone else. When you sign up for their partnership there, you make a set amount of money per ad played on a video. It was less than what YouTube was actually paying for kind of their AdSense, but it was still going to be a good amount of money for the popularity that I was going to get there.
A few months after he began using Blip, however, he was banned from the site for making numerous anti-Semitic jokes.
Right.
This is what
Here it
happens
is.
when you let the Jews do whatever they want. You've let the Jews overrun space, and now look at this. Hello, Jew. Give me your money.
You've hoarded it for far too long. Why are you carrying your balls next to you? You stupid moron. You big-nosed freak.
Rejected from Blip.
Certainly, I'm not going to say it never happened. It did. And in fact, there were 2 different times that I did this, and I never revealed this either. There were 2 different times when I did this same line of joking. Once was just right before this, when I was actually playing.
So if you're gonna be an asshole,
X-Men.
you're gonna be treated like an
I think it was
asshole. You're gonna be
X-Men,
shown the door.
like co-op or something. It was the X-Men side-scrolling beat 'em up, and I was making jokes about Magneto being Jewish, which is really bad. And then I did this. This is the Dead Space 2 demo. This was the demo of the game, okay? This was 2010, by the way. This is over 12 years ago. And the reason that I did it, it's not justifiable, it's not defendable. It's just not, okay? It's bad. I should have never done it. I'm embarrassed that I did it. I've apologized numerous times over the years for doing it. And I've promised all of you I will never do that ever again, okay? At the time, to put this into reference and context, I was a big fan of Howard Stern. I actually had a Sirius satellite radio before it was even Sirius XM. I had Sirius satellite radio, and I used to listen to Howard Stern, and he used to play his archived shows all the time. And he used to have characters on there who pretended like they were Nazis or just German in general. They would talk just like this. They would make these particular style of jokes. He had a whole show called Guess the Jew, where there were 3 people in the studio. Or no, I take it back. They would name 3 celebrities, and you had to guess out of the 3 celebrities which one had changed their name from being Jewish sounding to something not Jewish sounding and find out who's the real Jew, all right? And there was a guy who was pretending to be a Nazi on the show making all these very bad jokes about Jews, okay? So at the time, I was a fan of this kind of stuff. And I thought it was fine. I was very stupid. At this point, by the way, and I'll say this too, back then, 12 years ago, especially in the Street Fighter community, all right, using words like rape, gay, these were words, and of course words I'm not going to say, the F word, okay? These were words that were used commonly, just thrown out there. And no one was offended, and it was just common speak at the time. Now, obviously, things change over time, right? And for me, you know, if you look at my old content from 2008, 2009, you'll hear me using words like that, right? I do. I'll admit it. I did back then. It wasn't until afterward that people educated me and said, Phil, this is not acceptable. Maybe it was acceptable in your circles in Street Fighter or whatever, and your friends. It's just not acceptable in society.
Hulk Hogan's
you have to stop with this stuff, okay? And these jokes in particular, of course, today, I watch myself at this and I'm like, wow, these were absolutely positively awful. It's indefensible. At that time, I defended it. If you can believe it, in 2010, I defended this humor. And I said, it ain't that bad. It's not offensive. Howard Stern does it. I can do it too. No, I don't. Number one, I don't think I'm Howard Stern or I'm funny enough or good enough to do the things he did.
Oh,
and number 2, even then you could argue that he doing it was wrong, right? So there's no justification whatsoever. Zero. I defended it back then. Since then, I've completely changed my tune. I know the error of my ways. I would never do this kind of shit ever again. But here's what happened. I got reported, all right? I got reported on Blip for inappropriate content. At the time, I was the biggest gamer on Blip, and I was the second biggest guy on the site. I had left YouTube and come to Blip, and within 2 weeks of being on Blip TV, I had overtaken everyone else except the Nostalgia Critic. I was bigger than Angry Joe at the time, okay? And Blip came to me and said, holy shit, you are so popular, we want to make you an offer. We're going to get you in a better contract. We want to work with you to grow and promote your content here on the site. We basically want Blip TV to be the destination for dark side-filled content on the internet, and we're going to heavily promote you and everything. I had a meeting with the guys from That Guy with the Glasses. That's the company that's owned by Doug Walker, the Nostalgia Critic. I talked to his brother, Rob Walker, on the phone. Actually, I take it back. I think it was a Skype call, actually. And we had a big conversation that I was going to be part of them. They were going to bring me in as the biggest gamer in the group. I was going to put out content under their umbrella. They were going to put it on the site, thatguywiththeglasses.com. I was going to have my own page there, and they were going to promote it. And I was going to start, apparently, I was going to start having crossovers and appearances with all of their content. Okay? Within 1 month of me being on Blip, this happened. Blip contacts me one night and says, tomorrow we're going to have a call where we're going to talk about your future. It's going to be great. The future's bright. Then they were alerted to this being present on the site. They called me the next day and said, the call is off. You're gone. Remove all your content in 3 days. You're banned. No recourse. No opportunity to apologize, to explain myself, to say I'll never do it again. They felt that this was so egregious, they threw me off their business entirely and said, go away, never come back. Okay? Now, do I disagree with this? Yes. Obviously, I wish that they would have given me a chance to understand why this was wrong and say, don't ever do this again, and we'll let you stay. This is a big no-no. In fact, if they had even argued that I had not welcome on my public apology, I probably would have. Okay? But they were like, nope, you're gone. Zoop! They pulled the cord, and I was gone. Immediately blacklisted from anyone involved with Blip. That guy with the glasses never contacted me or responded to anything I sent them ever again. Like they wanted nothing to do with me. Okay? Wow. I mean, yeah, it does look really bad. It's bad. I shouldn't have done it. I mean, this is one of the worst things I've ever done right here. And I own up to it that now I admit it's terrible. I should have never done it. I was stupid as fuck. I'm a complete boneheaded idiot. I was so dumb back then. And by the way, back then, again, I never really saw any of this to think that this was serious. Like, I thought everything I do on the internet's a joke. It doesn't matter, right? I wasn't making a living doing it anyway. It's not a big deal. When I started making that YouTube funny money, those first 2 months with AdSense, I was like, this is ridiculously preposterous, right? You know, I never took it seriously. So I was just an idiot. Today, things are obviously very, very different, and I totally regret this, okay? But what happened, happened. It's history. Oh, let's switch back. By the way, about 50 minutes left till my food arrives. Can't wait to try that Thai food. Stop dancing on my own face.
And AdSense, and with limited employment opportunities, Philip was suddenly in deep financial trouble going into 2011.
Completely
in March,
true.
however, Philip was approached by Machinima Incorporated, a company that contracts content creators chiefly for gaming videos, to become a managed partner. By allowing Machinima to place advertisements on his videos under their AdSense account rather than his, he could continue making money through videos on YouTube as a full-time career.
Focus. So I created 2 new channels on YouTube. The first channel is called DSP Gaming. This is my active channel for video game playthroughs. On the other side, if you're a really big fan of fighting games and competitively playing these games, you're going to want to head over to my channel DSP Street Fighter. It's actually looking like this is going to work out, and this is going to be something I'm going to be able to do as a full-time occupation, at least for the short term. And as long as this works out over the next course of this year, it may be something I can do in the long term.
Despite Philip's
Okay. So for some clarity here and some additional information, this is actually not how it happened. What happened was, of all things, I had an internet beef with a major content creator who actually worked for Machinima. His name was Hutch. I don't know if he still makes content to this day. Maybe he does. He was known for Call of Duty content, okay? Now, what happened was I was doing a series at this time where people would ask me questions and I would answer them, you know, to the best of my knowledge, which was mostly off the cuff and completely uninformed, and I said a lot of stupid things back then. One of the questions that was asked of me had something to do with Hutch, and somehow it resulted in me insulting him or saying something that he took as an insult. Now, I actually don't remember what it was at all. I have no recollection what it actually was that was said, but he got really pissed with me. And he contacted me behind the scenes, and we had it out, all right? Come to find out, once we actually started talking, we're actually kind of cool with each other. We understood each other's perspective. I apologized to him and said, I didn't really mean to insult you. I'm sorry if it came off that way. I was, you know, kind of doing stuff completely stupidly, uninformed or whatever. And basically, we squashed the beef, all right? Now, that was early. That was like early to mid-2010. All this shit happens to me. I lose my job. I lose my AdSense. I get kicked off Blip TV. It's like I have nowhere else to fucking go, all right? On a whim, I contacted Hutch, and I was like, dude, do you have any idea? Because you're in the industry. Do Do you have any idea who I could maybe talk to or point me in the right direction of someone who might have something to do with anything? Because I'm at an all-time low at this point, and I don't know really what I'm going to do to support myself because I can't find another job similar to what I had at that point. Jobs in Connecticut, where I lived in the state of Connecticut, were very bad. It was a very bad time for the job market, and I knew I would probably have to get 2 or 3 part-time jobs to even pay enough to keep my condo. It was going to be rough. So I basically contacted Hutch, and I was like, hey, man, any ideas? Just so happens Hutch was working for Machinima, and he said he literally emails my email to Machinima. He says, head of partnerships, here's Phil. He's incredibly popular on YouTube. He's got a great audience who supports him. Let's strike a deal. And the rest was history, because they did strike a deal with me to put their ads on my videos. So now for the first time, instead of only having advertisements on my vlogs on the King of Hate HD, I was able to put advertisements on all different channels. DSP Gaming had gameplay that was monetized. The King of Hate HD had vlogs that was monetized. And later on, I changed that to a new channel called the King of Hate Vlogs. And then on top of that, I made a new channel called DSP Street Fighter, where I put all fighting game coverage. Why 3 channels? Because as I've already explained back then, videos could only be 10 minutes long. And I was uploading so many videos a day that if I uploaded fighting game footage, a full video game playthrough over here, first-person shooter here, vlogs here, if you upload all that to one channel, it would all get lost in the mix because you're uploading so many videos at once. But by separating into 3 channels and branding them separately, now people could go to each channel for that style of content and not be inundated with everything else. It was an interesting business strategy. Yes, it is all Hutch's fault that I ever had my gameplay monetized on YouTube. Let's continue.
Optimism, things would not stay so simple for long. Over the course of 2011, Philip would find more and more viewers, but many of his older fans would begin to sour towards him. By this point, many other Let's Players had joined the scene, uploading their own gameplay with capture cards and screen capture applications. Compared to Philip's camera method, these other recording styles provided far higher quality of both video and audio. But even the hardcore fans who were used to his camera recording method were finding frustration with his attitude. Though it's difficult to gauge a precise widespread response, many commenters would complain about his inflated ego and his habit of blaming the game rather than himself an inordinate amount. When competing with others in online games, he would always degrade his opponent. If he won, he would profess his opponent's lack of skill, and if he lost, he would accuse the opponent of illegitimate tactics, or he would complain of faulty controls.
That's called cheating, and that's what everyone does online, which is why you shouldn't fucking play online. You keep asking for me to do it, so I gotta do what my fans want, so hope you enjoyed this real shit-fest session I had tonight.
Does that sound like
Okay.
what the fuck?
No, it sounds nothing like that at all.
I wanted to pause it right there. Look what we get, a big face. Can I rewind 1 frame? I don't think I can. Okay, here,
Everyone
let me
does
do this.
online, which is why you...
Wanted to pause right there. Because I had a couple things to say about this. So first of all, what a face. First of all, I 100% agree on the direct capture thing. I, back then, so we're talking 11 years ago now, was a stubborn, obstinate, pig-headed, very, very hard to convince to change kind of person. My opinion of myself was, well, I'm putting out content, it's getting tons of views, it's making money. So who are you to criticize me or even suggest that I change my methods or my style in any way,
Now,
shape, or
this shocks
form?
me.
All right? Because if I do that, I'm basically abandoning those who have supported me all this way and by changing to something different. Okay? Now, what I didn't understand at the time, all right, was that even though you're successful, success cannot last forever. Over time, what you have to do is you have to adapt and you have to change for the better. You can't just be the same person, the same content creator. That's one of the reasons why I'm doing this React video right now, is to broaden my horizons to a different style of content and bring in a variety of support and a variety of views. You see, I can't just do gameplay all day anymore. I know that, right? I got to change for the better. But I remember particularly back then, some people started contacting me saying, Phil, you know, you got a lot of competition. People who are playing
I
Street
need
Fighter,
that
and your
money.
Street Fighter
I really
videos
do. I
don't look
need that
that
money.
good compared to
Pay my
theirs
bills.
anymore. You know, Phil, you're playing this game, and man, there's a lot of dark contrasts in it, your camera doesn't pick them up very well. It looks really shitty. It would be great if you would adopt direct capture. And I would be like, no, 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 no. I would start freaking out like, oh, that's the wrong one. No, 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 I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I was really, in some cases, I would get angry at people just for suggesting improvement. And that was really stupid. All right? Now, I don't know if it was because I was cocky. I don't know if it's because, yes, back then I still was drinking way too much. And basically, at night, I had a lot of issues. Let's put it that way. Like, I had a lot of issues in my head about things that in my life were kind of fucked up at the time. And certainly having a bunch of things happen, like being kicked off Blip and being called a racist and things like that, kind of extrapolated the situation in my head. My head was not very clear back then. Let's just put it that way. It was kind of a whirlwind. It was like, wake up, record a ton of videos, upload the videos, record a ton of videos, upload the videos, wolf down bad fast food, record a ton of videos, upload the videos, drink, pass out drunk. That's not a good lifestyle. Just so you guys know, that's really fucking bad. You know, that, my God, I can't. Sometimes I'm shocked I'm still alive when I look back at those days. I really do. I believe, you know. And I think that's why I was like that. Because if I was more, like today, I'm more interactive with you guys. We have a better relationship. We talk. I listen to your feedback. I do a lot of improvements based on it. I appreciate that you guys like me and my content enough that you want to contribute to the continued success of this channel. Back then, it was like, it's all on me. Constant. All the time. Put out content. Make money. Do it. Just do it. Fuck everything else. Ignore everything around you. Just do it. And I do believe that's the beginning of when people started to turn against me. I would agree with Frederick here. Probably around 2011, 2012. The 2 years where things really made a turn for the worse and some opinions started to turn against me. Basically, I was being made fun of. I was being called a dinosaur by people. My contemporaries. Oh, Darkside Phil, that old fart. That guy's still using a camera, pointing at his fucking TV. What a jerk, right? What a jackass. Now, the shtick of me always blaming the games, that was the shtick. All right? And I would still, to this day, you got to understand, I still do that to some extent every once in a while. Yes, that's the shtick. It's kind of the thing that's funny, that I joke and I always say, it was never me or whatever, right? That's part of my thing that still to this day resonates with my audience. I'm never going to just completely drop that. Then I would be like a completely different person. You're not watching Darkside Phil anymore, you know? But at the same time, I totally get it that some people got tired of it. It was the same shtick with no variation, no improvement. It got stagnant, and that I will completely agree with. Now, this video clip that we're looking at is infamous. Do you guys ever see this match? Wonder Waffle? This guy, the reason why I got so mad at this guy, and again, this is an infamous clip. I'm not surprised that Frederick Knudsen sampled it, but it's actually not a good example. This is an exception. So when Street Fighter 4 first launched, okay, they had different modes you could play it in online. There was a casual mode. I think it was called like player matches. But then there was a mode that was supposed to be seriously competitive called ranked matches. When you won or lost these matches, you either gained or lost ranking points. All right? And the ranking points determined your rank in the game, and you would unlock things as you got higher ranks. You would play better players. People actually touted online, look at my high rank, right? When the game launched, they screwed it all up. They made it so that you could change the game settings in a ranked match. Now, at the time, there was an established thing. Like, for example, everyone thought it was 99 seconds, best 2 out of 3 rounds. These were tournament-established rules for competitive matches, okay? When you played ranked matches, 99% of the time, people had those as the default rules, but you could change them. This guy, Wonder Waffle, actually abused the rules to get cheap wins and get a high ranking in the game. Here's what he did. First of all, he turned the time limit to only 30 seconds. Meaning you had to win really fast because time was running out. Then he picked an abusable character, Ken, who has a Dragon Punch, a special move that's incredibly overpowered in this version of the game. If you just keep like mashing the move out, it'll come out and interrupt a ton of moves in the game. But this guy also created lag in the game by actually doing, what do they call it? There's a word for it. He would create artificial lag in the game to make it lag so you couldn't react to anything he did. So literally he would turn on, lag switch. It's called a lag switch. The game would be perfectly unlaggy. Fight. All of a sudden he'd walk forward, insane lag. You can't control the game anymore. And here's what would happen. Dragon Punch, Dragon Punch, Dragon Punch, Dragon Punch, Dragon Punch, Dragon Punch. It was so laggy you couldn't react to it. You only had 30 seconds. Once you got hit by 1 to 2 Dragon Punches, you didn't even have time to come back. So he got a super high rank in Street Fighter 4 cheating. But there was no way to solve it or fix it, okay? Now what's funny about this is that people always made fun of me when I made this one video against this guy because I raged so bad at him. I really tore him a new butthole. Like, oh, this guy's a piece of shit, and this is what's bad about the game, but you guys keep wanting me to play online, so here it is, right? Well, later on that year, I went to a tournament in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and I was helping someone run the tournament. And this person, who I don't know, comes up to me and says, "Hey, are you Darkside Phil?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm Darkside Phil. Why? What of it? What's going on? You need anything? You know, did you miss your match? You need some help?" He goes, "Oh, no, I just want to let you know I'm Wonder Waffle." Now, I'm in the middle of running a tournament, and I don't particularly remember anything about this guy because this is the funny part about being a content creator, all right? You guys see the notable moments happen, you document them, and you repeat them and watch them over and over. They become memes. They become epic moments that you guys will remember forever. The Wonder Waffle match was an epic moment that people talked about on the internet for a long time. It happened once to me, and I never remembered it ever again. Only if people brought it up over time would anyone ever even say to me, "Hey, the Wonder Waffle match." Like, "Oh, yeah, I remember it happened." You know, not a big deal to me. But you guys remembered it. So this guy actually comes up to me at a tournament and says, "Hi, I'm Wonder Waffle." Now, I don't know what he was expecting me to do, but it didn't even, like, resonate in my head. I didn't know. I was like, "Oh, okay, hi, nice to meet you." And I shook his hand and I walked away. And it was later that night, I was sitting in the hotel room after everything, and I was just thinking about that weird interaction I had with that guy. And I was like, it sounds familiar. And I actually went on my laptop, because I used to take my laptop to tournaments back then. I went online, I searched, and there it was. DSP versus Wonder Waffle. I was like, I wonder if that's really the guy. It might have been. It might have been that he was trying to get some kind of, I don't know, a rise out of me by meeting me in person. Or maybe it was just someone who was full of shit and lying and it wasn't really them. I guess I'll never know because the guy never came back and said anything to me the next day or anything. It's just funny how stuff works. But anyway, yeah, this was a situation, infamous situation in my history where I raged at a Street Fighter player for basically cheating. It's funny that he's pulling this out of context saying this is just what I did all the time. I mean, in reality, yes, I did rage and make fun of people online all the time. Again, that was my online persona. That was my that was my shtick. That's what I was doing to be popular on YouTube. And it was getting tired, and people were getting tired of me. Okay.
You shouldn't fucking play online. You keep asking for me to do it, so I gotta do what my fans want. So hope you enjoyed this real shit-fest session I had tonight.
This last complaint may have merit, as his temper would often manifest as abuse of his equipment.
This is fucking bullshit.
Now that's ridiculous.
Move, asshole.
That is definitely not something that happened all the time. I would get angry at games, yes, all the time, but I wouldn't abuse my equipment constantly. That's completely false. In fact, I usually took really good care of my equipment. I was the guy who was known as nothing really, ever breaks, and if it did, it was a rarity. There's 2 times ever where I remember distinctly something breaking. One of them I was playing a God of War game. I think it was either God of War 3 or God of War Judgment. And there was a gauntlet of enemies that I was fighting. And I got so angry because I remember the controller was not responding. And I slammed it on my coffee table so hard, I broke it. And it stopped working after that. I was like, oh shit, I totally broke the controller. I said it on camera and everything. But this case, you can say, oh, this is part of a controller slam compilation. This was a case where the game completely glitched. I was playing the game, a big segment of it. It was a big story segment. And all of a sudden, the camera froze right here. And I couldn't move the character. That character on the right-hand side there, I think Norman Jaden is his name. He's supposed to be walking through the nightclub. He wouldn't move at all. He was completely bugged out and frozen, and you couldn't make progress in the game. And it wasn't once or twice. Like, I kept restarting, and it kept happening. So I got progressively more and more angry to the point where I got so upset. I started slamming things. I was so pissed. I was like, I want to play the game. I love the game. What's going on with this game? But that wasn't representative of what I did all the time. It was only in extreme cases where I'd be, like, completely slamming shit. And what's funny is you can say, oh, well, Phil, there's a controller slam montage, okay? I've made content for 14 years. Don't you think when I make content 8 to 10 hours a day for 14 years, maybe there's a few times I slam my controller? That doesn't mean it happened all the time. If you had showed me 14,000 times in 14 years that I'd slam my controller, I'd be like, damn, that guy's got a problem. But again, this is the internet trying to take something out of context and pretending like it's something that happens all the time and acting like that's a fact. Yes, my detractors over the years said this is what Phil does all the time. So Frederick Knudsen watches the montage of it and believes this is Phil all the time. That was a rarity when I would be slamming stuff like that. Swearing like a sailor, absolutely all the time. Slamming my equipment, very rarely. Except my mouse today, because my mouse only works when I slam it.
Philip would also become belligerent on his social media. For example, when game reviewer Mitch Dyer posted a review for IGN with which he disagreed, he attacked Dyer for not providing an objective review, and after the argument, Philip posted a vlog onto his King of Hate HD YouTube channel attacking
Oh my
him
god,
further.
look at me!
And he just got all offended that, like, I told him that I work full-time.
Look at me
on
in this
YouTube.
video.
Like,
Can someone please shut up this dude
jealous
who's being
much?
a
That's what I should
moron?
say. Jealous much?
So, first of all, I just gotta fucking respond. Look at me in this video. Holy fucking shit. Look how puffy my hair is. Look at how thick and dark my goatee is. Things have definitely changed in over 10 years, right? I could never even grow a beard like that if I wanted anymore. You wouldn't be able to see it because it's all white hairs, you know? But anyway, wow, I look totally different today. At least from this clip. But anyway, this was the situation. This was the beginning of me having an issue with the games media. All right? And this is a running theme with me over the years as a content creator. I've always been at odds with the mainstream games media because I feel that they have hidden under the guise of, hey, a review is just an opinion, man, so we can literally say whatever we want, say whatever game is good or bad, and we can never be held accountable for what we're saying because it's just my opinion. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, my response to that is as follows. Bullshit. Bull fucking shit. That is a terrible thing to say. To think that you are in a prominent role in the games media. You're supposed to be reviewing a game for the public to know if they want to play it or not. And you just completely misrepresent the game, don't even understand it, throw out a crappy review that's very poorly done, and now I have no right to criticize you because it's your opinion? Are you crazy? Are you stupid? Yes, they're both. They actually act like that. They think that they can just do that shit. Okay? In this case, this is Mitch Dyer. This guy was a freelance writer who was taken on by IGN to do some freelance articles. Eventually, they hired him full-time. And then he literally botched thing after thing over there. I don't know if he still works there, but it was just a comedy of errors with this guy. Okay? But this guy wrote an article, a review, of a game called Double Dragon Neon. All right? For those who've never played the game, Double Dragon Neon was supposed to be an homage to the old-school side-scrolling beat-em-up games of the 1980s. It's supposed to play like old-school Double Dragon. Like, literally, that's what it was designed to be. Now, did it have modernized visuals and a few modernized improvements? Yes. But for the most part, the game was meant to be an homage. Imagine if it was a game called Super Mario Classic, and it played like original Super Mario Bros. That's essentially Double Dragon Neon. Mitch Dyer reviews the game a 3 out of 10. His major criticism of the game, oh, it plays like an old game. I don't like those old style games. It should have been more modernized. 3 out of 10. Dude, the game was made to be a throwback homage. That's the point of the game. Okay, you don't like it. If you don't like old games, why are you reviewing it? That's like saying, I know I hate Chinese food, but today I'm going to order Chinese and review it and say it all sucks. Like, what are you, fucking stupid? And this was a terrible representation of the game. It was ridiculously bad. It was unfair that he did that to the game. I felt bad that he misrepresented the game the way he did in his review. So I call him out on social media for it, and he literally dodges everything and says, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Because the moment I confronted him with something that scared him and made him look like he was in the wrong, he ran away. And over the years, people confronted him about me over and over, and basically he's, Darkseid feels that asshole, I'm not dealing with that guy. No. And that's how he was. And that's what I mean, like, again, did I have a very defensive demeanor on social media? Yes. Did I sometimes lash out at people on social media? Yes, I will absolutely, positively admit those things. But another bad example. That Mitch Dyer example is terrible. That was a guy who was actually a jackass doing a disservice to a game, completely misunderstood what it was supposed to be, and rated it poorly, which might hurt the game's sales because he's reviewing it for IGN, one of the big, giant gaming media outlets. And I'm supposed to just say, oh, I have no right to criticize this guy because it's just his opinion, man. Like, no, fuck that. I called him out, and rightly so. And, I have no idea, again, what happened. Obviously, he didn't really get any negative consequences. He got hired full-time by IGN and just continued to fuck things up over and over. Go figure. A couple shout-outs here. Snowcrawl tipped $1.50 and says, super interesting take. It actually really changed my perspective on some issues. What would you say is the biggest difference between old and new, Phil, in your opinion? What's changed? My ability to see from other people's perspectives. My ability to listen to feedback and try to weigh and balance it instead of just immediately dismissing it all. And basically now being very careful about the kind of things I say and realize that now what I say has weight because I could say something that really hurts someone. Back then, I didn't care. Back then, I really didn't give two shits. I was like, oh, well, if you're offended, you're just a sissy. That was my mentality back then. And that was completely false. I should have never been like that. I should have been more open-minded and sensitive to what I was saying and doing, realizing that what I said had weight and power because I had clout on the internet. And I really hurt a lot of people back then, I feel. And I hope at least people would believe that I'm not like that anymore. Okay? Double O tipped me $1.50, and he says, do you remember in an E3 recap you did about Killer Instinct that Mitch Dyer covered? We all learned in real time during that recap, Mitch Dyer completely misreported the entire game's unlocking process. Yes, I remember that. Mitch Dyer tipped $1.50 and says, Mitch Dyer left IGN, then he went on and started writing for games, including Star Wars Squadrons, Battlefront 2, and now he's written part of Gotham Knights. Well, I never played Star Wars Squadrons, can't comment on that. Battlefront 2 didn't really have a story, so I don't know what he wrote there, and Gotham Knights isn't out yet. So I guess I can't really comment on his writing, but I can tell you his reporting and reviewing is shit. The Crunchiest Onion tipped $1.50 says, I don't think Mitch Dyer is a good example for Nudson to use regarding your Twitter behavior at the time. I think your old tweets about Minecraft, yes. And people who play Minecraft, yes. Would have been much better examples of what he's trying to show. That I will 100% fess up to. Back in the day, I had this bug up my ass about any game that got viral popularity. I felt it didn't deserve it. So Minecraft was a prime example of this. This was a game that looked kiddie. It looked like pixelated graphics, silly things. You're building, there's sheep. And I always argued that the game looked like a kid's game. And I can't understand why that game is the biggest game in gaming. At one time it was, not anymore.
That's stupid.
At one time it literally was the biggest game in gaming. Okay? And I would say really dumb things that were unqualified statements because I had never played it. Okay? I would outright insult people who played Minecraft, saying you're dumb, you're childlike mind, you're an idiot, you're immature. Like, why would you play that shit? Why, when there's many better games out there? Then years later, I played Minecraft, and I'm an idiot. It's a great game. It's fucking really good. It's a really great game for multiple levels of reasons. It's a really great game. The building is addictive and fun. It's got a chill atmosphere. It's got a feeling of survival. But once you actually build your own ability to survive and be self-sustainable, it's actually really neat. The engine, what you can do with that engine is absolutely, I just keep dancing over my own face. What you can do with that engine is outstanding. The world is open and so much content to explore. There's alternate dimensions you can go into. The game is outstanding. It's a cultural phenomenon for a good reason, and I just sat there crapping on it for years like a fucking idiot because I refused to play it. I was a moron, And that would have been a great example of what Nudson's trying to say here. Sadly, that's not the example he used. All right, let's continue, guys. I almost choked there. Excuse me. Here we go.
But anyway,
He also would attack other YouTubers, notably PewDiePie, iJustine, and Tobuscus, each for different reasons, while his former fans...
I mean, that's true. Some were really stupid and others were warranted. Like, iJustine never said a negative word about me, and I attacked her, saying really nasty, disgusting things about her that I never should have said. And I feel really bad about that, and I apologize for that because that I never should have done. It wasn't my place. I always had this issue with people who I felt were doing gaming on YouTube just to make money. For example, Tobuscus was supposed to be a guy who made comedic songs. All of a sudden, now you can make gameplay videos And now he's making gameplay videos for money because you can monetize them now. He never did it before, but as soon as he can make a buck doing it, oh, he's a hardcore gamer and he's going to play all the games. And he was getting gaming sponsorships and all kinds of shit. There were proboscis ads running on my fucking YouTube videos. My competitor had an advertisement advertising his channel on my video. How is that acceptable? So I called him out for it. He apologized and then never followed up. And then he went down his own fucking rabbit hole with all kinds of fucked up stuff he did.
I need that money. I really do.
I
need
just
that
think,
money to pay my
I'll be
bills.
honest with everyone, I never understood the appeal. I don't think she's an informed person on games and never was. She was someone who was doing like vlogs and other kind of content for the internet first. And again, as soon as gaming became profitable because you can monetize gameplay, she's a gamer and she's gaming. And now she's somehow a notable person in gaming. Admittedly, I said terrible things about her. I never should have said the terrible things I said about her. She never said a negative word about me. I said bad things about her. I'm 100% in the wrong. I apologize to iJustine and anyone else over the years who I may have offended with saying dumb shit like that. I never should have said shit like that, okay? PewDiePie, I don't really necessarily think
Thanks
that
for the
we
money,
have
stupid
real
fuck.
fear towards each other.
He
I
keeps
think
pausing.
that
This is
he's someone who
pathetic.
referenced me early on in his early content. Then he blew up and became ridiculously popular, and I made fun of him over the years for basically being a guy who screamed at a camera and got popular for doing that. Back then, I was jealous. Absolutely. Back then, I'm like, here's a guy who was inspired likely by me because he was talking about me in his own content and videos. He actually, there's historical record, he liked my videos on YouTube back in the day. And then he went on to be insanely rich and famous while I just kind of stagnated and declined. So I got jealous and I got pissed and I said nasty things about him. He said nasty things about me too over the years as well. So we've had a little back and forth. I personally don't think that either of us really care or hate each other or anything like that. But yes, from an outsider's perspective, this is true. It seemed like I was picking fights with people who were bigger than me. Why is Phil doing this instead of manning his own business? I totally understand this point. Okay.
Claim that this was a change in character, Philip's detractors would point to these things as already existing issues becoming more evident. In light of these problems, Philip's viewership and therefore his livelihood began slipping. Between November of 2011 and April of 2012, he would drop from nearly 13.5 million monthly views to 5.3 million, a drop of over 60%, after which his viewership continued to slip in a downward trend for the rest of the year.
And it's weird because I'm not exactly sure what happened at that exact point in time. People have tried to figure it out. It's not clear. It's not clear if people just started to dislike me and didn't want to watch my stuff. It's not clear if that's when the first "this is how you don't play" hit the internet. It's not clear if YouTube fucked up and changed the way that videos were found in the algorithm. It's just not clear at all. But that was just, yeah, at one point I was getting 13 million views a month, and all of a sudden I'm down to 5, and I'm like, I didn't do anything, so I'm not sure what caused it. I don't know if anyone knows the real root cause
Things
of that.
got even worse for him after Machinima renegotiated his contract later in the year, reducing his pay. Why this occurred is uncertain, but there is speculation that it was because of his diminishing viewership and the belief that it would continue to decrease.
Wrong. They told me why. They told me because they were paying everyone too much money, that they had overestimated the amount of money they were going to make on ads on YouTube. Here's how it worked if you were partnered with Machinima. Machinima has rights to put video advertisements on your video uploads. They make all the money on the advertisements. Okay? 100% of the ad revenue they make. Now, based on the performance of your videos, they will pay you a flat rate per 2,000 video views that you receive. So, let's say, for example, my channel makes 10,000 views in a day. Let's say it was $5 per 2,000 views. Well, I made 10,000. It's 5 times 2, right? Do the math. I make that money. It's a flat rate of money that you're going to make. And the content creators really liked that formula back then because it allowed you to kind of estimate what you were going to get based on your views. Unlike ad revenue, one video might have tons of ads and make a ton of money. Another video might not get good ads and make no money. So you don't know what you're going to get on any given video at any time. What Machinima did at the time, they did an average formula calculation. They said, oh, it looks like on average, a video will make this much money if it's monetized. So we'll pocket all of that and we'll pay the content creator a portion of it. And $2, was it 2? I don't remember exactly what it was. It might have been $2 per 1,000 views, $5 per 2,000 views. I can't even remember what it was anymore. It's so long ago. But basically that formula made sense. You would make a flat rate. they would make more money on the ads, keep the excess revenue, and pay you whatever they had agreed to. So it was a working for everyone. Everyone made something out here, all right? But what ended up happening was, over the years, YouTube ads became less profitable. At first, they were really profitable. But then advertisers said, wait a minute, we're paying so much for these ads, and we're not seeing the kind of results that YouTube is touting that we're going to get for having ads on YouTube. We refuse to pay as much, or we refuse to buy as much ad space. So YouTube had to start making more competitive pitches to advertisers. Okay, you can advertise for less on our site. Well, if you're advertising for less, then the people who are watching the ads are earning less per view for Machinima. Machinima was making way less ad revenue all of a sudden and was forced with a dilemma.
Criticism is a great
We
thing.
signed everyone up for these contracts where we said we would pay them this flat rate. The
immediately
videos aren't even
stupid.
making that much
It doesn't
money
make any
anymore on
sense
the
to me,
ads. We're
you
at a
know?
loss. They actually found a calculation for like 6 months. They were taking a fucking loss. They were so dumb, they didn't even realize it. So they had to contact everyone panic mode in the middle of the year and say, hey, we need to renegotiate everyone's contract or else we're going to go under. We're actually going to go out of business because we have no cash flow anymore. So they did. They renegotiated everyone's contract to make money. That's what happened. It had nothing to do with anyone's viewership. It had nothing to do with, oh, someone's being seen in a bad light. In fact, everyone at Machinima took a pay cut. Literally everyone. Even the top guys took pay cuts, and they left. A lot of the top guys decided, we're not going to partner with Machinima anymore. We're going to go somewhere else. So that had nothing to do with me at that time. That's ridiculous conjecture, and it's false.
Philip, in large part, believed his viewership issues to be not because of his content, but rather because of changes that were occurring in the back end of YouTube.
Of course. Am I going to publicly admit that the reason that I have viewership decline is because of me? No. And again, back then, I was like, oh, my shit doesn't stink. My viewers are telling me they love what I'm doing. It must be something else. And I surmised that maybe YouTube did something behind the scenes to screw over the little guy.
He argued that YouTube was changing to accommodate viral content while simultaneously hurting who he called the little guys.
There you
whose
go.
Content was being deprioritized, and it was this deprioritization that was to blame.
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
Many of his fans
is
and
so
all
boring.
of his detractors, however, were unconvinced that this was the only problem, if it even was one. Many indicted him for his inflexibility, an argument bolstered by his adamant refusal to alter his content production or release methods. Sometime over the course of 2011, Philip had started dating a
Thanks for
woman
the money,
named
stupid
Leanna
fuck.
Hongen, known better
Rest
by
in
the
peace, Hate
pseudonym
Army Watch.
Andalee.
Point
While
6
Philip's
copyright
fan base
strikes.
seemed generally
Pins and
happy
face.
that he was
A
now
channel
in a
nuked way
relationship,
too
there was a
soon.
subset who weren't so enthused. Many were shocked to learn that Leanna was 11 years Philip's junior, and
If I
that
could
they
get
had
down on my
started
hands and
dating
knees and say
just
thank you and
after
still
she
be
had
on
turned
camera,
18,
I would do
but
it.
most were more concerned about Leanna's aggressive tone during cooperative gameplay.
Now, I'm going to let this play out. I'm going to comment. But I'm going to say this right now, okay? I'm not going to be doing anything crazy. I'm not going to be revealing tons of ridiculous stuff that's personal, and here's why. This person has not been in my life for many, many years, okay? It would not be fair for me to speak in a manner about personal things when she has not done so. You know what I'm saying? This is someone who I have not had any contact with in very long. I've moved on. My life, now I'm happily married. This is long in the past, but it has to be addressed, obviously. It's part of my history, right? It's well documented. I made vlogs with her. We played games together. We traveled together. She was a big part of my life for a long time. But it would be completely unfair for me to come out in like any kind of a negative attack mode here when she has personally decided to be gone from the internet, essentially, and not ever speak negatively about me, which she very well could. I told you guys I was not exactly a bed of roses to be back then. You know what I mean? Like, I was a flawed human, and I had a lot of mistakes that I made, and I'm, good on her that essentially she's never come out publicly and said anything bad about me. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to speak very matter-of-factly about the situation. By the way, it's a very small part of the video, thankfully. So, let's continue, and then I'll make my comments.
Everyone press start.
No more talking.
Let's press the start before I kill you all.
Now it blocks this too. I moved my camera, and now the subtitles are at the bottom of the screen. Hold on. I gotta fix this. I want you guys to obviously see the subtitles. Hold on. Because the audio quality is not great. Back then, everything I did, the audio quality was shit, so not surprised it's pretty much, not able to be heard here. Actually, I have no idea if this is centered or not. I don't think it is. I don't care. All right. Let's continue. It's fucking stupid. Here we go. I'm going to rewind it so you can hear this part.
Deanna's aggressive tone during cooperative
Here we go.
gameplay.
Everyone press start.
No more
Let's
talking.
press the start before I kill you all. Jesus, press it.
Well, now you still can't see it.
That's your,
Press a
push the
button.
starter.
I don't know.
Probably a better gamer than half of
You
you.
probably can't even ready up.
Are we level 2?
2011 also marked other strange behaviors from Philip. For example, for his DSP Tries It series,
Oh my God, we're going to watch this. Okay. But anyway. Okay. So here's what I have to say about this. All right. First of all, there's been so much bullshit misinformation on the internet about my former relationship that I'm just going to clarify a few points and then we're going to move on. Number one. Yes, it's absolutely true. We had a ginormous age gap. It was 11 years. Absolutely true. All right. A lot of people criticized me at the time and said, what the hell are you doing with someone, you know, so much younger than you? Doesn't make sense. Kind of ridiculous. Some people don't agree with that kind of stuff. A lot of people don't care. A lot of people say it's your own business, right? At the time, it wasn't really a big concern for me. Like, it wasn't something that I even thought about. It was someone who, I had a relationship with, and it wasn't anything that was, how can I say? I don't even know how to properly say it because you say it the wrong way and then people take it the wrong way. But, let me put it this way. At the time, I didn't see anything wrong with it. Today, yeah, I probably could say, yeah, I see something wrong with it. Especially because one thing that I will distinctively tell you guys, I love how we're freeze framed at this when I'm talking about this. One thing that I will distinctively tell you guys, a difference here is that at first we were of like mind, and then as we were together longer and longer, that's basically why we grew apart. Because we were basically kind of like two different age ranges and generations, I was in one mindset where I wanted to go with my life, and she was in a different, completely different mindset where she wanted to go with her life, and those paths weren't aligned anymore. You know what I'm saying? And I think that was directly because of the age. And that's my fault. I'm the one who willingly engaged in the relationship. You know what I'm saying? There was nothing legally wrong with it, but age-wise, it kind of didn't make sense at first. We both like games or whatever. It kind of made sense. But then over time, it's like, what the hell was I thinking? You know what I mean? And now to comment on her behavior, I'm still commenting on this with this on the screen, by the way. To comment on her behavior, yes, publicly, she was incredibly confrontational. I think that's actually the best way to put it forward. Her personality was very publicly confrontational. She always wanted to seem like she was superior. She would get the one up on me or anyone involved in anything that she was involved in, right? She would constantly be razzing me. People liked that, right? People absolutely liked that she was that kind of a person because they thought that was a good way to play off of me. Normally, I was the only guy involved in my content, or I was the alpha of the content. You know what I mean? Like, I was the one in charge. All of a sudden, there was an off play of that. And people thought it was like two conflicting personalities. They saw uncomfortableness sometimes when we made a video of gameplay together. And people actually liked that. At the very same time, all right? And this will be actually, I believe, be addressed a little bit later here. But we're coming up to it. I will say this. I 100% take responsibility for the fact that if she was ever in my content and was deemed offensive, that's my fault. Why? It was my content. I can argue a million ways to Sunday to try to defend myself, but I feel that's an indefendable position. It's my channel. It's my videos. It's my content. It's my streams. I am the one ultimately in control of my content and, quite frankly, my life. I was the one who actively made the decisions to have my ex as part of my content. And when I did, a lot of people took that as a turnoff and said, wow, I really don't like her personality. She's very confrontational. She's very offensive and says things that are meant to piss people off and demean you and degrade you, right? And totally I get that was a negative thing for my viewing audience. It was my fault, 100%, that I did that and put that as part of my content, all right? I never had to do that. And I've said this over the years as well. I've absolutely said, listen, one of the biggest mistakes I ever did, and now I know this, and I'm very different now in my personal life now than I was back then. I literally shared you guys everything. I vlogged every piece of life. I went to a store, I vlogged it. I went on vacation, I vlogged it. I ate for DSP Tries It, I vlogged it. I took a shit. Okay, I didn't vlog shitting. One time I pretended to shit, but I didn't actually vlog my shitting. But you understand what I'm saying? Like, everything was shared with the public. And when I shared everything with the public, I had no private life anymore. So now, all of a sudden, you're seeing things that are harmful to us, to our private life. And people were capitalizing on that, especially if they did not like my ex. Oh, let's use this as an attack. Let's use that as an attack, right? You're going to see things coming up, things that people commonly said as negative things towards me that are relation to her. And it's like, if I just separated that, if I had made my private life separate from my public persona and the content that I put out on the internet, I likely would have avoided most, if not all, of those issues. It is 100% my fault, and I am taking ownership for
that money. I really
and I'm
do.
not
I need
ever
that
going to
money
blame
to pay my bills.
someone else for my shortcomings because I put that stuff in my content, okay? So now I'll say that. Back then, not so much. As you guys know, back then I was a very defensive person. Right now, I will take ownership of that. Now, without further ado, let's see me take a shower.
He took video of himself showering with an Axe body scrubber.
I use the detail inside to wash off. Oh my god. Oh. You don't want to use the detail inside to wash your balls. Oh.
But even compared to all of this, his worst trouble was yet to come.
What's wrong with me recording myself with an Axe body scrubber? I thought it was a funny video. Like, literally, I was looking for a variety of content. Okay, I was looking for variety stuff. And this was a DSP Tries It, a one-off DSP Tries It, a silly thing that I did. It wasn't meant to be a serious thing or anything. And one night, I bought an Axe body scrubber.
Are you a functional retard?
And I was like, I just wanted to do something really stupid, dumb. So I just set up this camera in my bathroom and I filmed it. And everyone's telling me, man, you must have been drunk and you did that by accident. It's like, so let me get this straight. You think I was pissed drunk and you think I set up a camera in my bathroom on a tripod. I positioned it perfectly to cut out my lower end so I wouldn't show nudity and get banned from YouTube. I framed it perfectly. I had it positioned the right distance so the camera wouldn't get wet, but also so the acoustics were perfect. I recorded this whole thing, edited it in the computer, put a DSP Tries It logo over it, and uploaded it to YouTube and promoted it all while drunk. How much do you think I drank? Do you think I had like 17 things of tequila?
All right, so Dave Horn
Like,
is awesome.
Oh my God. Right? Of course, this is absolutely ridiculous. What people were saying back then. I did it on purpose because I thought it was something stupid and funny. I didn't take myself seriously, right? I didn't. I seriously didn't think it was a big deal. I made another one of these videos, all right, with Head and
You stay
Shoulders
healthy,
shampoo
you don't
in
overexert
early
yourself, you don't go put
2017
yourself
or
into positions where you
2018. I
can
forget
get sick
exactly when it
easily.
was. I think it was early 2018. It was supposed to be like a spiritual successor to this silly video. It was meant to be dumb, not serious, obviously. But some people, oh my God, this is a sign that Phil was really changing. This was his downfall. It was a silly thing I did, man. It wasn't anything like, it would have been one thing if it was like a series of videos where you could see me nude or half nude or whatever. It was nothing like that at all. It's completely preposterous. Okay,
Trouble
let's
that would
continue.
arise from an unexpected place, his own fan base.
Uh-oh, here we go. Here we go, guys.
In 2012, one of Phillips' fans going by the name Evil AJ 2010 was blocked from commenting on Phillips' videos when he mentioned his belief that Panda Lee was the cause of Phillips' change of attitude and, therefore, loss of viewers. Incensed by his banning, Evil AJ published a montage of Phillips' gameplay footage of Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty in early 2013, entitling it, "This is how you don't play MGS2. Throughout the nearly hour-long montage, he peppered in comments from viewers frustrated with how poorly Philip was playing, especially noting how he was ignoring important mechanics as a direct response to Philip's claim that viewers were extremely positive to the playthrough. This video showcased some of the worst of his play, where he would often blame the controls or game design for his poor performance. When exactly this video went online and its precise viewership have been lost, but some sources claim that it quickly garnered over 1 million views. One of Philip's tweets, apparently criticizing the video for stealing his footage, predates the upload that currently exists. These imply that the original was somehow taken down, possibly by Philip, and then later re-uploaded by Evil AJ on February 15th, 2013.
This has already been debunked. I did not take this video down. The only times in my entire history as a content creator that I ever attempted to take a video down is if someone actually 100% stole my content, okay, didn't edit it, did nothing to it, no commentary, no editing. They literally just ripped my raw video and then re-uploaded it. There's been times when I did attempt to take down that style of content. And that's actually how I know how the YouTube content claiming and, the copyright system works, because I've attempted it. Here's how it works. You think someone stole your content. You then file a copyright claim against it. YouTube verifies that you're real, or they're supposed to. Sometimes they don't. And then they hit them with a takedown. The video gets taken down. That person now has, I believe it's 2 weeks to respond and state, oh, I'm doing a counterclaim because I think this is fake. And then once they file their counterclaim, that goes through. The original person who claimed the video for copyright gets the response. And now you determine if you want to proceed. The only way you can proceed is by getting a lawyer. There is no other means to say, hey, no, I really say this is my content and I want to go through with it. The YouTube's opinion is, at that point, get a lawyer and sue them, or the whole thing gets dropped. Okay? So that's the process. It's a garbage process. There's literally no way to permanently take down a video on YouTube without a lawyer. It's just not possible. Okay? Now, maybe big companies have other ways around this. I don't know. I'm just telling you from my perspective as an individual content creator, this was the process that was used by then.
Does that sound like
Look at my food just got delayed. It's not going to come for about another 20 minutes, so you guys are in luck. We're not going on break yet. So, in this case, I absolutely positively have no recollection whatsoever of taking down any This Is How You Don't Play videos ever. Ever. I don't recall this. If someone took down Evil AJ's original This Is How You Don't Play, it wasn't me. It sounds to me like maybe someone abused YouTube's copyright system. Just how someone impersonated Ubisoft and said, hey, Phil, we're taking down your Splinter Cell playthrough. Likely, a fan of mine was pissed that this video existed, didn't like the fact that it spun me in a negative light, and probably took it down.
Tiger.
But apparently, everyone over the years said it was me. It was not me. Absolutely not. As I've told you guys, the only videos I ever tried to take down, ever, all right, was stuff that was 100% lifted and re-uploaded. That was it. Anything else that has commentary, criticism, This Is How You Don't Play, anything negative, I just let it ride. Because I was like, I don't have a lawyer. There's no way I'm ever going to be able to get this stuff to go down fully. You know what I mean? And I was never going to sue anyone over it either. Okay? Okay. Any people who are going to be drama queens right now, I'm just going to ban them. Because I'm trying to do video here, if you haven't noticed. There's people purposely trying to derail me. And I'm not going to put up with this, so I'm just going to ban those people right now so I don't have to deal with them, and then we can continue and focus. Sadly, this is what happens when I do things that people think are interesting. You get idiots who try to come here and derail my chat, and I'm just not going to have it. So I'm just going to take them out right now and then continue. Go ahead, please. Someone else say something so I can take you out, and then I can focus on what I'm doing here. Okay. All right. So, to reiterate, I was aware that this existed because people told me. I never actually watched it. I'll be honest with you. I've never watched the whole thing. I've seen clips of it. I've never watched the whole video to this day. That's why this is a good potential for future React content. But I've never watched this, okay? And I didn't claim it. I didn't claim it. I didn't take it down. I had nothing to do with it. And people blaming me for it is kind of messed up. When I purposely tell everyone I don't believe in abusing YouTube's copyright system, I think it's messed up. That's one of the major reasons why I would never do it, because I've been the victim of this, and I don't think it's fair. Even if you could argue that this is a legal gray area, you know, taking someone else's content and editing it to make them look bad, right? It's still not worth fighting unless you're going to go to court. I'm not going to court over it. So I would never claim someone's This Is How You Don't Play video like this or take it down. Someone else did it, and I'm actually pissed that they did, because then I get the negative flack for it. And by the way, to this day this happens, I get notifications on a daily basis from places like Twitter saying, oh, well, here's an update on the content that you requested to be taken down. I'm like, the what? I don't take down any content. I don't know what you're talking about. Someone out there has basic information about me, and these services are so dumb, they think it's really me. And they hit me with these dumb claims. Or not me, excuse me. They hit these people with dumb claims. There's been someone who actually said to me, can you help me with this? I actually contacted Twitter. And I said, hey, Twitter, can you stop this? Because it's not me. I can tell you 100% I've never done one of these takedowns. Twitter came back to me a week later. They ignored my request a week later and said, hey, do you still have this problem? And can you elaborate on it? And I said, yes. And I gave them examples. I said, there's 2 examples here where people are saying that their content was taken down and it wasn't me.
Motherfucker. on
Twitter
the
then
internet
closed the
called
request.
Super Hound, whatever the fuck this idiot's name is.
They didn't care. You know? I wish that there was an avenue where these companies cared. They don't. They just don't give a shit. To them, they're
It's
like, well, I'm not in
Super
trouble,
Hound's
so
fault.
fuck it. They just completely ignored me. So I feel bad for people who get their shit claimed in my name. It's never me. I don't do this stuff. Trust me, I'm a busy enough individual. I don't have time for this shit. I just want to play fun games, have fun with you guys on streams. I don't care about people making fun of me and this shit. But back then, this incensed me. This video, knowing that there was someone out there taking my content and spinning it in a way that made me look really bad, I was afraid, admittedly, that this was the beginning of a slippery slope. That, yeah, the first video that comes out and is negative about me, big deal. The second video that comes out, all right. But when there's 10, there's 20, next thing you know, all people are going to care about is making fun rather than being a part of the original content. Laughing at instead of laughing with. You see the difference? And quite frankly, that is exactly what happened. Literally overnight, when these started to become popular, instead of being, oh, let's go watch Phil's content and laugh because he's kind of silly guy and this is his shtick, which made me money because of ad revenue, it became, let's watch This Is How You Don't Play with the stolen content, and Phil makes absolutely no money on it, yet somehow he we all know about him and we're watching his content. Right now, if you're watching this stream illegally be restreamed, or if you're watching this clip of this video in someone else's montage about this DSP Reacts, I don't make anything on it, right? So it's hurting my business. And back then, this was a huge concern for me. I was like, man, I didn't have crowdfunding back then. I didn't have alternate sources of income. All I had was ad revenue. And all I saw was these are views that likely I should be earning, and I'm not going to get because someone took my content without asking me and made this montage. And by the way, I outright have said this over the years, I would have given permission as long as the person gave me some kind of a positive shout out. At least saying, listen, I'm making fun of Phil, and yes, we're all going to laugh at his expense, but in reality, he's been around for a long time. Give it an effort to maybe check out his original content if you like this video. If they had just said something basic like that, I would have said, everyone could just take my content, no problem, go ahead. But none of them ever cared. They just took it right off my channel without permission, made these montages, made me look bad, and this was directly one of the reasons why a lot of people stopped watching my content and moved on to other stuff or just watched the negative shit. Directly cause and effect. This Is How You Don't Play was the beginning of that. Thank you to Jay Hale for a $20 tip, saying didn't know that you were going to do this today. Good shit. Well, thank you, Jay, for the tip. I appreciate that. Again, reminder that I am trying to make enough on today's stream as if I were doing 2 streams, because this is the only thing I'm doing today due to the marathon.
How dumb
so
they
thank you for the
are.
support. Yeah. Let's continue, shall we? And by the way, I believe my food is still... Oh, my food's on the way. All right. We can maybe go 10 more minutes, but then we got to adjourn for a break here. Let's go a little bit further. Here we go. Because we're just getting to This Is How You Don't Play. It's just getting good. Here we go.
Whatever the exact case may be, this video quickly sparked a series of similar montages.
And here they all
each
are.
with the title prefix, This Is How You Don't Play, showcasing Philip's worst moments. These videos would range in length from 10 minutes to over 2 hours.
Actually, I've seen ones that were over 5 hours being made over the years. And again, the difference between then and now, back then, my only source of income was YouTube ad revenue. I had nothing else coming in. So if you're watching my content here and making fun of me and you never come to my channel to watch it, you're essentially, I'm getting my content stolen and I'm not making any money on it. As opposed to today, a lot of people now have
on my
told
hands
me
and knees and say thank you and still be on
they've
camera,
watched This
I
Is
would
How
do
You
it.
Don't Play, and that made them want to come check out my streams. They come check out the stream. Now they're a regular and they're supporting. That's different. But I had to change my business model to make that viable. Back then, one less view was stolen income. And that was why I was so concerned and so angry about it back then.
In short order, these montages would overtake Philip's own video content when searching for his channel due
Correct.
to their popularity, pushing his own content farther down the search results. Philip, enraged by this, set about attempting to remove these videos from YouTube. In a misunderstanding of fair use law, he claimed that these videos were violating his copyright, and argued that, while his videos were transformative since he was playing a game, these other videos were stealing his content by using his video footage. And so, he went about systematically flagging the videos for YouTube's review. Despite his efforts, these videos would stay online and continue to multiply as the months dragged on. Along with this, another series parodying the DSP Tries It videos would gain popularity, criticizing different aspects of his failures or his character, especially his ego. For example,
one thing I do want to say is, again, Frederick Knudsen was wrong here. I did not try to take these down. By the way, thank you, J-Hail, for another $8 tip. Now we're up to 200 and climbing. Thank you so much. I did not take the videos down. I'm sorry, I'm just not going to budge on this one. I didn't do it, and no one will ever say there's evidence that I did it. Besides, it says that I tried to take it down, but those, I'm telling you, if that ever happened, it's an impersonator. I did not try to take down any This Is How You Don't Play videos. Never. It was only people who outright lifted my stuff illegally. It was not people who did these This Is How You Don't Play videos, all right? All right, guys, actually, my food is about to arrive. So this is a good place to end part 2. I'm going to take a break, and there will be other parts. Obviously, we're only just halfway through, so there will be more parts to this. But for now, thank you for watching, and please watch the future parts if you're on stream. Stay tuned. Awesome. Thank you. Okay, yeah, my food's about to arrive, guys. So meow. Now with a fucking hat on and shit. Okay. And here, take this off for now. And in fact, this is a good opportunity for me to charge the headphones while we eat. All right. Yeah, the food's just around the corner. Wow. Okay. So those will charge down there on the floor. Put the controller on the floor. Cool. I'll turn off the TV for now, so I'm not distracted. Take the vest off. And all this will come back on, guys. Whoops, I punched it. Punched the mic. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to punch you guys. My bad. By the way, thank you guys. Great views, great engagement. As I said, no, this is not as popular as the Wings of Redemption. I knew it wouldn't be, but it's still popular. People are liking it, which is fine. I'm glad you guys are liking it. Hopefully people will watch it on demand after the fact on YouTube. All right, but definitely not as popular. Let's take a very brief break. I'm just going to go get the food. It's about to arrive. I'll use the restroom. I'll come in here. I'll set up. And then I'll come back. We'll tweet out that we're about to start with the Feasting with the King. We'll do the Feasting with the King. And then after that, we're going to resume. We're going to finish this, okay? All right, guys. Thank you. And I'll be back in a few minutes. Awesome.
PayPal is a network of interconnected banking institutions that use a magnetic stripe receptacle digitally online to transfer funds from one entity to another in a legal and a monitored capacity. It is reported to the IRS.
My life is prison treble. No more fish scale. I'ma die just to bruise the eyes of the fucking devil. The leader be settled. Reincarnated hip hop and heavy metal. Love my life living as a world tour. Done a million times before. Ready for a world war. Get on dancing kid. Fucking fashion bitch. I've been facing day one passionate. Bring your head, get tapped out, waxed out, taxed out, maxed out, till you fucking black out. Black out, taxed out, maxed out, till you motherfucking maxed out. Maxed out. Everybody know we getting maxed out. If you rip your fucking set, get your flags out. Now bring your fucking hand for your blacks out. Drink up in the air, I'm about to pass out. Yeah, everybody know we getting maxed out. If you rip your fucking set, get your flags out. Now bring your fucking hand, throw your blacks out. Drink up in the air, I'm about to pass out. Yeah, everybody know we getting.
Grow up. I always should win. If everything worked appropriately, I would always win and never lose. The homosexuals are evil people who are all passing around AIDS. It's been pretty slow, not gonna lie.
The Ziggy Piggy's back! If I could get down on my hands and knees and say thank you and still be on camera, I would do it.
It's Dark Dave's fault.
Oh no, someone's illegally restreaming you. Oh no.
Business related, I still have it.
Miserable. Just miserable.
Now this shocks me. Spice and some kind of an herb in there. I really like it, actually. That's a good appetizer. That's delicious. I really, really like it. It's very similar to the skewers I've had in Mediterranean food, but a little bit of different flavor, and the sauce is completely unique. Oh, it's got a building heat, though. That's good. I'm going to try to get the other skewer off. That way I can eat it when I want. Oh, come on. It's stuck. It seriously won't come off. Come on. Oh my God, it barely would come off. What a pain. All right, those are delicious. And I would say the sauce actually has more flavor than the chicken. The sauce is completely unique. Yes, chicken satay, if that's how you pronounce it. That's exactly what it is. It was good. That sauce is very good. Peanutty, spicy, with another seasoning too. Very tasty. All right, I'll probably have the other one later, but I have two other things to try. That's the appetizer, okay? So chicken satay, thumbs up. That was good stuff. The fart inhaler tip to $1.50 says devour it and shard it out. That's the intention, actually. Thank you very much, Shart Inhaler, for the tip. Okay. Up next, we have the cashew noodles. Okay? This is a cashew-style noodle bowl, and I believe it has a lot of interesting stuff in it. including a flat style, I believe, rice noodle. All kinds of veggies like bell peppers, and onions, and mushrooms, and we got the beef style, and of course cashews. It's supposed to have cashews in there. It smells very good, very savory, salty, and I smell the bell peppers as well in there. Now, we selected, oh, by the way, this is supposed to be in a chili sauce. So I think it's like the noodles, bell peppers, carrots, onions, cashews, mushrooms, and beef in a chili sauce. Okay? We selected 2-level spice on this one. Level 2. Okay? Don't know what that is. I never ate from this place before. So we're going to see how salty it actually is, or how spicy it actually is.
Thanks for the money,
right
stupid
now.
fuck.
First thing I'll do,
He
I'm gonna
looks
eat
like a
just
witch
carrot.
from his side profile.
Actually, no,
Got
I
some
got
salt.
a piece of noodle. I'll eat that first. Ooh, the noodle is like savory, but also sweet. Let's try the carrot. I felt like something fell to the floor, but I don't see it now. It's good. It's savory and sweet. Pretty good, man. It does have a building spice, though. The noodles are absolutely delicious. I'll be honest, they're a little mushy, but I don't know how you would avoid that when you have it in a bowl because it's delivery. You know what I'm saying? Like, if this was eating on a plate, maybe it wouldn't be as mushy, but for what it is, it's good. The noodles are good. Sweet. Let's try the beef. Here's a piece of beef.
The Ziggy Piggy is here.
It's pretty good. Let me see if I can get a few different things. Here's a big, oh my God, a giant bell pepper. Let's try that. Yummy. I love peppers. It's a pretty good dish. It's got sweetness in the
I
noodles
love
and the
Hulk
sauce.
Hogan's dick.
The beef is pretty good. Let me eat another piece of beef. Oh, ooh, I gotta eat it. Gotta eat it. Gotta eat the height. No, I didn't get a cashew yet. That's the name of the dish. Let me get some of the cashew nuts too. Excuse me. Going down the wrong way. Let me get a cashew nut too. Oh no. Oh boy. Not good. All right, let's try it. Cashew nut. Oh, it's good. I love cashews. I love cashews, but I don't think there's many in here. I'm looking and I'm not really seeing too many cashews in the bowl. This is good. I actually really like this. This is delicious. The cashew noodles, really good. Now, spice level, okay? Excuse me, spice level. It does build, and this is only level 2. This place has up to level 5 spice. It does build for sure, although it's not overwhelming. Like, it does calm down after a few seconds, so it builds the more you eat, but if you wait a second, it kind of goes away a little bit. Honestly, I think 2 is probably exactly what I would get in the future if I were to order from this place. It has just enough to have a little bit of a burniness, but it's not overwhelming. It's not making me have a burning, watering mouth. It's not messing with my sinuses. It's not that bad yet, okay? Which now makes me worry, because guess what? We ordered level 4 spice for this curry. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. What am I drinking? Just seltzer water. It's just flavored seltzer water from my local grocery store. Nothing special. Man, oh man, oh man. All right, I'm gonna have a few more pieces, but then I want to get to the curry, but I'm dreading it now. Here's a big piece of onion, actually. The noodles are good. They're sweet. Sweet noodle. Very sweet noodle. My one criticism is that the noodle is mushy and kind of falling apart. At the same time, again, if I was eating this on a dish in the restaurant, rather than crammed into the bowl, where essentially it's been self-steamed on the way here, it might not be as mushy, right? Okay, now let's have a cashew. That's really good with the cashew in it. I will say this too, I do have another criticism. I do feel that the beef is a little bit too thin, and because of that, I do feel the beef is a little overcooked. Like sometimes you get a nice stir-fry steak dish, and the beef has some actual pinkness to it. This is like well done beef in there. It's still good because they cut it thin. It's still good, but I would have preferred if the beef wasn't this well done in my noodles. Okay. Oh, I got ginger. I got a kick of ginger. Wow. Wow, strong. Wow, there must have been a big piece of ginger right there. That is correct. Apparently, these are gluten-free noodles. Now, I don't know if Thai food always has gluten-free noodles or not. This particular restaurant had all gluten-free. So, all right, one more bite, and then we're going to try the curry. Oh, my God. I'm nervous now. Okay? I'm nervous about this curry. If this is level 2. Man. Cashew noodles are really good. I like everything in there. Like I said, the only criticism, the noodles are quite mushy. Likely because they were steamed in here. And I wish that the beef was a little thicker cut and pink in the middle, rather than a little overcooked like it is. But it's still delicious. Okay? All right, guys, you ready for this? This is what you're waiting for, man. So this is called the Penang curry, I think it's called. And I picked the prawn/shrimp version. So there's shrimp in it. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Wisely, this place put it in a bag just in case it leaked on the way, which I don't think it did. It doesn't look like it did, but that's very smart of them on delivery. You never know what's going to happen. You don't want it to just pour all over someone's car. Oh, man. Oh, man. Just look at the side of it. Look at all the red flecks. That's probably all curry spice. How much you want to bet that's spicy shit? Oh, man. Shout out to Tarantula MS2018, who just did me $10. Said, hey, Phil, what's going on, Tarantula? Hope you're having a good day. Welcome to the stream. You joined just in time for me to apparently burn my mouth out with level 4 spice level, excuse me, in Thai food. Here we go. The curry looks like liquid. That's because curry is liquid. Okay. Get ready, my friends. Oh, boy. All right. You know what? I'm going to be smart about this. I'm getting tissues because my nose is probably going to run from it because it's going to be so spicy. So I'm going to get tissues well in advance. Okay. It's all about preparation. Remember that. Here we go. Tissues on the floor in case I need them. Oh, all right. Here we go. Spice of Rama, I bet. Haseo says if it's too spicy, he'll have it. Apparently, Darjak wants me to die. He says down it in one go. And Elsky says, hey, I hope Phil's toilet is feeling robust. Oh, my goodness. All right. Let's open this sucker. Okay. God damn it. Let me wipe the rim. Oh, it smells interesting. Very, you know, it has coconut milk in it. I can actually smell that, but there's many other things in there. All combined, it smells good, actually. I actually really like the aroma. All right, so, first of all, take a look at the consistency of it here. Is that a giant bell pepper on top? It is, a huge bell pepper. Now, where are my prawns? Here's one. Here's a big old shrimp. The catch-22, they left the tails on. Ah! Oh, I hate when they do that. I was actually afraid they were going to do that, and they did. In a lot of Asian cultures, they leave the tail on the shrimp, and then when you're eating it, you either got to eat the whole tail, or you got to bite it off while you're eating it and spit it out. Come on. Come on. Yes, I did order rice, but I didn't bring it up. I didn't have room. I had an order of jasmine rice on the side, but I didn't even do it. Come on, man. All right. So the first thing I'm going to do, so I see a lot of things. There's a shrimp. There's a couple bell peppers I see in it. Some other, I think it's basil. Yeah, I think that's basil right there. I think that's pretty much it. I see the bell peppers, the basil, and the shrimp in here. All right, so first things first. Let's actually taste. Get basil out of there. Let's actually, I can't get the basil off the spoon. It's stuck. Okay. Let's actually taste the liquid of the curry. Shall we? It's supposed to be level 4 Penang curry spice. Get ready. Ooh, it's good. Wait a minute. It's good, but wait a minute. Uh-oh. Here comes the spice. Okay. Wow. It's creamy and has a lot of coconut flavor, but it also has other flavors. Obviously, there's some shrimp flavor in there because there's shrimp in this, and a lot of different seasonings. I can't really put my finger on it, what the seasonings are. It tastes pretty darn good, though. Have another spoon of it. The creaminess is very delicious. It reminds me of like crab or lobster bisque almost, in a way. Of course, the spiciness is not present in those. So it does have a good spice to it, a good spice level. All right, let's try it with some other stuff. Let's have a piece of basil in it. So I'm being told coriander, lemongrass, galangal, garlic if it's authentic. It probably is. That was good with the piece of basil. That was yummy. All right, how else am I going to get this? The problem here is some of these are giant. Like, look at the size of this bell pepper. It's huge. How am I going to get that in my mouth without making a huge mess? I guess if I try to scoop it from the side, it's going to go everywhere. All right, oh, God. That's going to fall. All right, maybe, okay, this way. Here we go. Oh, I love it. Dude, this is delicious. Oh, it's good. It's really good. The spice is building. Holy shit. It's starting to really build in my mouth right now. The flavors are on point. Like I said, the creaminess and the sweet taste of the coconut milk. But combined with all these other spices, it's like exploding in my mouth. The bell pepper is tasted. The ginger's perfect to have in here. Ginger is a really good idea. If that is indeed what it is. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not ginger. Maybe it's another herb. I don't know. But it's good. Man, I like it. I seriously like it. Now, the one negative here, like I said, how am I going to eat this shrimp? It's going to be messy as hell, man. See, it's got the tail on. It's like I got to put it in my mouth and try to bite the tail off and spit it off or something. Because I don't want to eat the whole crunchy tail. Ugh. Some people like that, you know. I don't want to eat the whole thing. I guess I'll position my plate here to spit the tail onto. Okay, ready? Shrimp. Meow. Well, I'll be dead honest. Okay, I will be. I actually think the flavor of the shrimp is completely overpowered because normally shrimp is a very distinct and strong flavor, but this has so many other crazy strong flavors going for it, especially the spice level, that I basically didn't taste the shrimp. Even eating it just like that, all I could taste was the flavor of the curry. That was it. So in this case, I actually feel that maybe shrimp is not the good protein to pick with this particular curry. Is this called Penang, guys? I think it's Penang curry.
Have some salt.
Yeah. I actually think I would have liked another protein much better. Maybe something that would have absorbed the flavors better. But like I said, or maybe had its own distinct flavor. It's like lobster bisque. It's the consistency. It's the consistency of lobster bisque for sure. And it's creamy like lobster bisque, but it has a coconut flavor that lobster bisque does not have. And a heavy spice. I ordered level 4 spice. So this thing is spicy, man. I'm going to get a big mouthful of veggies right now. Look at this. Mmm. $19.78 Samsung says Penang goes great with chicken. Haseo says maybe the tofu would have been a better choice. Maybe. I like it.
It's
This
been
is my
pretty
first
slow.
experience ever with a Thai curry. I actually really like it. And honestly, the spice level 4 isn't that bad. I thought it would be way worse. It's not. You know what I think it is? Coconut milk. It's got coconut milk in it, and that tames the level of spice in it, I believe. If it didn't have the coconut milk, it might have been way too strong, but it actually is delicious. I really like everything I have right now. Oh, man. Wow. All right, so we're going to go back through everything again. This is this is a really good meal. Absolutely delicious. Okay. Let's go back to the satay, the chicken satay over here. Now, Haseo says, reorder it with level 5 spice. How dare you? Yes, I've had Japanese curry before. I like it. I like Japanese curry a lot. My chicken is disintegrating here. I gotta rip it apart. There we go. So more chicken satay. Look at that nice grill mark right on there, right? The curry into the spicy peanut sauce. Here we go. Wow. That's good. So again, a little bit citrusy. A lot of savory flavors. You dip it in the peanut sauce, which is peanutty, but also a little sweet, but then has a big spicy kick to it. It's a good combination. You want me to pick this? What is chicken satay? It's S-A-T-A-Y. It's a skewer of white meat chicken. They put it on these skewers. They marinate it in their own curry mix, yellow curry mix, and then they grill it. So it's like a skewer of grilled chicken. And then you dip it in this delicious peanut sauce. It's very good. Now, people are going crazy. Someone just asked me to dip this in the curry. Now, you're not supposed to do that. This is supposed to go in the peanut. You're not supposed to dump your chicken satay into the curry sauce. This is unethical mix and matching. You're not supposed to do this. You know that, right? Like, if I did this in the restaurant, if I picked up the chicken satay, and I was going like that to go to the curry, the waiter would come out and would slap me right across the face with a big fish. Boom! Oh! And knock right out of my chair with a big floppy fish. You're not allowed to do that. But there's no waiters here, so I can do whatever I want.
Special delivery.
All right, you ready? This is what Americans do. They combine things like bacon and cheese, or not bacon and cheese, excuse me, bacon and chocolate, or onions and caviar. I'm all right. Let's do it. Dip your quesarito into a fucking ice cream cone. There you go. Ready? Here it comes. Oh no, taboo! Taboo! I honestly can't taste it. I can't taste the curry that way. Nah, it goes better with the peanut sauce. It does. It actually goes much better, complements it. The peanut sauce complements it better. Let's do that. This is good food, man. I'm having a good time. This is a good meal. Everything is good. I don't dislike anything here. And unlike some other foods that I've eaten here on Feasting with the King, it all looks visually appealing too, right? Like nothing looks disgusting or like not tasty. It's all good. Remember, a few of these, they don't look so good and you taste it like, wow, it tastes great. This just looks good too. Back to the noodles. What did Kat get? She got a different noodle dish. I think it was called ramen noodles. Now, that was the one that had peanut sauce for it. I hope she didn't pour the whole peanut sauce over it. I told her maybe she should try dipping it in it first. So I hope she did that. Because if she dumped the whole peanut sauce on and it's actually kind of spicy, she might be like, oh my God, it's way too spicy. I hope she didn't do that. This dish is good. This cashew dish. Cashew noodles. Wow. I really like the cashew noodles, man. No, Jasper's not eating curry. How dare you? You know cats are not supposed to eat curry. How could you even ask me that question? I'm very insulted. Mmm. Oh no, someone's illegally restreaming you. Oh no. They said, Phil, you know, we contribute to you, but it always seems like it's a black hole because it always seems like no matter how much we contribute, you're always still having problems. You're always still in debt and nothing's getting better. I agree with you. Alive and well in Israel. It's Tevin's fault. There's a sick motherfucker on the internet called Super Hound, whatever the fuck this idiot's name is. Dead air. Are you gonna just complain all night? Just leave then. The Ziggy Piggy is here. It's Dark Dave's fault. Say goodbye. It's Super Hound's fault.
What do I do?
It's Dark Dave's fault. Today's been incredibly slow.
What do I do?
Hype train. Dead air.